Welcome to YouTube, the place where the algorithm drowns you. Okay. Well, so oh shit, I forgot to. I forgot to post this on Twitter. Maybe I actually get some views. Well, doesn't matter as long as the information gets to the right people. I don't know why I go off in the redneck voice sometimes. Get me some Mountain Dew and some tater tots. Not, I'm just joking. Nobody actually really talks like that. So yeah, I'm gonna just post the video and then we will. Well, I guess I could just start it.
This government is allowing these things to happen, and in many cases causing them to happen purposely according to a plan. There is something called dialectics, Hegelian dialectics, we can get into later, but the whole idea is to cause
Does that audio sound okay?
people to be frightened. And in order to frighten people, a frightened and fearful people will do things for you. They will submit to you if they're sufficiently frightened. And so the governmental context of what I'm saying is that the government of this country wants people to be frightened. That's why they're continually turning criminals back out into the streets. They go in, they kill 15 people in a McDonald's. They get a $250 fine and a 3 years in jail, which is then when we find out what actually happened, they got 1 year, and the fine was commuted. And so they're back on the streets. They're turning murderers back onto the streets. There is no doubt in my mind that it is not because of loss of space, or they don't have the space.
Sound okay on you guys' end, or
space for you if you don't pay your taxes. The point is that they do not want. They want as much chaos in society as possible. It's a very simple. The World Health Organization came out a long time ago, and since then the FBI has concluded the same thing, that the truly criminal element in America is less than 1% of the total population of America are truly criminal element. 1% or less are the murderers, are the real serious criminals.
A different format of
copy alone would tell you that if you put those people in jail or you put them to death, you don't have any more serious crime. Now what? Now you have very little need for the police department. You have very little need. The people now have more time to think about things. They don't have to worry about their children. They don't have to worry about their family. They don't have to worry about crime in the streets. Consequently, they can concentrate now on who's running this government. Now, how fair are the equitable or the laws, and so therefore, it's
okay. Oh, Project Camel. Oh, fuck that. Okay, never mind. Okay, we'll put this one back on.
We've known that for a long time. That's why science. That's why politics is called.
Maybe the audio will even out or something.
There is a method to controlling people. Politics is referred to as political science. It's a science. If you can keep people organized, keep people disorganized, frightened, fearful, broke, that's another thing. They want to keep you financially in a hole, then people are subservient to you. You do not want people to become self-sufficient and have enough money that they don't have to listen to you. You need crime, and you'll see why. And I'll show you today why you need a lot of crime. You need to let criminals back out into the streets. They talk about something. If you think about the logic behind these rules and behind these new laws we have, it's absolutely insanity. A criminal goes out, he kills somebody, what do? They take the gun away from the criminal and then let the criminal go free. Then they say that there's just a proliferation of crime. We can't do anything about this crime that's out of control, the drug trafficking and all the killings going on and the gangs killing each other. But the point is that if you don't pay your income tax, or if you do something that's against the government in the system of things, if you get out of line, they will find you. The IRS will find you if you don't pay your income tax. You can go into the Amazon jungles, and they will come down there looking for you. And if they have to spend $7 million, they're going to find you, and they're going to bring you back here and make an example out of you. So if they have the power. This is the most powerful military nation on the face of the earth ever devised by men. This nation is the most powerful military combine on earth. It has always been. And if you think about the time back in, 50 years ago in 1940, when the United States was a very infantile country, it didn't have all of the high technology it has today. And just within a couple of short years, it got its stuff together and was able to meet Adolf Hitler on the field of battle throughout the world, and was able to do a battle with the whole Nazi empire. But they can't do anything about the drugs in Pacoima. The problem is that they have...
Okay, maybe this is a better copy. Hold on.
Jordan.
Oh, god damn it, this is a totally different.
control over everything. So anytime you see things going
somebody want to
on,
give me a report on this audio?
just
Is this audio
understand
okay?
that the powers that be in this government want it that way. Franklin Roosevelt, probably most of you don't remember who he was. He was one of the presidents. Franklin Roosevelt made a statement publicly that I think is very important. He said that anytime you see anything happen in politics, you better understand it was planned that way. So anything that's going on in this country that you see that sounds crazy and lunacy, it's crazy and lunacy to you. But to those guys who are doing it, they know what they're doing. There is original writings of that sect of Freemasons in Germany that are today on display, and on one of the documents it has that exact symbol, Annuit Coeptus Novus Odosiclorum, and that was in 1774 that the Bavarian Illuminati drew up their plans for what they were going to do in America.
Technically, they didn't adopt the symbol of the Alcyon until 1781 or
that's
1782.
Not that's not just from 1934. That goes all the way back to 1774.
Well, at least according to one of the books I read.
Of a secret society. The triangle at the top with the light emanating from around it is Horus, the god of the ancient Egyptians. Of course, this is an Egyptian pyramid. You don't find pyramids in America. You find them in Egypt.
Horus, a.k.a. the stone the builders rejected.
The symbol of the eye was in the Egyptian religion, Horus, which was the newborn sun. Every morning when the sun came up, his name was Horus. There was... that was the solar divinity in Egypt. Horus was God's son,
I put this one on
world,
because
risen. He is our risen
one of the
Savior,
first videos
risen.
I've ever seen.
And so Horus was
by
referred
Jordan
to as
Maxwell.
God's son, and that's why the light is emanating from around, because it's the sun.
Maybe I should explain a little bit.
The sun is a round eyeball of God. The ancient Egyptians believed the pupil of God was God.
So yeah, this was one of the first videos I had seen of Jordan Maxwell back in like 2004 or something. 2005 or I'm not sure what year, but Jordan he says that the stupid Tom Hanks movie was based on his research and they kind of ripped him off. He claims that they ripped him off on The Matrix. I wouldn't doubt it, you know. Hollywood's a bunch of scam artists, but so he's talking from a perspective in which I believe that Manly P. Hall had wanted to subvert the secret societies, and that Manly P. Hall was under oath to the secret society, so he couldn't subvert them himself. So he got Jordan Maxwell and taught him everything he knew, I think. And people like to talk shit about Jordan because he has a different name, but you gotta understand that, like, if you're going around the country back in the 90s talking about Illuminati and secret government and shit, you don't want to use your real name. I mean, that's obvious. Okay, so I guess I'm just...
It was the sun, and he's watching you, and therefore the sun was very bright, and so today we even say someone who is extremely intelligent is brilliant. They're bright. And that's why God is, of course, the most brilliant of all. Therefore, the sun is the most brilliant because it's God's eye. All right, anyway, there are 13 layers on the pyramid. And the 1776 at the bottom is 1776. A lot of people think it's because of the country being founded in 1776.
Well, I might just fast forward this part.
As I said.
Well, so, okay, if you take the letters and Roman numerals and you write them the old Templar way, the first letter, how does it go? First, second, third, and then first, third, fourth, fifth. or maybe it's basically you write the six letters in two upside down triangles, and then the top row adds up to I think 1110 or 1110, I think, which Cooper says is the year of the Prior of Sion. Uh, and the bottom number adds up to 666. Yeah, it is kind of muffled. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on. I might switch videos here, and it's just that one's got a lot of good stuff in it. I mean, I do have this one too, but this one doesn't have the
Venus. Don't
this
bet
one doesn't.
wine.
Where's
Do
the
you have the
slideshow? Okay, here
So
we
they had
go.
a large known as the
I
Ark
mean,
of Smith's
there's
Bible
another one that's
Dictionary.
even better, I think, though. That because this one he just talks about the chief cornerstone a lot, and that, but like, there's one where he's in like Los Angeles or something, and that he's doing a presentation at the bookstore. Maybe I could find a copy of that. Let's see if I can get a copy of that real quick. It shouldn't take long. Because that one's actually one of my favorites. I don't even know what the fuck that video is called. All videos. Let's see. I'm assuming I could find it on the Internet
We're given
Archive.
to understand that the box with the handles and the angel's wings, etc.
What was the name
Smith's
of that?
Bible Dictionary. In Smith's Bible Dictionary, look up the word ark. Thought I had a larger. Anyway, the word was adopted from the Egyptian. There's an Egyptian ark.
What is the name of that?
It goes on to say that the ark was a ark of the contract in Egypt, which was copied later by the Hebrews and called the Ark of the Covenant. Here's a dictionary of the Bible, another one. And there again, you look up the word ark and it will tell you it was an Egyptian ark. The Egyptians had and came up with the idea of a sacred ark. There is the ark that was found in King Tutankhamun's tomb when they found the tomb of King Tut. And there is King Tutankhamun's ark that was found in his tomb. Here it is again. You will see the Egyptians carrying.
So he's basically going over some.
Again, you will see
ancient Egyptian stuff.
They're carrying the
ark was the thing that the Pharaoh carried
Egyptian, not Hebrew.
Contracts in, but it could also be symbolic
of
even
near Egypt. They had
the
lost ark. Now,
so let me. So the archaeologists think that it was just some sort of. They see the pictures. They don't see the surrealism. They can't see that it was symbols of God and the universe and all this stuff.
Here's an interesting. Well, wait a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself because I want to jump around a little bit. On that first one, I'm going to.
Where's that video?
I'm not going to go through all of these.
Son of a bitch.
I want to jump around a little bit. I just wanted to show you that to give you an example of the ark. Now, the next one.
It's crazy how much.
Is Solomon's Temple. We're told about
where
King
is that
Solomon's
lecture
Temple. Incidentally, there was no King Solomon. So don't look for King Solomon in history because there was no King Solomon.
Well, Church Word says otherwise.
But S-O-L is the sun in Latin. In Latin, the word sun is S-O-L, Sol. And in the Hindu priest of the sun, they call the sun Om. Remember the priest of Om? They chant Om.
Om.
And On is the city of the sun. The Greeks call it Heliopolis. It's called Heliopolis to this day. But the Egyptians, Heliopolis. Heliopolis means the city of the sun. The city of the sun, Heliopolis in Greek, was originally called in the Egyptian.
Yeah, so, okay, so take the tetragrammaton, Yod Vahe, take the letter Shin, add it in the middle, it becomes Joshua. Then take Joshua, change it to Greek, it becomes Jesus. Then you take Horus, change it to Greek, it also becomes Jesus. I I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but there's a lot of wordplay going on that people don't like.
Look it up in any dictionary. O-N. That's why when you walk into a room, you flip a switch on, because On was the city of the sun in Egypt. So the three words for the sun in the three esoteric languages of the world is Sol, Om, and On. Solomon.
Where is it at?
And Sol, Om, On's temple, you will see the Temple of Solomon.
Okay, I think I found it.
The word here used for the, well, that's, all right. This is the word used for any oily substance in the Old Testament in the Hebrew is shemen or semen. Strong's Bible Concordance has it saying, it is very suggestive of the old Hebraic writings, that when we find the oil of anointing for phallic pillars, priests and kings, was called semen. The word used by the Romans and our medical men for the fluid of the male. Consequently, this is where we get the word Christos, or oil. Now, here is a ground plan for the Temple of Solomon, Solomon's Temple. And now we're hearing so much about how the fraternities are wanting to, in the Middle East, want to rebuild Solomon's Temple. Well, you better look at this, because it's not what you think it is.
Damn it. I'm having a hard
Solomon's
time finding
Temple.
this
There's
one
the
video
ground
that
plan
I'm
for the temple.
trying to
Now,
put on,
if
because
you
I know
look
if I
at
put it on the
Solomon's temple,
screen,
they
it'll.
had two pillars at the
I don't think the
gate,
sound will
at the
come through,
entrance.
so I have to like
Jachin and
upload it or whatever.
Boaz. Jachin and Boaz, look at the ground plan for Solomon's temple. Here's what it really is. You'll see the male phallic, and it's within the female. So the whole Temple of Solomon, the holy is the male phallic, and the most holy is the head of the penis, and it goes into
I'm
the
gonna skip this
female,
part here
which is called
because this is
the
all
Temple of
symbolism and
Solomon, the temple of life. And consequently, Solomon's temple
that's a long
was
subject.
merely.
But yeah, skipping that part.
Here we have the body of Osiris. Let's see, the sky is supported on the bottom line. It says the sky is supported by two phallic pillars. And you see that everywhere. Incidentally, the Washington Monument is
That has
a
to
phallic
do with
symbol.
so the religions. There were two ancient religions. One was two males and one female as the gods, and the other was two females and one male as the god. And so the one that's a long subject.
And it connects, it's the male phallic, and it connects to the female ovaries, the oval office. The Egyptian idea, the Egyptian convention of twin phallic pillars at the temple gate was copied by the temple at Jerusalem, where the right pillar was named Jachin, God makes him firm, and the left pillar was named Boaz, eagerness and strength. What are we talking about? Jachin makes him firm?
See, okay, so strength would be tarot card number 7. I'm not sure what firm would be, but this is a long story. But so it's Jordan Maxwell's misunderstanding slightly. He doesn't understand like it's like when in the story of the Kabbalah story of Moses, and he parts the sea before he says the Shem Ham Faresh, that there's a pillar and a pillar, one of fire, one of, or not. How does that go? It's, even I was just reading it the other night. It's anyways, I'm gonna just continue
Eagerness
here.
and strength, that's in the Bible, 1 Kings. Temple of Solomon represented sex, period.
It's more symbols of the universe.
There are the temple. There it is again.
That's long, because it's like,
you'll see the temple and the.
Okay, so this is the best way to explain it. That the ancient culture got perverted in Babylon. That Nimrod was the quote unquote god who was the first quote unquote what the fuck is that word? Nimrod was the first Gentile king, and that Gentile in the old language meant unenlightened. And so Nimrod misunderstood the mystery, lost the word, and then prevailed into throughout time with new mystery schools that were they were not operating by the secret word of God. They did not have the word, thus they replaced it. Which that's a long story, which I'm sure you've heard me rant about that before.
Phallic pillars and Solomon's
So
temple.
that's okay. So that's where it became profane, because the people were like, "Oh, it's the whole phallic worship bullshit." That's all. That's where all the people went fucking retarded. They all misunderstood the fucking mystery. They lost the quote unquote word, aka the understanding. Uh, they no longer possessed the knowledge to decipher the mysteries, and thus the mysteries were lost. Uh,
There they are.
excuse me.
Jachin and Boaz. Two male phallic pillars in front of the temple. Incidentally, that's where the word temple comes from. The house of God, or the house of El, a temp El. The house of El, the house of the
Well,
god of
tempest
Saturn. The temp El. And
time.
on all the temp Els, you always had the twin phallic pillars.
Let's see. Maybe I can just get a.
There it is in downtown, on Wilshire in downtown Los Angeles, the synagogue has the two phallic pillars. You see it all over the world. All over the earth you see twin phallic pillars going all the way back to the Phoenician Canaanites. This is over in Pasadena at the British Israel Masonic Ambassador College. What is that? What is the symbolism there?
Okay, here we go.
Anybody? Am I the only one seeing what the symbolism there?
Let's see.
There's the king.
Okay, sorry, I located the other video. I'm going to download it.
On both sides of the. Now,
let's see.
pipes were also, the musical instruments, both flute and reed pipes, had a place in primitive fertility rites owing to this phallic appearance. And the second line goes on to say, singles and double pipes, among other instruments, are depicted in the Mesopotamian art from the 3rd century millennium. And then it was also adopted into Christian theology. So pipes were, where does it show that it was a phallic? Yeah, the third line down on the pipe. As a symbol of male sexuality, it occurs in Greco-Roman and Renaissance art. And so the pipes, and this is why we have something called a male organ, the male organ, the twin pipes.
Yeah, they turned it into a sex cult.
See the Mormon church with the male organ, just remember that's what it all means. That's where it came from. The twin phallic pipes. Now, enough of that is enough. We're going to the next one. Again, while I'm doing this, is I'm showing you how things we think we understand and we're used to seeing never even occurred to you what these things mean. Let's see. This one goes from 27. All right. Okay. As far back as the ancient petroglyphs with the sun symbol, this is from the Bronze Age. This goes back thousands of years. You will see carved on stones in Russia. And
okay, so it's hard to explain, but it's a sun symbol, but also it's a symbol of Earth. But it depends on. I think it depends on if it's straight up and down or diagonal. I can't remember how that goes, but because that's where, because I've talked about this before, where the symbol of Earth. It's like the Rome wanted to turn it all into sun worship. They wanted to take the story of Jesus going to the Earth. They didn't want it to be about the Earth because they wanted to match the Sol Invictus story, and so they wanted to pervert it so that the Christians would follow them and not burn Rome to the ground.
all over Europe, an interesting symbol. It's the symbol of the sun, petroglyphs with the sun symbol. So that's an ancient, going back to the Bronze Age.
Here it is.
You will see this ancient sun symbol. This is the Nordic sun symbol. The cross on the circle. This is why, incidentally, you drive by churches today, you'll see many churches have the big cross and a circle in the middle. The circle in the middle is the sun.
Hey, what's going on?
The sun that dies on the cross of the zodiac between north, east, south, and west.
What up?
Yo, what up?
Not much. Just trying to get this "What's Done in Darkness Will Come to Light" video up downloaded so I can switch it to that one, because this one's decent, but I think that one's better. For some reason, the original one that I picked did not. The audio was fucking up, and now I've got 4 of them downloading for some reason. Sorry, what's up?
I got you. Yeah, I've been watching though.
Oh, word. Okay, yeah.
Boaz and Joaquin.
Yeah,
the pillars.
One of the Mason books says the old word was Judah and Benjamin, where there was the two. Jachin was Judah and Benjamin was Boaz. And so they got switched under the rule of Nimrod, and that basically that's when they lost the word, perverted it, yeah, that's why in the Bible it says that Nimrod was a Gentile king, because he was unenlightened, because it seems as though the term's original meaning was simply enlightened versus unenlightened, with freaking it's interesting. I mean,
west. Incidentally, if you take north, east, west, and
that one book, you're really gonna have to get it, 'cause it's really interesting. Church Words, Arcana of Freemasonry. He goes against all of Masonry, and I think I was telling Danny this the other night. Okay, so in modern Masonry, the master of the lodge, quote unquote, sits at the east. Okay. For the stars, for the stars Sirius, but like also the sun. But like, okay, so in the old lodge, the place of light was the north for Polaris, but it was just symbology. But so in the modern lodge of Masonry, the place of darkness in the lodge is the north, which is quote unquote Adonai. But the old place of the light was the north, not the east. And like, take the Old Testament verse that says, "Never turn your back towards the temple of the Lord and bow to the east," or something. Are you familiar with that one?
No, that's interesting. I'm familiar with the cornerstone being laid faces to the east when they build the Masonic temple. So they always have that. And it's for the sun. But as like you said, that things get switched up, but there's little hints of what it means.
Yeah.
There could be an esoteric and exoteric meaning behind it.
Yeah, it's like even the initiates are profane. Like, it's interesting. They're always
even the phallic. I heard the monument, the George Washington monument, which was built like way after his death. That isn't a male symbol, but it's actually a female symbol, because it resembles like what the female does to the phallic. So like it goes deeper. I heard that recently on like it's a Syrian podcast.
There's a picture of it'd probably take me forever to find. It's a picture of from above of the Washington Monument, and it's got the two circles.
Yeah, the Vesica Pisces like in it, so it's like a phallic going in it.
Well, then there's a ratio 6-5. The one circle's the diameter, whatever. It's a 6-5 ratio. It's like for the two goddesses, quote unquote, Isis, Nephthys, or Mary and Martha. It's interesting, because it's like the Mason stuff with Jesus. It's like he was born of a widow's son who was Mary. I
Hmm.
mean, and then it's like the old stuff was about Mary being the matter of the universe, and Isis or Martha being the spirit or something, and the two combined making the world or something. Uh, it's like what where I beef with like Harry and a bunch of other people come out and they're Christian, and it's like Harry was trying to be like, why don't you believe in Christianity? And it's like, well, why don't you believe in Christianity, Harry? You know, because it's like if you look at the Jesus like a creation story of the universe, and then because it goes against all the other both Gnosticism and Christianity, and that okay, so you know, I was rattling on about that 3 days, 3 nights thing. I don't remember if you remember
Right.
that. Okay, so Sabrina didn't like that I was saying that it was any guy that didn't have the 3 days, 3 nights was technically the Antichrist, and so it's like Harry's trying to pressure me into his religion, and he didn't understand that it was like there's all these words from modern times that have been like attached to the modern religion where it's like uh there's no evidence of it being there in ancient times, and that
Mhm.
the it's like all the religions that practice the doctrine, they're all they're going off from like how do I even put this? Damn, I gotta spark this freaking joint. They're going off. It's like why should we trust anyone who's uh in the symbology if their Jesus isn't the real Jesus because it doesn't have the 3 days, 3 nights, then why should we trust any of their doctrine? You see what I'm saying? Uh,
I always find it interesting with Jordan Maxwell and his breaking down of the different stars and planets and religion and astrology and astrotheology and all that. And one of the things that he would talk about, which was popular, was the Saturn cube. And that's what everyone just jumps onto because it's not affecting their own belief systems. But then you look at all the different symbols in all the different religions that they're using different astrology. I mean, that's what people would look at back in the day, and that's how they calculated the maps and the lines of the earth and also the calendar system with the heliacal rising.
yeah,
And one of the things that Jordan Maxwell talked about was the color green being connected with Venus. And I'm seeing all this Dubai chocolate with the green everywhere. And so that's something that I'm
yeah.
thinking that there's a connection to that. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm looking into that
Like the
right now.
green is connected to emotion. The in the mystery schools, like Venus, the planet of love or emotion, quote unquote. The I mean, it's there's something bizarre with how they always have these like the culture. It just comes in this big wave, like all of a sudden, ooh, Dubai chocolate, you know, like anything you can think of, like all these. It's like we see it every day on Twitter and stuff, where it's like, you know, we've seen recently where it's like people are saying, how can you be illegal on stolen land? And it's like, well, that's situational ethics. Mr. Rockefeller taught you that. You know what I mean? Like, but like, uh,
Oh, well, so that also plays into it. Like Billie Eilish, she's a talking piece for the United Nations, and she's connected to all the different Super Bowls, Apple Music, just that whole agenda of
yeah,
the UN. and her hair is green. She's like, that's how she became famous, was with her green hair. And so like all this green stuff connected with the pistachio with Venus, I think there's something to it. Then you got the Seahawks who play in green a lot. Green is like a color connected to them, and that's the Super Bowl. And when you bet on the Seahawks, like in the predictions market, it's green, so it's making people want to bet on them. If you look at the flyers of the Super Bowl, they're all smiling, so it makes you want to be part of the happy winning team of smiling. And then the Patriots, which is the New England Patriots. So I wonder if there's even like a New York, like with going back to the Roman Empire, but like England, the New England, the British Empire. I think that there's like a lot of symbolic stuff happening. I mean, these are billion-dollar corporations and big rituals. Even the Super Bowl, which is Bad Bunny Super Bowl, they're even having a counter Super Bowl with Turning Point, and they're having the Bohemian Grove member Kid Rock put that on. So I bet you there's going to be a ritualistic element in that and in the other one, but it's just to galvanize society and accelerate into the technocracy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been digging into the old school technocracy shit lately with the starting of the CIA and the how it moved to Reagan's administration. And I did want to say though that the number of green, number of green, the symbol of green, Osiris, the two-faced man,
right?
The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, yeah, that too. And then the pale horse, my friend Jacob Israel, who said that pale horse is actually green.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it's not actually because it says white. One of them's white, black, and red, and then the other one's pale or green.
Yeah, so there's a lot to it, and that's what I've been looking at for now.
Oh yeah,
I got to talk to Jordan Maxwell 4 times.
Oh nice. Yeah, I've been digging into the Revelations book technically recently. I've vaguely discussed it before, but I don't remember who was on the other night. But I went into high detail of how like Enoch, how there's like this pattern in the religion where it seems like nobody's recognizing this pattern, except for like some of the old Masons. But like, okay, so Enoch goes to the earth, nine arches into the earth, and then the next one in the Mason story is Hiram Abiff, who Solomon wanted him to give him the secret word, but he said, or no, the ruffians wanted to get the word. He inscribed it on the hammer and the disc, and the tetragrammaton, and the
Aton. Aton. That's what Jordan.
Oh yeah. Well, then Aton is just Egyptian for concealed one. So is what's the other word? Amon. That's also concealed one. But so then he Hiram Abiff goes into the earth just like Enoch, into the 9 arches, and then they say he throws the hammer and the disc into the well, and then so then he comes back out of the earth as as Lazarus, quote unquote, who. So it's like in the old Kabbalistic stuff, they say that Jesus knew the Shem Ham Feresh, the word of magic, and that the word of God, quote unquote, and that but so then the word came back with Lazarus, and then was instead of a hammer and a disc, which was inscribed on the word, the hammer and the disc became the cross and the rose, and the in the mystery schools. But so then take it to the Revelations, it's like there's a verse about well, they say that basically that, long story short, that the return of quote unquote Jesus from the earth would be on the pale horse holding the sword. Pretty sure.
Yeah, and
was it the pale?
they have multiple meanings too. Like Venus is a pentagram. So when there's a pentagram or a rose, the rose is Venus. And the interesting thing is Barbie, Nicki Minaj, she's on the world stage right now. And the oldest symbol of Venus, the Wonder Wolf or something it's called, is like
Yeah.
this big lady naked on tippy toes, sort of like where Barbie or even silhouettes come from. Like a lot of the stuff that we have growing up goes all the way back to the ancient times. Just like even the tippy toes of a like girls wearing the stilettos or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
I think there's something to the Venus thing.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
don't
that's
know.
what that's what Venus was. Like they always had like the symbols of the planets and stars and stuff. Those were all different aspects of their quote unquote god. And the where it's different to where like believing in the creator of the universe as God. It's like a different but well, it's a complicated subject, I guess, but it's in the old pictures they would always show well, Venus and Mercury are both known as the two morning stars or day stars, quote unquote. And that because I always thought it was just Venus, but then I found out that Mercury was also, and I was like, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like multiple layers of meanings on a symbol, like in the Chinese way they write, or maybe it's the Japanese
Oh
that
yeah, both.
has different meanings.
Yeah, I studied some Chinese. I used to speak some Japanese, but the pictographs of the Chinese, they had an advanced symbol book of a sequence of 64 hexagrams, which were 6-digit binary code. They made a computer out of words that was all based on time and the elements. And then well then so it's like people don't understand how the connection of the ancient God to the Jesus in modern times, that where it's like the old God was the air, the breath of God. The God of the earth was the present. Or wait, I forgot to say air was the past. So the God of the past, who knows the past, that face of God is the symbol of the alchemical symbol of air, and the but then the present was earth, and the future was water, and and then all three together was the fire, omnipresent. But so it's like those three that those symbols. This has to do with tetragrammaton because it's like the symbols are stacked into a pyramid, air, earth, and water, and that the center was fire, aka the yod or the word, and that it was, or the chief cornerstone that the builders refused. They
The
refused
pyramid
the word.
on top of the pyramid. So Jordan says that the pyramid goes back to the pyramid, the pyramid
Yeah,
with the fire, and this goes back to like the ancient volcano cults.
yeah,
And so
fire
all
in the center.
the fire in the center, and he said that was like a sexuality thing. And when they put on the Grammys, I mean the Olympics, it started off like a volcano, and all these people were like it was like a ritual, and so there's a volcano connection to a lot of
Yeah,
symbolism with the pyramid, and then the
yeah,
pyramidion being the pyramid on top of the pyramid. um that's what I try to do in my videos, is take the things that Jordan talked about, like the Aket, the Twin Peaks, and the
yeah,
pyramidion, and just show those symbols. but so many people went even deeper. But he's been around doing this for a long time before there
Oh yeah,
was what we got with Amazon, where you can order books or whatever.
yeah. Well, I'm really selective about books. It's funny the name. Just roll a cigarette. The name has right in the name is pyramid, the fire in the middle, and the
Yeah,
and the yeah, in the old ancient Hebrew thing of the tetragrammaton, fire is the middle.
and then you use it as a tetra which goes back to Greek or like something like that. And then you put the tetra, the four names of God, Adonai, which sounds so much like Atonoi in a sense. So a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
program Aton goes all the way back to Akhenaton. And even Freud wrote a book called Moses is Akhenaton or something like that.
yeah.
And um, the
Well,
religious
the
institutions didn't like that.
oh yeah. Well, so the like the tetragrammaton, it's well, so if you, I think I said this earlier. I don't know if you heard, but the yod hey vah hey. But
Mhm.
then if you had the letter shin in the center,
Right.
yod hey shin vah hey, the it becomes the word Yeshua, or in Greek Isis, or excuse me, Jesus,
Mm.
Jesous, and the in the Greek spelling of Horus is Ieseus, and so in the mystery schools it was like uh, it's not necessarily like Jesus was Horus, but they would consider Horus like the brother, like Hermes and Hercules or something, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that actually got me to listen to Jordan was because he pronounced Hebrew words correctly. Because I could read Hebrew and I know the Hebrew words correctly,
Yeah.
and the pronunciation of it. And he said every single thing absolutely correctly. So I was like, okay, I'll give him a listen, even though I'm triggered by what he's saying. Um, and I'll listen to, there's like so many podcasts and they can't even pronounce like Hebrew words correctly.
Yeah.
Like, and I get yelled at because I'll say gematria, for example. And people pronounce it gematria, which is
Yeah.
fine. But for me, and since I know like how it's actually pronounced, it drives me crazy. And
Oh
people are
yeah.
like, you're wrong. It's not
Well,
that. I'm like,
sorry in
okay.
advance.
Yeah, but
I haven't
but
stayed Jamaican just because.
but that's a perfect example of telephone. And like we're going back
Oh yeah.
thousands of years, how things like somebody was like, yo, that's sick, which
Oh
means
yeah.
cool, but like things like change the
You should
vocab.
get the book, Alvin Boyd Kuhn. He's
Okay.
one of the Illuminati people, but he writes a book called like the sequence of the alphabet or something. And he
Hmm.
goes over, and there's another one too by like Mackey or something. I'll have to get those two later. And the other one, it's all these etymologies of words where like
That's what I really want to get. Thank you. I'm
yeah,
gonna get that.
yeah, because like
The esoteric structure of the alphabet and its hidden mystical language.
yeah, that one. There's a
Yeah.
PDF too, so you don't have to. Well, it's easier to read a paper copy, but
Yeah. Oh, I'll just put it in my shopping cart so I could remember to get the PDF.
yeah, the other one is I'm gonna have to dig for a second, but he goes over an example of a word. What was it? It's what do you? Damn, I can't remember what the word was. It was a word like numb. That's what it was. Like okay, so imagine you're feeding someone and you hold up the spoon. You say num num, and
Nom
that
nom.
that that num that
Yeah.
phrase is universal around the world in every ancient culture where they would literally say it when they fed someone food.
Nom nom. Yeah. And also like the Ma and Pa, that's like also
Oh
universal,
yeah,
just like when we're born, that
yeah.
we those
Well, mother comes from mater, which is Latin for, which is ironically just like matter.
wow.
Yeah, that's what alchemy is really. It's just symbolism. They think it's about themselves, the people, but they're all into the secular humanism. And so they don't see this ancient story of how the universe was created and how it works, this balance of the elements, the INRI, earth, wind, fire, water. And that
I'm
the
very excited to read this etymology Alvin Boyd Kuhn book. Thank you so much. Because he has so many books, I don't know which one to start with.
yeah, that's the thing. There's so many that people get lost. It's like Alvin Boyd Kuhn was top dog of the Illuminati basically. And he's
Right.
saying their symbolisms. He says you should get the book also, Lost Light, and you'll see on page 333, if it's the original copy, it says that uh, their God lives in the intellect, and then when it falls to earth, it becomes the devil by being bound in the desires of the flesh. And he says that the God is Satan, right in the book. And he says that the Christ is Satan. Basically, it's crazy. I went over it before. I could probably bring the page up. I mean, or I was looking for this other book first. What was that?
What one do you recommend to get first? That one or the etymology one, or both of them?
They're both really good because they both go to etymology. Uh,
Oh.
what was that? Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man is a good one, along with
And
the Arcana of Freemasonry by Churchward.
so the Lost Light one,
Yeah,
that
it reveals their doctrine, like totally. I mean,
what does it talk about?
it goes into what they believe with the Bible. This is why me and Danny, we're against Paul. He was promoting the New World religion of the Old World, and the lost light, quote unquote, because they remember they called the Donai their god of darkness.
The what?
So
The Donai?
yeah, they called the Donai the god of darkness. In the lodge, you go to any Masonic lodge, you'll see three pillars representing three lights, and the three lights
Right.
are at the east, west, and south. And so what they've done is they're not worshiping the old creator god, they're worshiping the new light, quote unquote, which is the new man. The I mean, what was that other book? Yeah, Arcana of Freemasonry. It goes into the Solomon and the biblical stuff, takes it to Mayan culture, which I've discussed this with Danny about how like there's
I just ordered it.
oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. You'll
Well,
be blown
anything you
away.
recommend, bro? I watch you every night you go live. I know I'm like tired all the time or on a weird schedule, but I watch everything and all the reading you do, and
Oh yeah,
I really appreciate it.
yeah. I've been meaning to get back to reading the.
I found a copy. My birthday's coming up, so this is my birthday gift to myself. But I found a copy signed by Alvin Boyd Kuhn.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it's an original 1940. It says, would that be the original?
Yeah, that would be you definitely want to. You could sell that later for like $1,000 probably.
Exactly. So I
I would.
grabbed it. That's like it's for the Bitcoin trading books.
Oh yeah.
But you want, like you said, you wanted the original one on page 333, so I could be able to check
Yeah.
it. It's
And it
original.
was ironically on page 333.
Yeah. It says
The
it's a signed copy. You want me to send you the link I grabbed it from?
you can put it in the private chat if you want.
Okay.
Check it out.
Maybe you can confirm.
Yeah, Secret Societies of All Ages and Countries. That's pretty good. I think it's like 2 or 3 volumes. But that
I put it in the private chat so you could check it out later to see if that was the right one to get, because I could cancel it.
oh yeah.
Not.
Yes, Scarlet and the Beast is really good, but the last half of it he goes off into La La Land.
I got Jordan Maxwell books too, PDFs, not like the original ones.
Wow.
Like I'll email you the PDFs. They're pretty. He did the Priesthood of the Illies book, and it went over the Illies, the etymology of the ill,
Yeah.
the owl, the like the village is the villi for the villain, and the top of the hill, like Capitoline Hill,
Yeah.
or like the Capitol Hill,
Yeah,
is
the hills of
hilly,
Rome.
the hilly, and even
Yeah.
the hills have eyes, right? The monster's name's Jupiter, and that's like straight connected. Even in that movie, The Hills Have Eyes, like naming it Jupiter goes back to that.
Jove.
Too.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. They're playing games with the stories. It's like The Occultist. When I found out about The Wizard of Oz, it was like, man, that was a major production movie, like huge. That was a huge movie, you know, back then, and that everybody's seen it, and they all seen it, and it was this change from where there was the world of TV without color, and then everybody got a color TV just to see it, you know, and and so and it was all this, they were all watching the story. This is what the initiates do. They show you a story and you have no idea that it's a theosophical story, and then you watch it, and then they teach you through the story what they want you to believe.
Well,
I mean,
I just got Marshall McLuhan's book of The Medium is the Massage. I got two of his books, which I haven't read yet, but how it switches from the television to the cell phone, and even the cell phone, before we had cell phones, these Apple companies were working on a device like a rock that you can hold in your hand, which became the cell phone, but it becomes a part of you. So it feels so good in your hand. Like they were developing that before they were developing the like screens and the phone and how it works. They were developing how to hold a rock or a certain device or a tulpa kind of thing in the hand where it would become part of you. And that's like totally with the phone.
yeah, the pet rock.
The pet rock.
That was huge back then. I hear old people talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, what if it was a psychological thing? I mean, because it seems like everything mainstream is all juiced up by these. It's all some kind of psychological thing. The movies, the video games, you know.
Well, even crypto in the markets right now, I got to talk to Jordan about XRP before anyone. He didn't even know what XRP was, and now that's like a big thing. And the U.S. government, like now, is like purchase Solana, which is Sol, which is the sun, right? Going back to Sol Invictus and all that, right? And XRP being connected to like water and bridges. And I got to talk to him about that because he's like the maritime law daddy. I like his swag as well. I got this book on the not a book, it's a DVD on the Illuminati with Jordan interview, and it's never been like aired on YouTube. So it's one of his like hidden, and he looks so swagged out. He looks like a baller. But I'm gonna upload that. I bought a recorder to record it off the DVD player so I can upload it.
Oh yeah.
So I'll be doing that this month. But it was cool. It was it wasn't his best interview, but it looks cool because he's in front of a UFO in the desert.
Yeah, his UFO stories are interesting. Because I've seen the UFOs. I mean, yeah. I relate.
I have too. I've seen an entire city turn green for 3 seconds.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, and I looked
Spooky.
it up all the time. Just kept looking it up. This was in 2012, and no one posted about it or anything. My friend says it was a transformer that went out and exploded or whatever, but I looked into it even more. It wouldn't have turned the entire
Yeah.
city green for the 3 seconds it did.
Oh yeah.
And it would only maybe turn a block green. So I did a whole alien deep dive, and there is a connection to like the green lights. Like if you J. Allen Hynek, who was part of Project Blue Book, who later came out and said that that was a psychological operation. His first book kind of has that hue in it a little bit,
Hmm.
but it was Reza Georgiani's book, Closer Encounters, has the green mist and hue in it. And there's only like one page that kind of goes over the green mist, but it also went into the dark ages and how
Yeah.
religion and governments and all this like brought in the dark ages through a blue mist that was being like pushed everywhere. Like people would pass away and
Huh.
breathe out blue mist, and blue mist would be on the ceilings and all that. Um, I I like those stories. Jordan's best story was his ghoul story in Pepsi-Cola or whatever in Florida
Hmm.
where he lived, where the ghouls, the army was sent out to fight the ghouls, and it's actually like in the newspaper report.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah, and Jordan Maxwell is not his real name. That's his stage name.
Yeah, so he doesn't get a bunch of crazy lunatics trying to like find him or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on because I try to stay away from talking about weird stuff, but like I mean, I find it's very strange that one of my friends who's in the army and he's really high up in the army, he's like sends me that video of the out of the blue, out of nowhere, he sends me the video of the fucking mall thing in Florida with the 60 cops showing up, and he
Yeah,
makes some
that's
kind of
weird.
weird joke, and I'm like, what the fuck is he? And then like a year later, I asked him, I show him this document, um, which is about basically verifying Project Snowbird, which is UFO repaired UFO and some other projects. And he's like, he said it in a way where he was when he was telling me about the TikTok. He's like, can't have TikTok on your phone at the military base, otherwise, because TikTok is some kind of Chinese spy software, and then so but so I show him those documents. He's like, I can't talk about that, and I'm like, what do you mean? What? Like, he's like, I can't talk about this stuff, blah blah. And he was real short, and it was like, whoa, like it just was kind of weird. It was. I think
Mhm.
the UFO stuff is uh well, I mean, I think that there's a connection between the Phoenix Project of Vietnam and some kind of chip implants and some kind of conspiracy involving people being brainwashed, and I think that has something to do with this UFO shit. I mean, like, it's I mean, like, okay, so in the X Files, remember the movie, the building, some building went down, reminiscent of like Oklahoma or something, Oklahoma City, and that in the movie Mulder's like, oh, there wasn't he was basically in the movie that there was alien bodies in the movie or in the building at the basement level or something, and like he was saying that they destroyed the buildings to hide the alien bodies and fucking it's just a weird concept that they would put in a movie, you know what I mean? Like if you know regardless of ah, it's just weird because of all the alien cults and all the fucking the consciousness cults, and that the consciousness cults claim that the consciousness is alien, and the
Well, it
whole
goes back to
Crowley stuff.
so Jordan, he connected it to worldwide socialism, communism, and the Nazification of America. And
Yeah,
that's what he said was the whole alien thing. And he like broke it down very intelligently, I think, for the time of like when he was recording this, because the big thing was kind of like Zachariah Stitchin, kind of like,
yeah,
he was in business with Zachariah Stitchin, and so it was just like a different way of thinking than it is now. But what we see happen with the um, the portal projects, with the National Socialist and all that, with the
yeah,
UFO agenda, um, it all really ties into together, with
yeah,
what everything that's going on the world stage. People like Jordan and Bill Cooper, like they were touching on stuff that we could see that has been played out when it comes to the ideologies, and all that. And it's really, really, really mind blowing stuff.
yeah.
It's the Illuminati ideologies.
Yeah, well, it's strange about the Nazis and stuff because of the Foo Fighters and all
Right.
the experiments on humans. And Cooper talks about this incident before, well, around Roswell or something, where some supposedly some UFO crashed and it was full of human body parts, and like the amount of like organ trafficking and all this shit. Like, I mean, it was going on back then in the '90s, where like they even made X Files about it, where they were investigating Chinatown, and these people were playing some kind of gambling game, and but it was a rigged game where everybody would lose, and if they lost, they had to give up an organ. And that freaking so there's all these people walking around with one eye and one kidney and stuff.
Look like some Squid Games.
Yeah, it's some fucked up shit. But I mean, we don't know if there really was aliens, that they're if they're trading organs to aliens or some shit, or if it's cults that are all crazy and they're just fucking. Because I showed this video before where it was, uh, I had to find it on BitChute because it wasn't on YouTube, but like, it was an FBI sting, and it was they thought they were stinging a drug house, but instead they there was like a instead of drugs, there was in the video that there was people in boxes and shit, like pieces of them. And like they went into the house, and there's like a satanic shrine and a bunch of weirdos or something, and they're just the video is fucked up. It's gruesome. I had to I don't know if I took that one off my YouTube or not, but because I took a bunch of the past uploads off, just freaking
Yeah, sure.
Harry saying the N word so much. It's
Yeah,
like, no.
yeah. Sometimes I go through all my videos and remove them, and like I've been re-uploading them lately.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I think you like go through and take sections out and put them on the regular thing and try to like market it better or something. Do the YouTube shorts, because those get a lot of views for some reason.
I've been doing that lately. I've been doing little reels, and it just gets to the masses. Like the viral stuff that goes viral is like the dumb stuff. And so it's more like, keep it really stupid, it'll go viral. But if it's intelligent at all and has one little ounce of thinking into it, or long form content, that never goes viral, because that's difficult for the masses to do.
I thought about like doing like a YouTube short video where I'm holding magic cards, but instead of talking about magic cards, I'm talking about
That's
conspiracy.
smart. Yeah, that's funny. That's actually a really good idea to do.
You could do like a 50-second video of your cat or something, and talk about stuff while the cat video's on,
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, freaking we gotta trick the algorithms. We gotta outsmart the machine.
Yeah, well, so this Closer Encounter book I read and it I haven't been like so like inspired and like imagination wise. This book just was well written and it went into all the different it went into a lot of stuff Jordan Maxwell talked about that
Yeah,
I found fascinating with the Hebrew words. Like El, he was like, no, it's Elohim, which him is plural, that it's the
yeah,
gods. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. He's
well,
pronounced it right. I looked into it and
yeah.
all that. And
Well, think about Okay, so El, because the older god was El Peru, which was Taurus. But then, so take a look at any ancient harp, and you'll find a bull on the harp, and then typically there would be either 72 strings or 72 octaves in the notes of the chords or the strings on the harp, and that they I think that they thought that the noise that they knew that the frequencies were somehow involved in like the making of reality or something, so that they
yeah,
and then think about well, then they attached it to the sun, where they were like uh they divided. Well, I don't know if this how old this goes back, but basically they claim that the sun is divided by 72 5-degree angles, and that's relative to the Shemhaim Feresh, but the 72, where it was the 72 archangels, which happen to be called angels.
Elves, yeah, elves. And then the 72 with the tetragrammaton in the tetra pyramid in the volcano, you write it over in the
Yeah,
gematria, it equals 72.
yeah.
And on 7-2, Elon wrote Novus Order Circularum.
Hmm.
Uh,
Oh,
uh,
that's weird.
yeah, and 7-2 is the date America was founded as well. Not on
Oh,
July
interesting.
4th, on July 2nd.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when the aliens invaded in Independence Day in the
Oh,
movie.
the
Yeah.
other book. You got to get Secret Places of the Lion. That's also showing that goes into the UFO stuff like crazy, and that's also half the stuff the guy's saying is craziness, but the other half is stuff that the mystery schools preach, basically.
I
Uh,
can never get over the Tavistock book I read, which was like incredible information. Then the last chapter, it's like, and Vladimir Putin broke out of his MK Ultra because he got the computer chip that he plugged in the SIM card, and it took him and his army off. And Russia's amazing. And I was just like, that was weird.
yeah,
That's like so like left field, like out of nowhere. Like, oh, okay.
yeah. Some people just they go off into weird. That's why I say I always speculate a lot, because just to make sure that you know I mean, because we have to keep our minds open, but at the same time, we can't believe anything that the initiates believe. Where I mean, it's like it's hard to explain. It's like we can't believe what they show us. Like when they say they're going out of body and stuff, and it's like there's like you probably seen that one interview with that closet Nazi, the Hyperborean dude, who was he claimed he was 32nd degree Mason. He claimed he was going into the lodge, and then when he was doing the ceremony of the lodge, he was going into a trance, and that he claimed that he went out of body and went to the quote unquote Great White Lodge on
Mhm.
Sirius, and it was like I don't
Well,
know if he
I
was
guess
just trying to
like,
pull a fast one, or
yeah, I don't know who that is, but like the rituals where they get pounded in the rectum,
that
they they
OTO.
actually, yeah, they actually go and see, they go into a trance and then they see Lam and all that. That's what I was. what I've been told. These, I call them booty portal rituals, and that's like literally like what Stranger Things is all about that, bro.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is
I've
messed
only
up.
seen the first season.
It's hella messed up, but that's
The
what.
OTO's fucked up. They brought back. That's why this whole God versus goddess thing is so relevant. 'Cause it's like the the religions that worship the god, they want to cycle out, and they want the people to worship the goddess. That's why Rome has Marys on, it's a guy. But like, because Mary is Ishtar or Isis, and
Yeah,
that Isis was matter, and then all these occult orders that worship the goddess all only believe in matter, the material plane. They don't believe in the spiritual realm. That's why I got rejected by the End of Days Radio people, because
well,
they
have you read the female Illuminati articles by Tessarian?
I've read about the female Illuminati and proofs of a conspiracy.
I mean, the female Illuminati is like really like who's running it, and you could even see it in the game of chess. Like who's like the one who's the top player is the queen,
Oh, yeah.
and what does everyone worship? They worship the different goddesses, all the
Yeah.
secret societies and all that, and it also goes into like the castration cults and the rituals where they castrate themselves for the goddess, and it's even shown in the Da Vinci Code as well.
Yeah, the Ishtar cults.
Yeah, the Ishtar cults, and the Closer Encounters book went into Ishtar, the symbols of the owl, right? Because she's like this owl, and Athena has the owl, and how it went into a like a precognitive sentient being, which wasn't human, which was like some sort of like being who's winning this computer game, because it's a time travel book, and it goes into like the Mandela effect and how this isn't really time travel on the level of going back in time or thousands of different versions of ourselves, but it's more of a computational cosmos, not a simulation. So it was going into a lot of like philosophy on temporality and all that, but it very it makes you think, and I like that about it. It's got me thinking about different stuff, but then it ties in like real stuff on portals, and tying this back to L, that L Bab El Lon, right? That even is connected to like a gateway in a portal as well. And then it goes into hyperdimensional portals, and how certain beings like the Cthulhu, he went into Tracy's work, how I guess her hypothesis, I don't know, I've never read her, I don't know anything about her, but she was saying that Cthulhu comes from Thule, so it's like Cthulhu in a sense, and it was very interesting. But it went into like different portals, like Skinwalker Ranch, and
there's that movie that came out. What was it called? Greenland to Migration or something.
Right? Yeah, I watched the first one, but not the second one.
Yeah, it had the Thule base. He was leaving. It showed it right on the wall and stuff, and it said on the screen. And it's very strange. I think that there's still a cold. I think that there was two Cold Wars going on at the same time. One was the stuff with Russia, and the other one was, or they could have been both the same one. But like that, the Nazis versus the commies thing, that the consider, well, I don't know, but so like consider them still having a Cold War all around the world, and that I think that's what a lot of these, like Korea and Vietnam and certain stuff. I mean, it had to do with like the world market, the control of the world market, and all the big money and going on in London and stuff. And
that is what is going on. That it's so much like levels to it. And they
Well,
keep everyone on the surface level stuff with all the podcasters that are out there doing the
yeah,
conspiracy stuff. That it's all misdirection.
they've got everybody believing in their models of reality.
Yeah, their worldviews. Yes, yeah,
Yes,
they're
they're stuck in the Plato's cave of the New Atlantis.
yes. Charles Fort called it the dominant,
Hmm.
and it's the worldview. And Heidegger went into deconstructing, deconstructing like worldviews, I believe. And the whole word of psychological operation comes from a German word, which meant worldview warfare. So
Hmm.
the National Socialists, they were in a subjective reality. They
Yeah,
weren't in an objective reality like an Ayn Rand or
yeah, or Aristotle.
or Aristotle. She loved Aristotle. And so and that's happening today. We can see that most of society is they're subjectivist. And that was is a good, or I don't know if it's good or bad or whatever, but it's interesting
Well, that's
that
how they keep people chasing their tail. They keep them all in this in the reality that they create from words, and so then through the words, the person is blind of the real reality.
mhm,
Uh, and that
yeah,
the
and there could be like truth to it as well. And like with the double split experiment or whatever, like how
yeah,
like that changes stuff, or even the monkey experiment. So there's something to it as well, but for the
what
masses it's really, I think, stupid, because if you're told like I'm the greatest and everyone else isn't great and I don't need
yeah.
to look at any information, I'm right, and that's it. I'm here to lead, not read.
Well, think
kind of.
of like physics. That experiment. Like imagine if you could somehow cloak yourself from being viewed by reality, and that then you could change reality, and that the
Hmm.
so like the idea of because that's what these occultists are doing in the old sense, that they had a ritual in which the person believed in their psychic ability, and where they would enter into like a trance like state, which would mask their consciousness or their spirit from reality itself, and then they could manipulate it. I need to turn on the fan real quick. I forgot to turn it on.
Yeah,
Be right
and
back.
it's like the belief system as well is set in our autonomic nervous system, and religions or football teams or nations or wherever you've grown up in by 7, our belief systems are imprinted into our body, into our autonomic nervous system. So the placebo effect works. So that is like a belief system that actually shows that works, but it's a bit interesting, but it's not grounded in truth, because then you get large governments and dictators telling people a worldview. And if you can't hop and slide like into different worldviews, you're at a disadvantage in a sense, because you're not able to think.
Yeah, it's like we're like planeswalkers and all of this, walking through the different models of reality, observing them. With their whole goddess worship thing, it's like according to the lore that they're invoking the spirit of the goddess into the masses, which is a war goddess, and that they're trying to instill hatred through mankind.
hmm Yeah.
That's why they always use the symbol of red in their flags, like the Nazis, Russia, French Revolution.
hmm
The symbol of Mars or anger.
Hmm.
Yeah, that whole thing about um uh that they're followers of Cain, quote unquote. Cain was also Vulcan, and that it's like they're well, my mind was blown the other night when I was reading about how, like, in 1899 or what year, I don't remember the year exactly. No, I think it was like 18. Yeah, I think it was 1899 that Hitler was indoctrinated into one of the Christ consciousness schools,
Mhm.
and that the idea that he was what they were doing, these theosophists, these occultists, they were the Thule, Ariosophy, etc. That they were basically, it literally was like a exchange of hands from Franz Mesmer from Illuminati, who was created mesmerism and the animal magnetism, and then it went to like Baron von Reichenbach with the Odic force, and then it turned to the Ariosophy, and they changed it to the Vril, and then it turned into this. But the Nazis use the same terminology, the Odin man,
Mhm.
and so it was like uh, they were their system seems to be like what the Illuminati was doing was like regardless of whether it's hypnosis or some kind of literal spiritual invocation, uh, that they were controlling the masses, and that the Cooper, he always says that he's like, the mystery of Freemasonry is how to control people, and that he never fully elaborates, and that
Mhm.
took me forever to piece it together, where it's like uh, chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry really revealed the whole thing, where it's like the whole de joie cool, uh, controlling the mind of the initiates, the thought, what do they call that, the thought core or something. Damn, I forget the terminology they use, but it's they were, I think that they were practicing the same thing as the what was being done in Persia and India, where like these consciousness cults, they would put people in the consciousness, and then they would follow the cult, and it didn't matter which religion or which secret society it was, they were all doing the same thing, and that they
Mhm.
were and that, and it's like in the mystery schools, the black stone is the symbol of mater or mother, quote unquote, and that they've got all the Islams worshiping in the black stone, and they're all following well, maybe not all of them, but they're following the laws of Cain, quote unquote. I mean, that's a huge subject, but the
Well, also back to the green thing, Jordan Maxwell said that the flag is green and the moon and the star is Venus, and it goes back to the Venus stuff.
yeah, yeah, the yeah, because they've got the Venus symbol on all their flags. I've noticed it's like every country with a black and green and white and red flag, or variations, green, red, and white, that they're part of the Nazi Empire, and that the red flags are all part of the French French Illuminati Grand Orient Empire, uh, like China, Russia, the and that it's a weird.
No, it is weird. Yeah, I've been looking into it for the last few years. It is connected to it's left wing socialism.
Yeah,
That's what the National Socialists they were. A nice argument that they were left wing socialists.
yeah.
You
Well, then
know,
there's the Skull and Bones stuff, where it's like
yeah.
Bush, his family was connected to Nazis. He pardons Gorbachev, and then both speak of the New World Order. They Gorbachev had this weird connection with the Christ consciousness cult, the Baha'ism, and there's this huge thing with Baha'ism and the UN, and that
And the alien stuff too, as
yeah,
well.
yeah, definitely. It's like uh
And it's
they're
connected to the British Empire as well,
yeah. Yeah, I
because
was
Edward Lytton, who wrote The Coming Race of the Vril, he was the guy who came up with the term "the pen is mightier than a sword," and he was very connected into the British Empire. I mean, it goes into like that as well.
yeah. Yeah, the whole Cecil Rhodes thing, it's like
The Social Road thing's crazy.
yeah, like some of the people were it's like there's this weird connection with the intelligence agencies and the Nazis uh the British and the what was I trying to Google the other night? Something about how there was this weird connection of well, I was trying to dig into the IMF stuff, and I've noticed a weird money thing going on with like Rockefeller, for example, where
Yeah,
it's like
Rockefeller and Chase, Manhattan Bank, and all that. They're who funded Wall
yeah,
Street, who funded the rise of Adolf to push the Aristophanes Vril
yeah,
thing of the aristocrats, eugenicist in America. Henry Ford, Alan Dulles, who created the CIA, MK Ultra stuff. That's where it's all stemming from, and that's who funded it, and that's who did all this mind control research. And now everything is like so backwards on the internet. Like it's like a
yeah.
Sabbathean inversion kind of thing connected to it, because at the end of the day, it's all they're like it's people think
Everybody's
that it's different groups, but it's one group who camouflages under different religions and
yeah,
nations, but everyone else pays the price for it when it's another group pretending that they're these different nationalities, religions, nation states, and all
yeah,
that. They're all in the same organization. Um,
yeah. The
you can
Illuminati,
see it through the ideologies.
yeah. That's why that Proofs of Conspiracy book is good because it's like
Yes.
he shows how it's like the doctrines of how the order goes and how the it's like the whole Communist Manifesto was Illuminati. The it's like Cooper goes over how the protocols were all Illuminati and that it was all a front to try to scapegoat and get people
Yeah,
to
because that plays that's what it is. It's
yeah they keep them chasing their tail.
that chase their tail. And yep.
Yeah, because even Nasta Webster was a racist, and she still goes into in the World Revolution book. She goes into how the protocols were straight up Illuminati. Every word, every statement was already made. Same with the Communist Manifesto, and that Weishaupt sums it all up in one statement. He would legitimize slavery. And that's what they're done. You buy a car, you gotta pay tax. You sell it, you gotta pay tax. The next person sells it, they pay tax. Everything is taxed. There's a middleman in everything.
As a
It's like
bill,
yeah, it's like
Jordan
imagine
Maxwell was like you pay with a bill, so you're billing someone, and it's a bill, and you get a bill for a bill, so you know, like
yeah, it's all credit. It's
yeah,
like when I was a kid, I would go to the skate park, try to get some weed, get ripped off. Somebody would middleman and short it, and then uh, and so I see this system, but at a much larger scale. It's all these like, oh, you transferred money through PayPal, we're gonna take this percentage, or you put, all this different stuff. It's all tracked. It's all, they've been tracking this for years since the '90s. If you were to go to a store in the '90s and buy uh, sodium, what's that called? A sodium bulb or whatever, the stuff that the
mhm.
farmers use to grow weed, you would be put on a list and you'd be investigated. And so like everything that, it's like there's no hiding anything, basically. The New World Order sees everything. The all-seeing eye.
Also, an interesting thing about credit is that people, it's so black and white, where they're like, credit and debt is bad, period, and we need like asset-backed stuff. And
Yeah,
that's actually the goal of the Illuminati and the technocracy, is to get rid of debt and credit. Debt and credit, it's not, everyone looks at it black and white, but debt and credit, you can get a home, or you can start a business. You're gonna have to pay it back and all that. So it's not all terrible. But the technocracy agenda is to put every single thing on the blockchain and bring in Sharia banking into the whole entire planet. That's like literally, they've said their goals and wrote it down, and this is connected to the Rockefellers. It's
yeah,
connected to the UN, and it's in. There's a book called A Cautionary Trail: The Last Betrayal. And it goes into the technocratic agenda, and I've been studying blockchain and all that, the Bitcoin stuff, all the crypto stuff, for over maybe 15 years or something. So like really have a deep understanding of that. And now I'm learning about the smart cities and the technocracy,
yeah,
and putting everything together, especially with the dark enlightenment accelerationism, where they want to accelerate racism, so it collapses society, and they want to accelerate capitalism so they can get rid of capitalism, to get rid of free markets, and bring in and usher in the high income, basic income, right? That you'll own nothing and be happy.
old communism.
Like that's literally what's happening.
Yeah,
Pretty nuts.
Elon Musk even said it. He's like, "Oh, everybody's gonna have a basic income." It's like, well, we're all gonna be serfs.
And another thing that's on the agenda is to plug everyone into virtual reality and use their body as a battery to charge the AI. Like that's all in
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
the
they're
stuff.
making money off us for sure. Everything we do, every post, every opinion, everything everybody posts on the internet, even us right now, they're analyzing the data, putting it through, selling it to, stores and stuff. They're it's like you can't even look at a modern stock market thing unless you pay money to see what all the numbers are really at or something. That I forget how.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah,
And then it's all the data, like it's just next level data stuff, and that's
yeah,
now with the phone, like it tracks my steps or whatever, like how many steps I take, and
yeah,
then the wearables. It's just all data gathering, and even I live in a smart city where we have the Google self-driving cars, the
yeah.
Waymo cars. That is just a camera driving around, learning the environment. It's just data for the AI, for Google, and it's just studying the birds, how they fly, how people act and walk. And so like if an event happens, like a stock market crash or a stock market pump or whatever, all that data of how people are walking with their phones, what they're searching, how they're reacting, it's like so next level. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're able to. They can push psychology on people more than they've ever been able to.
And
That,
then also, sorry for interrupting, but
oh, you're
also
good.
the patents that like Amazon has, where they order stuff for you before you hit purchase, because they know the pattern recognition of a person of what they're going to do. So they
Yeah,
could show in an algorithm videos of something that's going to make someone mad to their own belief system through their own autonomic nervous system programming, to piss them off for a week or a month advance time. So, okay, he's pissed off. We showed him this. He's really mad. We could see his heart rate's up. He's
Yeah.
going to calm down in 3 days. He usually does, and he orders
Ugh.
this ice cream. They like, and then this, like, it's like so next level.
Yeah. Yeah, because they could literally monitor you through your phone and know what you're looking at on Facebook or Twitter.
Mhm. And even the drive-throughs are AI.
Yeah, it's definitely getting pretty disgusting out. It's definitely well, Cooper says they started introducing the at Disney World that he said in the 90s he went through it to the maybe it was in the 80s, I don't know, but he said he goes through the future city thing, and that the first thing you had to do was put your hand under something, and it had to be your right hand, and you had to scan something, and that he said it was programming for the future of how they wanted that humanity would all scan shit all the time, and that it's like you go to the gas station, they want the stupid cards to get the discount. It's like, blah blah blah, and it's like they've got us all. It's just crazy because it's like fucking. I mean, this. Well, I was gonna bring up Jeff Bezos because it's like he on the internet he used to openly say that he was pro-communist, and that and then he's got this huge business. He gets large government grants and stuff during the pandemic, and that same with Tesla. It's like, and then this new type of business is ushered in all at the same time. Everybody buying stuff from Amazon, everybody getting food digitally, all this DoorDash stuff, all this people renting the houses or whatever. What is that called? They rent the house for one
Airbnb.
night. Yeah, yeah, that's part of this new system of money making that they've schemed up, where they get people to use their own cars or houses for other people to make money on some digital app that takes a cut, a middleman. I mean, it's just crazy.
Have you looked into these Jeffrey files at all?
Oh yeah, I've seen quite a bit. It seems
How do
pretty
you
disgusting.
how do you like, I think there's a website where like it's up where you can like search it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way stuff is these days, it's like, I mean, they're just feeding us information, and that they're showing us what they want us to see, and like, I think it's all just to keep our eye off the ball, and that it's like I remember in the '90s when like they had that O.J. Simpson trial, and that's all the media was covering, and like even the teacher at school made us watch it the whole year.
Yeah. No, so I'm looking up OJ Simpson now in the files. And they're talking about the trials.
Yeah, it was every day at school, all day. Fucking this teacher would be like, she'd put it on from like the start of school. I think it was in middle school or something. It was like, I was like, this is crazy. This teacher is making us take notes on the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah.
But everybody was looking at that. But meantime, Billary is doing some kind of new covenant with England, and that fucking all sorts of crazy shit's going down. NAFTA, GATT, both internationalist programs to destroy the middle class through importing of goods, and that's when all Ford and all these companies went to Mexico and China and stuff.
I'm looking up the word. I found the website and I looked up the word poop to see what pops up. I will get a poop sample container from the vet tomorrow. They're talking about like a dog. Sweaty balls, backfiring poop, not pretty. They're talking about some dog that keeps pooping. Maybe I do a video, a viral video on the Epstein poop files.
Oh yeah. Well, that's fucked up how Hollywood and like R. Kelly and shit. It's like, man, I remember in 2000 or 2001 in the hood and stuff, everybody in the hood was listening to that Best of Both Worlds Jay-Z album and stuff. And it's like how is this so mainstream, you know? It's like why is this, you know, it wasn't even like good rap or anything and it was
Because it's
like
NPCs. They're just
yeah, it
told
was
what to like.
yeah. The and then cuz Jay-Z was in the files, the Mr. what's his name? Pepe
Rockefeller Records.
the Pepe Steam files.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never liked Jay Z, man.
Oh yeah. Well, he admits he's an initiate in his songs.
He's
Even
like
Lauren
with
Hill.
Marina. Well, Lauren Hill was at the Grammys. Like the Grammys just show it was all the UN, everything. Jelly Roll,
Yeah.
it's like I know that he came from like a real dude from the bottom, but they've awarded him so much that's like next level sketch. But the whole Grammys was just Billie Eilish. It was just all the talking heads of this like the left. That was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah. They all. What is that thing they do? They dress in the weird stuff to try. It's all like it's the same bullshit that Will Smith's son does, the Scientologist. It's like they're trying to uh they're attention whores. They're uh I mean it's all psychological. Everything that these occults do. They show us these movies, all these end of the world movies and zombie movies and stuff.
Hmm.
It's like they
Yeah,
put us in a state of mind. Uh it's like because they all practice this thing where they train to not have any emotions or any reaction to anything, and like they're
right.
gonna it's like a weird game to them to see what they can get us to believe in. uh that's why they're pushing all this weird stuff because it's like they want us to believe in their surreal story as literal, and then the more people they get into it, the more you know, it's like the more of the great work they've accomplished, the great work of the Illuminati. uh it's
Crazy.
yeah, it's freaking and the idea that like so all these different podcasters rejected me talking to them or coming on their shows or anything because I was speaking out against the Christ consciousness.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like that's like a theosophical. Well, I've lost I would say more than half of my audience because I wouldn't join the socialist movements and push that. So like it's good. Goodbye, you know.
Oh
Like
yeah,
uh,
it's like
I w-
freedom is total opposite of socialism. I mean,
yeah. And all these like because I had like a nice following for a while because when the lockdowns were happening, I was explaining what was happening and I got traction. But then all this big socialist movement took place and bye bye everybody. They all
yeah,
jumped up, became ultra racist and like
yeah.
the but I whatever.
What's crazy because I'm doing so much research and finding where it's like Cooper brings up the boats going from Germany to Israel that most of them sank. That there was an agreement with I don't remember if it was Truman or what, but it wasn't Eisenhower. It was somebody else. But they made an agreement with the Saudi prince that if the Saudi prince attacked Israel, they wouldn't intervene. And it was like, you know, there was deals going on which were not, you know, like people have came on the podcast who literally lived in Israel. Dan used to live there, and Sabrina used to go there as well. But they said that the UN wasn't in Israel, but the UN's everywhere else, and it's like the UN isn't help. There's this. I think that there's
No,
a
I've
lot to
heard
do.
I've heard that too. I've heard that too as well. Like where
Well, this
um yeah.
has to do with the British Israelism that they believe that the crown believes that they're the quote unquote true tribe of Judah, and that they're trying to destroy other tribes, quote unquote.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what the Nazis. That's what the
lot of
Nazis are doing.
there's a lot of Knights of Malta stuff too with everything that's been happening as well.
Oh yeah, it's like another good book, Two Babylons, uh, by Alexander Hislop, discusses how Rome is Babylon, but like the Knights of Malta, whatever. Yeah, the.
It's like some Jesuit stuff too, like that's left out of all the podcasters that decided to be
Yeah,
conspiracy theorists. They never talk about any of the other tentacles of
yeah.
power.
Well, there's with the secret societies. It's like some are for some are for science, some are for books, some are for government, some are for banks, some are for all sorts of different stuff. But there's certain ones that are for military, and
Mhm.
that the Knights of Malta is the military order for the Vatican, and that the Jesuits are the militia of the Vatican, and that they go on missions to a mission,
Mhm.
another
Oh, that's
country,
funny. Yeah.
and that they're saying what they're doing, right? But like, uh, but so it's interesting because I found a diagram that showed it showed military orders, and it listed the Cincinnati Society, which ties into JJ's research. But the um, it's like old Rome versus new Rome versus middle Rome.
Mhm. No, yeah, for sure.
the I think there's something huge going on in Mexico with the OTO and the Nazis.
That's what I've been saying too. Yeah. I was not saying that, but I've been like, there's some weird stuff going on for sure
Yeah,
recently.
Mexico
And I
City.
brought it up to my friend because we like to go down there, and I was bringing up some things that were strange going on, especially with like the geopolitical moves that are happening. That's
Yeah,
that is interesting.
well, there's weird stuff. One of my friends, I haven't seen him in a couple of years, but he goes down to Mexico and he crosses the border illegally, and that he brings back these statues of aliens that he claims that he's digging up, and that
Oh, weird.
yeah, I don't know if they're. I thought they were totally fake until I seen one in real life, and I was like, this is. It definitely looks old. I
Bro, I
mean,
saw
it's
something washed up when I was a kid at an ocean. I don't know if it was in Mexico, but I was like, yo, this is an alien or something. And I took it home, and then my mom threw it out. But I'm really convinced that this thing was like an alien from like thousands of
I
years
mean,
ago.
you're right by Alien Central. I mean,
Yeah.
like 100
Alien.
miles from Area 51 or something.
Yeah. It's a lean.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what's weird about the conspiracy. That whole alien thing is it, because the people that report it, the pilots and stuff, they're reporting physical objects doing supernatural things, and that the people. This is what I was going to bring up about Rockefeller, because it's very strange. I don't remember if you've seen that video that I sent you of the psychologist being interviewed about alien abductees.
No, maybe I did. I don't
He
remember.
was given like millions of dollars by Rockefeller to investigate alien abduction phenomenon, and that he said in one of the interviews, he was like, I have very high clients, that would have no gain anywhere, and financially or in society, from saying this stuff publicly. And like, I had the weird. This hunch is based off from the Palomar Observatory, I think it's called, where this guy claimed he's seen elves, and they told him to get money from the Rockefellers, and that I think that that scientist was paid by Rockefeller to investigate uh, alien abduction phenomena, because I think Rockefeller might be a victim of it.
Oh, weird. And then
Yeah,
Lawrence Rockefeller, he was funding it with the Clintons, the alien research.
I mean
Like,
they're,
yeah.
they're related to the Crown, and the Crown think there's some special blood or something, and that the what if there was some kind of strange program with some kind of entities or aliens or something, where they were keeping track of their experiments, and that they were I mean, the whole conspiracy is just, I wouldn't even delve into it if I didn't see UFOs, like or like me and the German lady, we talk about sleep paralysis, and that the sleep paralysis, I've seen weird shit that I can't explain. Beings of light and beings of darkness.
Yeah. No, there's some weird stuff going on for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely spooky. The well, I mean, but what was I gonna get at? The that's what the whole, all those festival people, they have the flower of life tattoo. They believe that they're God, and they're all crazy. No offense to any of those people. But,
No, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with that too.
yeah, because those are all the ones that are protesting and causing all sorts of chaos in society. They've all got this attitude of destruction or something that,
It's like degenerating the culture back to the womb. It's like going back, even like the whole uh like alternative research type truther community during the lockdowns. Like, I totally saw how they were regressing, where they were scared and they're like, I want to go live in nature away from society, and like that whole
yeah,
same thing. Not saying that like that wouldn't be cool to have like some nature, but like you, it's also
they're
it's just like
they're
uh,
making their goal.
civilization.
Well, their goal is to put everybody back into the symbolic Garden of Eden, and that's
Mm.
why the people are running around nude and stuff, and they're all vegans and stuff. And there's well, that's why India, they're all vegans. Excuse me. But like, like George Bush, what the oath of the Illuminati is to only eat rooted vegetables, and that the same oath is the skull and bones, and that that they're practicing some sort of something from the Far East, and that it's a death cult. I mean, that whole thing with the Rosicrucians, and the consider that Rosicrucian monument, the Guidestones, consider that as the Illuminized Rosicrucians, when they took the Jesus stuff out of the equation, and they added the eugenics, uh, which Max Heindel was a Rosicrucian. He goes into that in the book. Um, what was that book? The Rosicrucian Cosmoconception, and the what the hell was that called? Oh, Freemasonry and Catholicism, which he goes over what they believe, especially in that Cosmoconception books. It's like he's talking about the different races and strange blood, quote unquote, he's saying like and he's going over this. It's like the core of their racism. It's like they think that the races that aren't the Aryan race are less evolved, and that it's their duty or something to uh, cycle out the old races by interbreeding them or just famine. Uh, and so, I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, that's why they use the rose. I think I think Ellie brought this up, where it's like the rose was something that they made. They made it. They engineered the species to be red or whatever. And so, like, this idea of it's like Max Heindel uses this. He compares people to mules and donkeys and horses, and the donkey and the horse makes the mule, and that the mule it cannot propagate, and that it and so they think that when the people are blended, that they won't properly propagate. They'll propagate less, like the donkey, which, and their religion is fucked up because, like,
crazy stuff. The
yeah,
ass. It's the ass.
yeah, well, it's weird because they're taking like an old metaphor, and they're trying to like literally attach it to different people, and the old metaphor was about enlightenment and stuff, and it didn't have anything to do with like race or anything, like in the physical genetic sense. It was all about making people smart.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, although Aryan race occultists all preach the Paul stuff, and that they're that it's, I mean, that's a huge subject. It's the whole Rome and
Yeah, I've listened to about it recently.
yeah. You remember that movie that's based on a book, The Man That Would Be King, by Rudyard Kipling, I think. Well, so they go to India or some shit, and that it's a Masonic movie, a Masonic book. They show the signs and in the movie, but like
Nice.
that they go and they find this tribe or something that has the see, in the movie they put the compass in the square, but in the book I'm pretty sure that when he opens the lid of the container of Alexander the Great, that it had a swastika, and that Dennis Cuddy relates this to all these Rhodes Scholars people who had swastikas on their grave before the Nazis, like in the early 1900s, and that
we should do like a movie night where we watch it.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I'd be down. That's definitely I seen that movie like 20 years ago, and I was like, it took me forever to figure out what the hell it was actually about. I mean, it shows like the secular humanism in the movie, where the arrow hits the guy and it hits his armor, and that all the tribal people think that he's immortal, and then well, I guess I won't give it away, but like it shows how they take over nations. He's like making a deal with this guy in London, and he's like, "Oh, we're a jolly fellowship or something." He like strings off all these words. It's like, oh, geez, this is definitely. Then on the train, though, he's got the Masonic watch, and he like shows it to the other guy or something, and it's like, "Oh, are you a fellow traveler?" But from the east.
Oh, really?
West to east in search of light, or I don't remember which phrase they used. That's real though, because I used to skateboard to the bar every Friday and have 2 beers, and like I sometimes I'd see people that were wearing Mason rings, and I would be like, "Oh, are you a fellow traveler?" or I would say, are you a widow's son? And that they would, reply with the thing, the and then they'd go into some really odd conversation. The I was talking to this one old dude at my ex's family reunion. He was a 32nd degree, and I was like talking about the mystery school stuff because I noticed he was a Mason, and I pretended like I was a Mason.
Oh, that's hilarious. And you probably knew more about it.
Well, he was all into his wife was all religious, and I'm like, oh, so does your wife know that Jesus is Lucifer? And he started laughing. He's like, no, no, no. He was laughing because he was acknowledging that he knew that, and that because that's what the mystery schools teach. That's what Alvin Boyd Kuhn says on page 333.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just says it flat out. Nobody else has quoted this besides Cooper and me, and I only knew about it because of Cooper. He does like 6 episodes on the subject.
Oh,
The
wow.
Lost in Light series, or Lost Light. That's what it's all about. They're the light. You go into the Masons, you ask for light. You ask for light in every degree or whatever. Uh,
We definitely got to do this movie, and maybe I'll read the story so I can have more info on it. But I have to roll on out of here.
oh yeah, it's definitely cool hanging out.
Yeah, for sure. And it'd be cool if you could, I don't know what you're doing on the Super Bowl, but if you could come like we did last year where we
Oh
did the
yeah,
Super Bowl thing, the decode, that'd be really cool.
yeah, I'd be down.
That's on Sunday. Even if you could pop in for a little bit, that'd be tight.
Yeah, I'd be down. I don't usually do anything on Sundays.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep watching though, so I want to keep hearing what you got to say on the Jordan Maxwell and everything.
Oh yeah, well, take it easy.
I'll see you soon.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, so it's interesting because mainly P. Hall, he talks in the surrealism in his book. He's pro New Atlantis, Plato's Republic, etc. But but then Jordan Maxwell speaks out against it, and that's not why I believe that Jordan Maxwell was not part of the Illuminati or part of Jordan might have been a Mason or something, but that doesn't uh, that doesn't exclude him from being you know uh, someone who is trying to speak out against the New World Order and expose the secret mystery. Well, let's see here. Well, I'll send you a invite if you want to ask questions about what was just said. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, so say Todd's coming on tomorrow. Um, the how was I gonna say? Yeah, Jordan. His stories are definitely they're very interesting. I think that they're I mean he's a first-hand witness, and for him to tell his stories, regardless of what people think about them, it's a weird subject because a lot of people don't know about the supernatural stories that Jordan would tell about the very strange coincidences, the people that would say things that knew stuff that he couldn't have known or that they couldn't have known, and that he didn't know if they were reading his mind or if they had somehow seen the past or been there, and that it's definitely very interesting. I forgot to send an invite out. I think. What was that? What time is it? Oh yeah. Okay. So that's yeah. But so the cults and stuff. There's many different variations. The Illuminati seems to be the dark side of the occult. Their practices and fornication and the OTO and so on and so forth. That's come straight from Illuminati, Cagliostro, Jacob Boehm. Dennis Cuddy says that Jacob Boehm invented the Hegelian dialect. Jacob Boehm, he was a theosophist, 1500s before Weishaupt, and that there's lineages of people high in psychology and high in well, the mystery schools that have passed on the wand of the torch, and that the whole psychological field seems to be an extension of 1700s Illuminati, and that and that they're using it as a tool to push more of the socialism, and that they've indoctrinated the masses into these into their well, you talk to any shrink or something, and they will not say, none of them believe in ghosts or anything. None of them believe in God. They're all fucking. Well, there's nothing against people being atheists or anything, but that they're fully ingrained in this a system that doesn't cure people or anything. It just makes them worse. I mean, maybe not all. They might cure a couple people or something, but most people who seem to go into you know, who are on all sorts of weird medicines and stuff, that they seem to get worse and worse, more and more crazy, and that I think it's like a giant socialist experiment, and that they use ideologies and pharmaceuticals to keep people's minds in a uh, complacent and an emotionally driven state of mind, and that even the mystery school stuff that's preached the profane, it's all about keeping them in the emotional state of mind. And that think of like Weishaupt and his school of Illuminati as a school which taught a symphony orchestra dude how to direct the people. And so the Illuminati went and created and infiltrated as many secret societies and religions as they could. And then they started changing the doctrines to fit their doctrine. And that's it would have been cool to discuss these things with Jordan. He's a I've definitely seen all his videos and heard all his lectures. The I think that Jordan would be proud of what's going on the internet with people, you know, don't research and stuff, and trying to see what the fuck they're trying to push at us and stuff. All these movies and stuff. That's the only reason I really watch movies, is just to see what they're trying to push on the masses. The what was that? That movie the fuck was that called? the housemaid, the housemaid movie. It was all about empowering women to commit murder, and that it was a fucked up movie. I mean, wasn't really that great, but it was worth the watch, I guess. But the but so it was all about situational ethics. That's all it was about. The housemaid, whole movie of situational ethics. That's from a psychological view, and even in the end of the movie, uh, let me they showed that on the guy's grave, they showed, and it had the lady in the movie from the stupid American Horror Story, and that where the fuck's that grave at? Okay, where'd it go? The grave though, it had a symbol of Sirius right on the grave. Where the fuck is the tombstone? Damn it! I knew I should. Oh, there it is. Oh, god damn it! I mean, you can see the. Let me put this on the screen. Is it right? Why is there? Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so you can see right there on the left the temple. And if I were to zoom in on it has the symbol of Sirius, and that let me see if I can get it to that spot where it shows it up close. Damn it! I'm pretty sure I took a. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me just get it at the spot. It was a whole movie about situational ethics, and then at the end, it's got the symbol of Sirius on the guy's gravestone, or the guy's crypt, or whatever you want to call it. Another angle as well. Yeah, so it's on there twice. There it is above the door of the crypt. The symbol of Sirius. You'll find the same symbol above the elevator in the Washington Monument, which was made by a secret society. The symbol of Sirius. There's a few other what was I gonna?
That spells
Oh shit! There's a few other
news.
What was it? There was. You already showed already mentioned the Thule one. Damn it! I don't remember which one it was. Well, but that's when you know that these theosophists are making the movies and stuff, and their god is Sirius, the light, quote unquote. And then they show the symbol of their god at the end of the movie, imprinting on the mind. This is. I mean, I'm talking like from a psychological point of view of what they're they're showing you their calling card in the movie. They're saying, I'm a fellow traveler. That's what they're saying. They're saying I'm a widow's son when he shows that symbol of Sirius in that movie, whoever that director was. In the No Country for Old Men, though, or no, not that movie. The Man That Would Be King. That movie is incredibly blatant. Let me see if I can bring up that scene. Well, it's just a watch. I can't actually show the scene, I don't think. But what the fuck? I had a hair in my mouth. the what was I gonna get at? Well,
Anything that happens in the world is news, north, east, west, and south. Anyway, let's go on with this. Here it is again. The old ancient prehistoric symbol of the sun. Going back to the old Phoenician Canaanites.
yeah, the sun and the moon, two pillars.
Sumerians.
Two pillars of the mysteries.
The same symbol. The Buddhists and the Hindus in India have the symbol. The Aztecs and the Mayas had it.
Yeah, some were ascribed to the sun, but some were ascribed to Earth.
The cross in the middle of a circle.
Or the Earth aligned with the
One of
sun.
the oldest symbols in the world for the sun.
It's the four elements.
This is in Iraq. This is in Jerusalem. This is in a synagogue in Jerusalem.
The old symbol of Earth.
Here it is again.
But I mean, it's also the sun, but it's I think it got confused somewhere. The mystery schools wanted to change the doctrine to the sun to go with Rome.
And showing that
in the
children
Sol
are
Invictus
taught
worship.
to pray to the cross in the circle, which goes back to the old ancient Phoenician, and that even prior to the ancient Phoenician goes back to, and here's the host with the cross on it, the circle.
Yeah, the mystery schools of Cain. They have to literally do
ancient formula.
They have to have a physical thing happen, such as eating the Eucharist,
far more
because
than you would
they
suspect.
believe in works, quote unquote, not faith. It all has to do with
the caps of the French used to carry it. That's in Freemasonry.
Excuse me.
Churches. Rosicrucians. Queen. Queen Mum. There's Queen Mum with the symbol of the cross. This ancient sun cross of the most ancient people of the world. And today it's still being used all over the world, and people have no idea in the world where it came from. Even the Nazis. You'll see the Nazis had the sun cross.
They also wore the red fez.
Nazis with their sun cross.
The red flag for the god of war.
Now,
they thought they were Aries,
Aries. May not seem very important.
God of war, Aries,
for
Aryan.
The reason why it's important is because, and this will only be just a moment.
There's the widow's son, Hiram of Tyre. Tyre was of Naphtali.
Even the Pope wears the sun cross.
That's
there it is again.
The constellation.
At the Vatican.
Naphtali.
You need to ask yourself, how come the old ancient petroglyph from thousands and thousands, probably anywhere from 10 to 15,000 years ago, the old prehistoric world marked the symbol of the sun as a... It's the same way that it is now at the Vatican. Is there a message here or what? So when you talk about God's Son being the light of the world, you better look at it, because there's something else going on here.
Yeah, that'd be cool to have one of those old projectors. I've got some slides of Egypt, that a big book of slides. I don't remember how I got them. Somebody gave them to me or something, because they know that I studied Egypt and shit. I have no way to put them on the screen or anything.
This is number 5.
Hold up a flashlight or something.
Yeah, this is number 5. Okay. Okay, yes. Now, we're talking about the law before, and Moses is the lawgiver.
Yeah,
actually, the word Moses is a Egyptian word, and in the ancient Egyptian language, the word Moses meant the son of. Like in Hebrew today, Ben, B-E-N, means in Hebrew the son of. So like Judah ben Hur, Judah was the son of, his father's last name was Hur, H-U-R. Judah
It's
ben
like two
Hur,
symbols
or
of God,
Ben, B-E-N means the son of.
Son of God.
Incidentally, if you look up in the Hebrew Encyclopedia, look up the word
The
Hur. I did that
Abraham,
for Judah ben
not
Hur.
God, is in the first.
H-U-R is a Hebrew spelling of Horus. The sun god Horus was called in Hebrew Hur, H-U-R. So when the sun came up in the morning, Horus was our newborn son, and he took 12 steps across heaven. They were called Horuses, H-O-U-R-S, Horus. And he took 12 steps. That's why we get a 12-step program for alcoholics, a 12-step program when you go to school.
They also
You
use
start in
the
first
circle,
grade
the
and you end up in
triangle,
the 12th
symbol, the
grade.
tetragram.
It's a 12-step program because the ancient Egyptians said that the sun, whose name was Horus, when he was risen in the morning with our risen Savior, he walked across the sky in 12 steps, and each one was a different Horus. The first was Horus of the first step, Horus of the second step, Horus of the third step, and going down the line, Horus of the 12th step. So there were 12 different Horuses. And consequently, we took the word Horus, H-O-R-U-S, and turned it around and make it H-O-U-R-S.
Well,
So it's 12 hours.
3 versions
12
of
hours
Horus:
is just changing
sunrise,
the U and
high
the
noon,
R
and
and
sunset.
Horus. So the 12 Horuses are the 12 steps in heaven, which are the 12 hours of day. And consequently, the sun brought light into the world, and in Latin, the sun, or light in Latin, is Lucius. Lucius, Lucifer, Luce, Lux, Lucius, all mean in Latin light. This is why you have Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is Lucius walking across the sky, and he's doing battle with the Prince of Darkness, whose name in the Egyptian was Set, S-E-T, because they noticed it got dark at sunset.
Oh, for the comments,
And
Pedro,
consequently, God's son was
Yeshua or
chasing
whatever
that
was
evil
Hebrew. In the Greek, it
Prince
was
of Darkness
Jesus.
until he died at the 12th step, and then he's gone, and he leaves the world in the hands of the Prince of
Horus
Darkness.
in Greek is
And his name was Set.
I-E-S-O-U-S.
Of course, it does get dark at sunset. Now, keeping all that in mind, we have the law, the Mosaic law. Volcanoes are very important now in this in the Mosaic law. A lot of people don't know the connection between a volcano and the Mosaic law. Well, let me show you.
Yeah, pillar of fire by day, or pillar of smoke by day,
Volcanoes,
pillar
like
of fire
any
by
other
night.
impressive and fearful aspect of nature, volcanoes have been the object of worship for human beings in the earliest Stone Age.
I gotta take a leak.
Yet the original Yahweh seems to have begun as a volcano god also. Mount Sinai, incidentally, the moon god in the old Phoenician Canaanite system, the moon god in Cana was called Sin, S-I-N. That was the name of the moon god. And in the ancient Phoenician Canaanite language, which we today call Hebrew, Hebrew is actually the Phoenician Canaanite language. The word for a mountain is Ai. And the ancient Phoenician Canaanite, Ai was a word for the mountain. So the mountain of the moon god was Sin, and the mountain is Ai. So they put it together and becomes Sinai. Mount Sinai is nothing more than the mountain of the moon god, which, I don't care. If you think that's holy, fine. But there's nothing holy in Israel. There ain't never been nothing holy in Israel. There's nothing holy in Rome. There's nothing holy in Salt Lake City. There's nothing holy in Rome, and there sure as hell is nothing holy in Mecca. All of this is a play on words and terms, and that's why you can call out to God, and all the nations of the world can call out to the divine to protect you and to protect your country, and there's no protection coming. God did not step in to save the Jews from Hitler, and it does not appear that God's doing anything to step in to save this country. Why? Because like Thomas Jefferson says, I fear for this country when I remember that God is just. Meaning that until you get yourself in line with truth, and until you've got just correctly understood the divine presence in the universe and what is truth, and until you do that, don't call out to God. And remember how in the book of Isaiah, when the scripture says, the scripture says in Isaiah, God saying to the people, when what you dread comes upon you as pregnant pains upon a pregnant woman, as pains of distress upon a pregnant woman, when what you dread comes upon you like pains of distress on a pregnant woman, do not call out to me to help you. Do not call out, because I will not be found. Quite simply meaning, until you get your theology and your life in tune with the divine universe and that divine universal God force
What I
of the
miss?
universe, until you start getting yourself in tune with the real truth of who God is and who created
Ugh.
this universe and how it all
I
came
mean, just
into
because
being,
it's
until
connected
you're
with
ready to do
Horus,
that, don't call out to
etymologically
God
doesn't
for anything.
mean
Because
that
God
it's
is
some
going
kind
to
of
do
bad
whatever
thing.
he's going to do, but just make sure you don't get in the way, thinking that you're doing something wonderful, and come to find out, no, you're part of the problem. You haven't done your homework. And that's what I've been telling people for years. I'm not trying to criticize
Well, there's
anybody.
some
I'm telling
crazy
you,
shit
do
underneath
your homework.
Jerusalem.
Because
I
I am
seen a
totally convinced
video
that there is
where
a very powerful divine presence.
I seen a video where uh I think it was Simcha Jacovici, where he goes under he goes into some kind of like thing under Jerusalem, and it's like these huge caverns or something. It's like what was it? No, maybe it was the show with the guy Josh Gates, the archaeology show. It might have been that one actually, but I'm pretty sure it was that one actually. Yeah, well, I mean, like, well, in the books though, that Solomon Stables has like huge pillars, and the whatever was down there seemed to be, I think it was an underground marketplace at divided sections. Think of like in London how they used to have a bunch of stores on the bridge in London, or the in England or whatever, the London Bridge. Yeah, the it's very interesting. No, no, it was right under. It was like underneath the Temple Mount or some shit. It was well, it was half flooded. I mean, there was like 2 feet of water. It had like probably like 15 or 20 foot ceilings. Uh, well, it's just well, there's also all these tunnels and shit that fucking they had. There was tunnels all over Jerusalem where they would hide from the Romans. They were living underground, hiding from the Romans because the Romans were uh, treating them like shit, and the Romans were, they had a war against Rome, and that they were, you know, they were trying to get escape Rome, and so they were all living underground and shit. That they were, uh, that they didn't have any public temples that really had what their religion was, which was, that's where I say the word uh, Yeshua comes from adding the letter Shin to the Tetragrammaton, and that the and that this is the when you have the Tetragrammaton of the pyramid, this is you'll see that word is below it. You'll see an upside down heart, which is a flame, the eternal flame, quote unquote. They were saying that the omnipotent, the what was I getting at? The well, so but there was people that were against Rome. They had to conceal what they were truly talking about through gematria in the Old and New Testament. I mean, the New Testament more, because if the theory of Nero being the 666 in Revelations, that they were talking about in Revelations they were talking about downfall of Rome, the new world, where Rome would no longer control them, and that the Rome is I mean, it literally says in the end of Revelations he's going into a new world or some shit, a new Earth. The I mean, it could be relative to Jesus going in the Earth symbols. That whole thing, the heart of the earth. It says in Greek, and in the King James. Well, oops.
I have a high respect for that divine presence in the universe, and I think we need to get in tune with it, because that's the only thing that's going to save us. Our leaders are not leaders, they're misleaders. Yet the original Yahweh seems to have begun as a volcano god. Mount Sinai, where
That's
Moses
a long
encountered
story.
him, was the seat of a Midian.
That has to do. The writers are misunderstanding the secret word. You know, they say that Moses, quote unquote, used the Shemham Pharesh to part the Red Sea. That Moses contacted God through the secret word, the Shemham Pharesh, and that they say that what was it? What was the other dude? That he also used the secret word, and that I think it was Jonah, maybe, but and that it's like the Kabbalistic writers say that Jesus had the secret word, the Shemham Pharesh, and that's how he was performing the miracles. So the secret word, which created magic, and that it's very interesting because of the world of numbers, the different variations of the secret names were key numbers and huge mathematical calculations for the earth and the universe and all sorts of measurements and stuff, and the also certain types of numbers that create repeating numbers. uh those were always held of as sacred, quote unquote. And then the pi mathematics with the circle geometry, uh pi, which has sections of numbers which are relative to certain sayings in the Old Testament. uh the let's see here. It's it's a complicated subject, because it's like there there's a deep story in the story, and that there's overlooking of it, that it's like Moses goes up to the mountain of the moon, uses the word, gets the law, comes back down, tells the people they're worshiping an idol, the golden calf. They find uh, they find enlightenment through the law, and that and then they drop the lower natures and the god of the lower natures, the bull, and then they pick up the symbols of uh, the symbols of enlightenment, the ram, and the blowing of the ram's horn, and that it's misrepresented as physical age, but more it's like there was an accumulation in the Old Testament stories where it appeared that it was a story of symbolic enlightenment, where they escape Egypt and whoa, Jesus, that was loud. They escape Egypt, and that that they went to the quote unquote New Jerusalem, which was a symbol of dropping the lower natures and the. You should probably put a shirt on. Dropping the lower natures and finding enlightenment. The through the belief system. The how's it going?
Well, it's so hot in here. I have to put a fan on and everything. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. But so all these symbols of enlightenment versus it's like the story of Samson. He gets his hair cut off and then he lost his power. The hair is the symbol of his halo or his
well, yeah, you've studied symbology. You know that it's a symbol.
yeah. Like in the old paintings and stuff, they have the halos as a Ouroboros, and the in Egypt, the goddess Isis, all these gods, so they had Ouroboros above their head, a serpent eating the tail.
Yeah,
Symbol of-
that's why I wanted to come on when Doenut was on, because Doenut does a lot of eisegesis. I follow him, of course, and he's a great guy, and I appreciate his work and stuff. But he
yeah.
does a lot of eisegesis, which is reading
Well,
into.
that's how the mystery schools show the public. It's like they don't tell their initiates the plane directly; they show it through the media. They've done that since the French Revolution. They passed
Yeah,
around a note that said "Now is the time," and that
yeah, totally. James Billington talks about that pretty succinctly in his book. Yeah,
yeah
yeah.
they used a similar strategy to take down the Templars, or maybe the "Now is the time" thing was what took down the Templars. No, I think it was
Well,
France.
in
Yeah.
France, the Illuminati infiltrated the French Masonic lodges and
Oh yeah, and the
created,
crown. The
and created this false dichotomy between the Jacobins and the Girondins.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, then it's interesting because Scarlet the Beast book says that the Templars took over the second half of the Illuminati revolution in France, and then they started guillotining the Illuminati.
yeah. I've got Daniel's book. I've only read parts of it, so I'm not. But I agree with his premise.
Well, most
Yeah,
of it's pretty good except for the
yeah,
last part where he
yeah.
talks about. Cooper mentions this how he talks about. He gets into the British Israelism a little bit. That's what that lion in the whatchamacallit, lion and the secret places of the lion.
Yeah, I just picked up a copy of that, so I'm going to read it next. Yeah.
Yeah, the yeah, it's definitely bizarre. I mean, they predicted that in the book it says there's a fucking UFO under the Sphinx, and that in modern
Yeah,
times they're saying that they're
yeah,
saying
that they discovered all these catacombs underneath the Sphinx, yeah, recently.
well no, they're saying that there's some kind of pillars or something under the pyramid, and that the my friend was explaining how the guy was demonstrating his technology on Joe Rogan, I think, where he was showing a mountain versus a mountain that had something in it, and the technology seemed to be accurate, and that so it the argument puts Randall Carlson's argument about it being too generic to actually bring something up. I think that it could be relative. It could be just like Cooper described, a secret entrance from the Sphinx, which goes underneath the pyramid to a secret library. Uh,
Oh, you mean where Solon visited, according to Plato?
or a UFO. I mean, the well, that's what's weird about the whole thing. You ever
Well,
see the old
I,
pictures where it has like biblical pictures and it's got like a UFO in the sky, like a beam of light? It's like, what the
I
fuck are
don't
they
know.
drawing? No, I've shown the pictures down here before. It's
Yeah, I have this theory that the pyramids and the Sphinx were pre-flood.
yeah, I think they were. I think that
Yeah.
the capstones all got removed by sailors who used them as anchors.
Well, I don't know about that specifically, but
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it.
yeah,
If you're in a big boat, you see the tip of a pyramid coming out of the water, and you're like, "Oh shit, that's a perfect anchor. Let's drill a hole in it and fucking tie a rope to it, take it with us," you know? Because like, find a
I
good
suppose.
piece of stone, you know. Uh,
Yeah, what was the capstone? It was supposed to be white limestone, or was it supposed to be gold?
they say it
Gold
was
covered.
gold
Gold covered.
or the
Yeah.
black, what you call it, the black. They've got one intact capstone, but who's to say if it's not a reproduction of from ancient times, you know?
Yeah.
Because they always had like miniatures of everything that they made, even the Sphinx. That's how they prove, or that's how you can prove that the Sphinx
And
had a
I,
lion's head.
yeah, and I don't know about the capstone idea because if you look all across the world and the Mayans, the Aztecs, even in Indonesia and East Asia and Babylon, they all never had a peak on them. They always had a flat, the
Yeah.
ziggurat. They always had a flat top. Um,
Well,
I'm wondering about that, about the Egyptian pyramids. Like,
what's different? They were using different building materials, totally different civilization. The
yeah, but I believe that after the flood and then civilization arose again and Nimrod and company started the Tower of Babel, and then the languages were confused, like I believe the scripture. And so everything was diffused across the world. So that's why we have pyramids all over the world and megaliths and stuff like that because uh,
well,
of,
I think that the
of the,
Mayans brought the pyramids, and I think that the Babylonians were a totally different culture. The
well,
because
well, the yeah,
well, there was something I was going to bring up about pyramid, and the lion. The lion. It was, the Sphinx was built when during the age of Leo, and in the age of Leo would have been when Earth was closest to Sirius, which because in the ancient religion that Sirius gave man consciousness, and that the
yeah.
the
Do you
age of the
believe that?
lion, the grip
Do
of
you
the
believe
lion's
that,
paw.
Ted? Do you
Well,
believe it? Or
it's
is that
simply
read back?
astronomy.
Is
It's
it
think
read
of it.
back into history?
Well, I
Another
mean,
another
think of
factor
it
is
like think of it like they had symbology to mark time. That's why they were always using stars, because when the stars
yeah.
were in a specific place, it was a specific time. Uh,
I don't know if this is a legitimate theory, but I I think it informs a lot of things. Is if you believe that pre-flood that there was a mist, there was a water canopy over the earth, so that man didn't have direct uh, viewing capability of all the stars and stuff like that. And so after the flood, that's when astrology started because all of a sudden they could see the night skies and that's where all astrology
well,
came from.
I mean, according to the mystery schools, the before the flood, there was the two pillars, which are the two symbols of the ancient school of wisdom of the northern hemisphere in the sky, and the ancient school of wisdom of the southern hemisphere in the sky. and that the southern hemisphere one was lost, and that the northern hemisphere one was maintained, but like that's each one was a pillar. The one was the lost pillar that was lost in the deluge, and that they say that was it Lamech or something started uh, taking off one of the pillars. One of the sons of Noah in the story was brought back the religion of Cain, and that
Okay.
and that Cain how does it go? That Cain was Cain begat Shem, or how does that go? Well, but basically that Nimrod was the god. Consider Cain a symbol of a pagan god, and that Nimrod was the more advanced symbol of the pagan god.
Yeah, Nimrod eventually became Marduk, which
The
his law
dragon.
prescribes. Yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah, I have this.
well, that's where the Satan stuff comes in. Marduk
Yeah,
the dragon,
yeah, totally.
the Order of the Dragon. You seen that temple that the fortress that the crown built in Scotland, which when you look at it from above, it's a dragon's head.
Yeah, and as Pedro was saying, if you look at Golgotha in modern Israel, it looks like a skull.
Well, it's like
Weird. Yeah.
the symbol. Well, the city where the Moloch worship prevailed was in between the city of Judah and Benjamin. And if you were to look at the altar of the Masonic Lodge, in comparison to the two pillars, the altar being the in between location, which would be Hinnom, which was the place of worship of uh, Moloch, which would occur on May 1st, and that
Yeah.
that's the modern mystery school radical socialists, May 1st, May Day.
Yeah. And also, abortion is basically the worship of Moloch. Yeah.
I mean, that lady
Sacrificing.
she was connected to that Christ consciousness cult, that Margaret Singer, I think it was.
Margaret Sanger. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. She was totally into eugenics and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
I thought it was ironic that another lady called Margaret Singer was involved with uh, mind control in the '60s.
Oh, I don't recognize that name. Wow. And I've
Yeah,
got mind control books out the wazoo, but
well, that whole Earl Bryan connection with the I mean,
Nick
that's crazy.
Brown,
Earl
Nick
Bryan,
Brown. Oh, okay.
yeah, that he was put into some high place of intelligence by Reagan, and that like Reagan and Nixon both seem to be. Well, there was a thing that was confusing because it seemed some of the senators were saying Nixon was helping the commies. Other stuff says that he was in league with the Nazis. But then,
Yeah, I think he was what we would call nowadays in Canadian media an extreme right winger.
well,
Yeah,
so then
yeah,
Reagan, the whole feel, he made that speech with the what was that
yeah.
speech?
Reagan is a conflicting figure because I mean he stood for a lot of good
Well,
things
like
on
he
the
was like
surface,
an imperial socialist.
but he also consulted with witchcraft and astrology and stuff like that, especially through his wife. Like what
Hmm.
was going on there? Yeah,
Yeah,
and he's credited with along with Pope John Paul, with the downfall of the Iron Curtain. Yeah, the
yeah. There was
Berlin
some
Wall,
secret society that was it was
orchestrating
similar.
the whole thing. Yeah.
No, it's similar to the Knights of Malta, but it was like Pope Pius VII Society or some shit. But the
Oh yeah,
more
yeah, yeah. I've read
that
about that somewhere.
I was doing a deep dive on that Kurt Waldheim, the Nazi SS officer who later became Secretary General of the UN, and that he was given he was also the president of Austria. He was given from Rome. He was given some sort of Pope Pius VII or something society. He became a member of it. He was
I'm wondering
knighted or something.
if he's mentioned in the Gladio books, because all the ex-Nazis were co-opted and put to use for the West for a certain time, and I wonder if Kurt Waldheim. I gotta look. I've got 2 books on Gladio, but I don't know.
I
I
mean,
can't
that's
remember
what I
if
think the
Kurt.
Cold War was all about. That it was about
Yeah,
it was about Nazis and the intelligence agencies going against Russians.
yeah.
And the
But it was largely a stage dialectic to a certain degree. Yeah.
well, I think it was to cover up a real Cold War. I think that
Yeah.
they were because they were like making it seem like but then I think there was something real going on. What was it? There was a bunch of connections with Cuba that I can't think of. I was reading about it the other night with Castro and
Oh, and even before Chavez, or what's his name? Not Chavez. Who
oh
was
yeah,
that freedom fighter that
yeah,
everybody
you're
wears?
thinking of the right one.
T-shirt.
Yeah,
The T-shirt. Yeah.
he was a
He was
eugenicist.
a total agent. Total agent. Yeah.
Well, he committed genocide. I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was
I think he was a
definitely a
hero.
bad guy.
But yeah,
But everybody thinks of him as a hero nowadays. I don't know.
yeah, he's garbage.
Yeah.
Chez Bavero or something.
Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a book on Che Guevara that totally rips him apart, like exposes everything about him. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, it's funny at the end because the communists ended up, murking him. They ended up they're like, oh, he's too much of a threat, so we're just gonna.
Well, he was, I guess, at the end, just a loose cannon that they couldn't control anymore. Yeah.
That's the same reason why they got rid of
That's
that.
the
What's
same
his name?
reason they got rid of Saddam Hussein, because
Well,
he was former
Saddam was
CIA. He was a
listen,
CIA agent, and he
like
just
he was
didn't.
trained by some of those Nazis or some shit in that Dennis Cuddy article. I remember how it went. His team was like right under what the fuck was that guy's name? They all went to these. They had there was all this stuff to do with Cairo and and
Oh
how
yeah,
there
and
was
the Muslim Brotherhood and all that shit. Yeah.
yeah, like the Nazis. A bunch of them changed their names to Islam names, and then they all lived in Egypt.
Yeah.
It's like, and everybody doesn't get this connection with Islam and the Nazis. It's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
it's huge, and that's why I think the Nazis are all Democrats because the Democrats are supporting the Islam.
Yeah.
And then the whole they're running a whole social experiment eugenics thing. I mean, they're they it's like I was saying earlier. It's like they want all the
Well,
people to mix because they think that people are dumb and that they need the quote unquote Aryan blood. And it's like it's all some racist bullshit. It's like it's ridiculous. It's
have you ever watched Signal to Silence? Signal Before Silence. It's this Armenian girl that's an American now, and she shows how you can uh, use Chat GPT and Grok and all those AI things in order to get good results. She shows how to beat them and stuff.
yeah,
And
you have to be very specific.
Yeah, very specific. Ask for references and check the references and stuff like that. Anyway, she just did a show on uh yeah today, I guess. I guess it was this morning. Um and
Mm.
she was talking about 23 and Me and how there's a sudden surge in people that are supposedly identified as bagels or whatever
Uh,
the correct word is.
they're playing games. The
Yeah, because
genetic stuff.
and she's saying,
There's
for the
what you can understand. It's like I think the Nazis have been practicing eugenics. They want everybody's DNA. There used to be
yeah,
Masonic
yeah.
program called the Chip program where it was
Well, and
about. Well, hold on. It
even
was it was about they would go to the carnivals and they would give people $20 for the DNA, and that they claimed it was to help find missing people, but it's like when they're involved with this Aryan conspiracy of the Nazis, it's like because Illuminati seems to run the Scottish Rite, and also Illuminati seem to have created the Nazis through Ariosophy and the Thule Society and the Rosicrucians. But
yeah. What was I going to say? Um,
this joint
yeah,
fuck.
well, she was talking about it in well, I mean, you even go back to the X Files. They talked about collecting DNA samples
Yeah,
to to do people, but she was talking about it in relation to the Greater Israel Project, and in order to expand their territory into Syria, Lebanon, and eventually Jordan, um, they need people. They need so many people because you can't just. They've got a very small population, and so she figures that that they're trying to co-opt and convince all these people that they've got bagel heritage, so that they'll swell the numbers in order to create a greater state.
I don't like you using the word bagel.
Well, what's your preferred AKA? I don't know.
well,
What
I'm
is?
part. Well, I'm part Hebrew. Not a lot, but
Yeah, so am I. Who
well,
cares?
it's insulting to any person that that that.
What's your preferred word then?
Well, I mean, people. If you say something and you're saying it, they're not going to hear your point of what you're saying. They're going to hear. They're just going to think that you're some kind of hate monger or something.
Well, there's also
It's unprofessional.
current on the internet is the word juice.
Well, there's all this people walking around the algorithm stuff. It's all. It's what they're fucking. It's just the fact that people. Everybody knows there's no free speech. I mean, but there's. You can see the algorithms literally
That's why I
promoting
used
Islam.
it.
The
That's why I used it originally, is because on YouTube and different platforms, you couldn't. As soon as you use the word Jews or
well, that's the
Jewish,
thing though.
you were you were
Bring it.
flagged. You were flagged and you know censored. So
Well,
I
that's the thing
started.
though. It's the conspiracy is much more complex. It's like
Yeah,
the
totally.
heart of the British Israelism is not about the this whole thing. It's like they think that they're the quote unquote true tribe of Judah, the crown, and this Aryan thing, and it's like they're in the ancient terms the 12 tribes or whatever, the 10, I don't remember how many there was, but they were symbols of the zodiac, and that they were
Well, yeah, there was 12 and a half or 13 tribes.
well, that's why Judah
And,
was a lion. It was for Leo, and that the if the Hebrews were in Egypt and that they built the Great Pyramid of the Sphinx, it was a monument to Leo, and that it was a symbol of the Tetragrammaton, the pyramid, uh, that it was, and at the top, even to this day, the chief cornerstone of the pyramid is called Hiram, which means which goes to Chiram, which goes to Shiram, and how does that go? Which goes to Shar Salom, and the Prince of Peace, Shar Salom, the Prince of
Yeah,
Peace.
isn't that extending it too much? Like, isn't
Well,
that?
no, this is the ancient. This is the
Well,
ancient meaning. The it's like it was a it was the pyramid wasn't built by uh people that built all the other pyramids, because the ones with all the writing and stuff, those were after the Great Pyramid was built.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they were
So as
perverting the ancient religion with the
so
Isis.
as Pedro says, what is your preferred word or noun, proper noun that I use?
Well, I would just say Hebrew. I mean,
Okay, Hebe.
no, you can't shorten it.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Remember on Get Smart, one of the guys was named Hebe. Agent
Uh,
13 or Agent 12 was his name was Hebe.
well, the what was I gonna say? Yeah, some of the people that I'm related to, the the person I'm related to that was Hebrew is a rabbi for the Crown of England. Uh, they were up there, you know. They were
Which is weird considering the Crown of England is the head of the Anglican Church.
well,
But they're
they're sitting
but
on my
they're but,
property. No.
but they're also the Crown of England is also a member of the Druid order.
Yeah, the
So
Druids.
yeah. So and they're also the head of the Masonic Lodge.
Yeah.
It's retarded. Everything's retarded. Yeah.
Well, that's why there's more Masonic lodges in London per square mile than fucking anywheres in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chewing a vitamin C.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some more different vitamins. I got this what is it called? It's for your lymph system. Um,
Hmm. Oh yeah.
I watched this long video on the lymph system and how uh, I have a problem when I can't wear long socks like normal socks. I have to wear ankle socks, and even the ankle socks, if I wear
Oh
them
yeah.
for
Well, I know a
more than
tea that'll cure that. The
yeah, so I quit. I I, I eventually like right now I'm not wearing socks because they cut into my flesh and leave a indent
yeah.
and stuff.
Well, there's a tea
So
called Pata de Vaca. It's a tea that it'll. Well, I don't know if that. You probably want the Chunka Piedra tea. That one would make a light glass of it or something.
never heard of it. Uh, where do you get it at health food stores?
Sometimes you can get on
Yeah,
Amazon.
okay.
The yeah, but so the what was that? The you know how it's like the okay, so the German heraldry uh mixed with the English heraldry, and that they created the emblem of the lion with the unicorn.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And so the lion with the unicorn is the symbol of their quote unquote new Christ, or the brother of Christ, or the
I've always liked the unicorn myself. I don't know why.
well, it's like
Yeah.
there's I don't know, there's some weird symbology going on. I mean, they're perverting the symbology, because it's also one of the four horsemen. Unicorn. I think it's the pale
Sir,
horse.
No.
Or no, it's the black
But,
horse. That's what it was.
but seriously, I've read Revelation 12 times, maybe 13 or 14 times, and I never got that from it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what all the occultists, right? Well, not all of them, but some of them.
I
Well, I mean,
remember
the rest of the book has astronomy in it. I mean, why wouldn't
what,
there be more? I mean, what do you
oh,
think that guy was doing on Patmos, looking at the stars?
I mean, that's reading into it again. Eisegesis. I just you gotta
I
take
mean,
you gotta read a few books on hermeneutics in order to understand how you interpret scripture. Like uh, that's what.
yeah, but nobody else can break the code. They're everything that I've read about it, nobody can take it anywheres. Nobody can back it up with any sort of evidence.
Well, you know how you back it up.
Well, you heard of the
Initially, initially you have to go back into the prophets in the Old Testament,
yeah,
and
but we're
they
talking about
use
the
some.
secret societies and their beliefs.
Yeah, but
Uh,
you're projecting that back onto them, like
well, take the book. Remember how what was it? Fulcanelli or something mentions a book, Codex Unicornis, uh, the Codex of the Unicorn, and that
he
you know,
mentions that. Shit, I haven't
pretty
read
sure
his
it was
book.
him. The
I've got his
this
book on the cathedrals. Yeah.
well, I think this has to do with the what the fuck is that French dude's name? Saint Martin, no, not Saint Martin.
Oh, fucking Saint
Saint
Martin.
Germain, the Saint Germain
Oh,
cults.
Saint Germain's different guy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because there was multiple Saint Germain like cults. The Cagliostro cult was one.
Yeah, I think I showed this book to you before. Uh, Probably this one.
oh, hold on, what is it called? Oh, yeah, what is that about Fulcanelli?
No. It's about uh
It's
anyways,
upside down.
yeah,
Night
it's
God.
about
Oh shit.
the Saint Martin.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they were connected with the Illuminati.
totally. Yeah.
The it's like that's what the Prior of Sion has to do with it. The Prior of
Yeah.
Sion with an S.
Uh,
Well, the Illuminati was mentioned with the Jacobites, and the Know Nothings, quote unquote, which was the Order of Sion, and that was part of English stuff. The well, the Order of Sion was, and that it was an extension of Illuminati. It was all three were just rebranding of Illuminati. The and that they formed lower degrees through the Phi Beta Kappa college networks, where they handpick initiates from the Phi Beta Kappas. Uh,
yeah, and that's how they got Skull and Bones and the key. What is the key group?
the Wolf's Head,
Yeah, all those groups. That's how they pick their members. Yeah.
is there one called like the Cloak and Dagger or something? I think that's a Middle Eastern one. Well,
I've
that's to do
got
with the
I've got
Hashashin.
a book by Wink called Cloak and Gown, which just destroys the academic realm and their complicity in bamboozling us. Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I mean, they're well, that's why original Christianity is relevant, because they went up against Rome, and that they warned of all the Roman. They were warning of these religions that were lies of Rome, basically. The and that Rome, the Pope turns, or the Caesar of Rome became the Pope, which is documented in that the guy that wrote the Born in Blood book, but the other one, Knights and Sword or something.
Born in Blood was written by. I've got a copy of it somewhere.
But so, well, that's where
Yeah.
it connects. He connects the same shit in that book as Alexander Hislop with the two Babylons, where
Okay.
Babylon became Rome, Rome became uh,
Yeah,
the Vatican, uh, the
that's why
militant
you should.
orders.
That's why. Not that I'm a Eastern Orthodox. I disagree with a lot of their things, but that's why you should listen more to Jay Dyer on his debunking of Roman Catholicism and stuff. Yeah,
Well, I mean
yeah.
that the whole. Well, even then though, the Orthodox doesn't have the sign of Jonah, so I think that they're a perversion
Uh,
of
my,
Christianity.
yeah. My problem with Eastern Orthodox is several fold. I don't believe in icons. I think that's against the second commandment. And I don't believe in praying to the saints. I think that's necromancy. I don't believe in Mariolatry. Mary, why couldn't she have had more children? Why couldn't James, the brother of Jesus, be his half brother? Like, why not? Like,
Well, I think
what's that got to do with anything? Like,
uh,
why does she have to be a perpetual virgin? That's
well,
bullshit.
Simcha
Yeah.
Jacovici believed that he had many brothers and sisters. Uh,
I believe he had many. The scripture tells us that he had brothers and sisters, and initially they rejected his messianic claims, and but eventually they converted, like James did, and James became an apostle. Yeah,
hmm, oh
yeah.
yeah, it's interesting. The story is very complex.
It is complex, and I understand where they get their theories from, but I, I just don't support them.
Well, I mean,
Um,
like the if you were to look at it from a literal standpoint, the there's, excuse me,
I know,
paradoxes of
I know that they try to equivocate and say that brother meant relative, like it could have been a cousin, it could have been anything. I don't, I think that's equivocating. I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, like there was a tomb found, but uh, that Simcha Jacovici found a tomb which had all the family in the tomb, and that he goes over the statistics of all of the names being in the tomb and how it would be a small statistic, and that the tomb above the door had a maker's mark, which was
Oh my
upside
goodness.
down. Well, it was a pyramid with a dot in the center.
Oh
Uh,
boy. Oh.
well, I mean, on a, like a symbol of the pyramid with the eye.
Yeah,
Uh,
but you know if you've read Umberto Eco, he's written several books on semiotics and symbolism. Um,
well, the same maker's mark
yeah,
was on one of
but
the
symbols,
saints' graves as well. One of the
yeah, but
apostles, I mean.
yeah, but symbols change throughout history as to the meaning that's imputed to the symbol, like
Well, I
throughout
mean
the
the
year.
chances of the coffins made with the same maker's mark as the symbol on the tomb. I'd say that's pretty low chances. The
I
statistics.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah, because like how many other tombs have coffins with? I mean, the coffin wasn't in that tomb, but the coffin was uh in Jerusalem somewhere. And or I forget what they call it. Not coffin, but it's some kind of like,
sarcophagus.
yeah,
Sarcophagi.
yeah, like a
Yeah.
clay sarcophagus.
Yeah.
There was a because the tomb when the one spot was inscribed Jesus, son of Mary, uh, and that then it had like James and the other siblings, and that it seemed as though that they had families and stuff, and that that I mean that could be what the whole the what the modern times has spun into the Merovingian stuff. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a total mythology.
I mean, I think
And
they warped the story. I mean, there could be a lineage of if
oh
the
yeah,
people
yeah.
actually existed.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree. I mean, they went into the Merovingians, and then they went into what's his name, Capet. Um, what's his name? Anyways, and then eventually into Charlemagne, and yeah, yeah.
Well, I
There,
mean,
there is a lineage there, but to say that it's uh, a, a lineage from Jesus is totally made up. Totally.
I think it was
Yeah.
more of a brotherhood or something
Yeah.
that later they adopted the fleur de lis, the symbol of the three lilies. Uh, I think
Yeah.
that was I think that was
Have you ever
relative to the ancient mysteries. Uh,
did you ever read Hugh? Is it Hugh? Forget the author's name, but it's History of the Kings of France. Um, it's a
hmm,
Penguin classic.
I don't
You
think I
can
read
read
that
it.
one.
It's an amazing book. Yeah. It
Oh
tells
yeah,
you all about their superstitions about relics and how they built
hmm.
these churches and stuff like that. Weird. Oh, and speaking of another thing, you were on Jamie's show for a little while in the chat, and
Oh yeah, the
she was
cult of
talking about
shadows, cult of
Cults of the
shadow.
Shadow. Yeah. Wow. They only mentioned Jamie only quoted from page 2, and I know the rest of the discussion was related to it, but they didn't get deep into the book, which I found weird. But there'll
Oh
be
yeah,
a part 2. There'll be a part 2 or 3.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a sidetrack. Sorry. And Pedro acknowledges in the chat that Umberto Eco was a good author. I love The Name of the Rose. I've read it twice. I've watched the
Hmm.
film 2 or 3 times.
Does that have
The name
anything
of
to
the
do with the War of the Roses, or is that about the Merovingian?
No, 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 no. It's about William of Ockham. Uh, a priest gets sent to this abbey in Italy to solve a crime, and it turns out to be there's a secret book of Aristotle
Hmm.
or Plato, I forget, on
Interesting.
poetics, and that the people that read this book, the edges of the pages were tainted with poison. So when they licked their thumb or their finger to turn the
Jesus,
page, they ended up dying. It's a great mystery story.
huh? That's fucked up.
It is, but it was so perfect.
Oh, you
It had,
remember the what is it? The cup of what was that cup? It was like Plato's cup or some shit, or I forget who it was. It was some kind of cup that if you drink out of it a certain way, it had water, but then if you drink out of it a different way, it would have uh something bad. And that the initiates were given the cup, and they were told to drink, and it was water, and then there was something sour in the other part of the cup, and they would say, "This is what happens when you betray the order," or some shit like that. And that they were, but
wow,
it's interesting because they
that
made a.
sounds like a variation of the Grail myth. Yeah,
Well, then
yeah.
think about how they killed Socrates.
Oh yeah, with hemlock. Yeah.
Yeah, they made him
Yeah.
drink because that's what was in the cup of the initiates if they betrayed the secret was the hemlock and it's because I think that Socrates was an initiate and that he was speaking out
I,
against.
I, I, I don't know.
Well, there's initiates of the good and the bad. I mean,
Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
like I mean, Aristotle could have been an initiate, but
Well, you know what ticks me off about Aristotle? I mean, I've read half of Plato's works, most of his works, but I've only read a little bit of Aristotle. So when Courtney's having her battle with Matt Arrett about Aristotle versus Plato, I sort of side with Plato because I've read most of his stuff, so I understand him better. But
yeah,
anyways,
but
what was I getting at?
all the
Um,
New Atlantis and the Plato's New Atlantis is the Plato's Republic.
yeah, I understand that. But if you read the laws is totally different. He describes a different political system in there. And um, what mystifies me about
Well,
Aristotle, what was I going to say? Shit, about Aristotle. Shit. Um,
there's the
I don't know. You got to read Arthur Herman's book, The Cave and the Light, and it compares Plato's influence versus Aristotle's influence throughout history in politics and philosophy. And wow, it's a
yeah,
very,
but
very
Plato was
even.
about collectivism, though.
Yeah, in the
That's
Republic, in a certain chapter, yeah, he was about that. Yeah,
yeah.
totally I agree. Yeah,
Well, that's where it's because that's how they're controlling everybody with the collectivism, and that's even like their motto for the New World Order, collectivism or some shit in New York. Uh,
yeah, yeah. But then you have to read the Fabian texts and see how that's played out, and you have
well,
to
I well,
research the Frankfurt School and Tavistock
I
Institute. Like
speculate.
there's
Okay,
so much shit. Yeah,
so look at the Fabian symbol, the wolf, the sheep's clothing, and
yeah,
then
totally.
look at Ignatius Loyola's coat of arms. One of the four symbols is the wolf head, and
Yeah,
it's front of a red flag.
it's weird. My family's crest is a wolf head too. Weird. Yeah.
Well, then there's well, even the Fabians have the wolf head on the red flag. Uh,
But they also have a turtle, which shows that they slowly, incrementally advance their agenda. Like they co opted the Liberal Party in Britain, and then they went further and further. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that could be some sort of offshoot, which who knows if the turtle has any relevance, unless there's some sort of family heraldry with turtles, I guess.
Well, think back to Aesop, the turtle in the hare story. Yeah.
I mean, is that story? How old is that story?
Thousands of years old.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they just recycled it with all the cartoons.
Is there cartoons? I think I did see a cartoon way
yeah,
back
those. Yeah,
50 years ago. Yeah.
what was it? The had the circles at the beginning with the guy or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny and the rabbit or the turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
the
I love Bugs Bunny, and I mean that's what I grew up on was Bugs Bunny and Donald Duck and
yeah. Well, I think the occultists were making those cartoons. Each different species of animal they were symbolizing as different races, and that
yeah,
people.
I've never thought of that.
Yeah, that's why Disney made Goofy as a dog. It's like they're you know, and then they proceed with the
Never
stuff in
got that.
Lion King.
Mouse, Mickey Mouse, his best friend is a dog. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, they're Right? It's like they're putting the racism in the cartoons, and people didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, there's an episode where uh, one of the cartoons that has Goofy and he has a dog, so it's obviously symbolism, you know.
Wow.
Yeah,
Uh,
the
you mean Pluto? Was it Pluto?
yeah,
Pluto was, yeah.
well, they continue the trend with the Lion King, where the hyenas were dogs, and at the end of the movie, there's no more hyenas, and it's like, oh, I see what they're saying in that movie. They're fucking bunch of racists.
But hyenas have a very occult symbology reference. Yeah, they do.
Well, I mean,
I,
in the movie, the lion was England or the crown, or because Disney was a Mason. They're all Masons. Scottish Rite is
yeah.
all for the crown and the British Israelism, and so England's the lion, which is reborn through his father, quote unquote, or reborn through the son, and then the new Christ, quote unquote, the new consciousness, and that the meerkat and the warthog represent
Oh,
the meerkat represents
you're talking about the Lion King movie. Yeah,
yeah, the meerkat
different
represents
story.
the
Yeah.
Hebrews, the warthog represents the Christians or the Islams. Well,
Okay. Okay.
and then but so it's like, and they're showing that in the movie, they're showing that England, the quote unquote tribe of Judah, the British Israelism, which has nothing to do with the Hebrews, that they're showing that they're going to lead the way for the two religions. The two religions are going to follow the quote unquote Lion King for the new reign on the hill, on the Pride Rock. I mean, it's
Yeah,
crazy. The movie's fucked up. It's
I
like they're
know,
showing their
and
whole
and
religion.
I regret that I let my kids watch it a couple times or three or
Yeah, it's
four
called
times.
brainwashing. I mean,
I know it's total. I
they got
look
all the
back
songs
on it.
and stuff.
Yeah, I look back on it and I say, why did I let them watch that shit?
Well,
You
then the
know?
Lion King, quote unquote, he's initiated by Two Ball King, the monkey
Yeah,
wizard, who's got the
yeah,
Two
yeah,
Ball
yeah, yeah.
Cane staff.
Totally.
He's
Yeah.
initiated into the Brotherhood of Cain, the mysteries of the left hand path.
Totally Bob Patchigler rules. I agree. Hakuna Matata. Simba goes to hang out with Timon and Pumbaa, and they become hippies and eat bugs.
So
Nice, nice.
they go back to
Uh,
the Garden of Eden.
Jonathan Hill, or why do you think I sound like Winnie the Pooh? I don't know.
But
Winnie the Pooh was written by a Canadian
that
originally. Yeah. And I'm a Canadian, so maybe that's why I sound like him. I
hmm.
don't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got a jar of honey laying around.
Yeah, I do have a jar of honey. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because honey is one of the best things for
You can
anybody.
mix it with your booze.
No, I just in the morning I have a spoonful and that's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, but damn, there's more to that Lion King thing.
Oh yeah, the circle of life. That's what I hate about it. You know.
oh yeah, they're preaching the mystery school shit,
Yeah,
the
circle of life.
reincarnation, the whole
Yeah,
thing is in it.
I know it's so demonic when you look at it. You know.
Well, I mean, take away the supernatural stuff. It's controlling. They're trying to engineer culture into believing what they want them to believe.
Yeah.
Then they even make movies like what you call it, the Tom Hanks, the Da Vinci Code, written by 33rd Degree Mason.
I know, but listen to this.
England.
I've read most of Dan Brown's books, and his latest book that came out November last year called Secret of Secrets. I recommend it highly because
Hmm.
I don't know if I talked to you about this before, because he talks about non-local consciousness. That's a theme of the book. Another theme is in-Q-Tel, which is
Hmm.
an actual CIA operation.
In
And he
Q-Tel.
also talks about the the golem myth. And it's the whole book takes place in Prague, Czech Republic. It's it's his best book as far as I'm concerned.
Hmm.
Like I hated the Da
Czech
Vinci
Republic.
Code. Yeah.
Wasn't that was how that was they had a bunch of Nazis there. Pretty sure.
Yeah, but in the Czech Republic, that's where the golem myth originated. Yeah.
Slovakia.
Yeah.
I got a little globe with Czechoslovakia on it. Well, actually, it's not mine. It's my old lady's.
Oh, okay. I'd love to visit Prague, but I wouldn't want to stay there too long.
There's a lot of cult stuff going on there.
Totally. Back in what's his name's reign? Um, what was his name? It started with a J. Uh, the king way back then. He was totally into the occult and mystery schools and stuff like that. Um, I forget his name. Uh, I can't think of his name. Yeah, shit. Pisses me off that I can't think of his name. Shoot.
Yeah. Well, I think there was a bunch of shrinks were in Prague and Vienna. I know that.
Yeah, all kinds of occult people went to Prague or somewhere like that and developed their talents or whatever. Yeah.
yeah the I was think
And think back to Hegel and Kant.
I was still
Like
blown away by Cooper saying that either Freud or no, I think it was the other one. What's his name?
Carl Jung. Carl Jung.
Yeah, that his grandfather was a Grand Master of Rosicrucianism. Uh,
Well, but
yeah, and that
you know that Freud's nephew was Edward Bernays.
Edward Bernays Shaw.
No, Edward Bernays of propaganda fame.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh damn it! I'm a lot of pop. I need to cut back anyways. Oh
Sorry, I'm hammering you with too many books or references, whatever.
no, you're good. I'm smoking way too many cigarettes here. I don't got any good weed though. I got some weed that I got for free from the store because I knew the dude's cousin or some shit. He gave me a discount. I don't know what happened, but the computer didn't calculate it right. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a cheap number, you know. He's like, just I think he was like putting in his code or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
check out the documentary about Edward Bernays called Century of the Self by that Bob Chigler Rules mentioned in the chat. That's a that's a I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I've got Edward Bernays books, so I know about Edward. Yeah.
oh yeah. Well, that Secret Place of the Lion book that brings it to a whole weird level. Uh,
Okay. Okay.
UFOs and shit. It's it's saying some crazy shit in that book. I thought some of the other books were crazy, but that one's definitely pretty far out. It looks like the third or second cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's oh
formally had
It's
dwelt.
the 1996 cover by Inner Traditions. Like, I don't know, Inner Traditions. They put out some questionable books, but yeah, whatever.
All right. I got to chew another vitamin C because I ain't got no fucking nothing to drink. I had a water somewhere, but I gave it to the cats.
Oh, you got cats? Nice.
They're
We
just
used to
wild cats. They don't let me pet them or anything.
we used to have cats back in the day.
Ugh. Yeah, the what was it? I was looking for a book earlier. I can't remember what it was. If you read the Paracelsus paper,
You know what? I downloaded Paracelsus's book. I forget what the title of it was, and
or wait,
I
this is
read I
UFO
read
shit.
and I
Yeah,
read half of it, and I totally ripped him apart. I thought this guy's an idiot. Like I could destroy him left, right,
well,
and center.
well, the old Paracelsus. He's damn it, why is this not closing? He's a there was a demonstration in the 1910 volume of the Encyclopedia of Psychology and Supernatural or some shit that
Okay.
under the definition of hypnosis, it did an example of Paracelsus talking, and then it said directly afterwards that he was talking in symbology and surrealism, and that it
Uh,
was
was that an excuse or what? I don't know.
no, they were talking about how the secret societies convey their messages,
Yeah. Well,
or
try this
something.
book.
Oh, hold on. What is that? Mesmerized. Is that about Franz Mesmer?
Volcano.
Yeah,
Oops, damn it.
among other people. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was Illuminati.
Totally.
Damn, what is that book I was going to bring up? It had to do with weird etymologies. Let's see.
I love etymology. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, back in grade 7, I started studying etymology. I just loved it.
Well, that Lost Light book definitely has some etymology. So I know you got that book. Uh, where is it at? It was like I think it was written by Mackey. Uh,
Uh, okay, Bob, it's Allison Weir. Oh, Allison Winter. Allison Winter.
uh, yeah, the damn, I still can't find that book.
What was it
Found
about?
an interesting book, the story of the seer of Patmos. I wanted to bring that up sometime.
Oh, weird. I don't know if I'd
Yeah,
like.
let's talk about John who wrote Revelations.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Jeez, 500 pages.
Wow.
Yeah,
In depth.
it seems pretty interesting. I mean, I was doing a huge background on Patmos and John and all the. Well, it's got illustrations. Oh, nice. The let's see here. Yeah, the John and Patmos. The because like he was the only one that didn't get brutally, you know.
Yeah, he was one of the few that never got martyred. Yeah, yeah. I bet, but his exile on Patmos was a slow form of martyrization, I guess. I don't know. Yeah,
Well, I
we
mean,
we don't we don't know what happened to him. Yeah,
they claim that he was teaching what Jesus taught with that symbolic story of Revelations.
And this is the key that you have to understand is all the New Testament books were written prior to 70 AD because none of them reference the destruction of Jerusalem and the end of the temple cult. Like none of them reference that. So uh, e- that's a key factor that I forget who the author was, but he wrote a book on it. Um, um, and that's a key
Yeah.
factor because
Uh,
they didn't realize that Jerusalem was destroyed. Yeah.
well, I mean, some of the writers say that there's Thyatira. This one, Pergamos. Pergamos. Uh, some say that the story of the Jerusalem was a symbol of them obtaining uh, the purity, uh,
The
the
purity
purity,
of the Christian religion as
yeah,
opposed to
the purity of
Jew.
the faith, quote unquote.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, not opposed to anything because the names, it all goes to ancient Hebrew stuff. That's why I was bringing up the tetragrammaton plus the letter shin equals in the center of it equals Yaheshua, which is in Greek is Jesus, Jesus.
Yeah. I think that's a sleight of hand. I
Well,
think.
no, it's well the Hebrews in Israel were they wrote in Greek and they talked in Greek,
Well,
and
Aramaic initially. Yeah.
well that's the connection with one of the other connections with the Old Testament, the New Testament. The
Yeah. It'd be if you really want to get deep dive, you got to get an Aramaic New Testament. Or yeah,
well, no, it was in Greek originally.
you're saying it was, but
No, it was. I've seen scrolls. It seemed like most of the ancient world wrote in Greek for some period of time. Even the Druids. Uh,
yeah, I agree. I agree.
yeah, like they say that. Well, Jordan Maxwell says
But
that
but
King
but when
David
you
was King Druid.
but when you go to Armenia, their texts were in Armenian or Aramaic, so they understood it differently. Yeah.
Well, that's why they destroyed all the Coptic Christians in Africa because
Well,
they wanted to get rid of the doctrine.
not
Uh,
significantly because we have the Septuagint, which was written in uh, Alexandria, and it was in Greek. And,
yeah, the all these what are those the four horsemen? Well, that's interesting.
yeah, I don't know about Donut saying that he was green. I don't know if
No, he said
I
he's seen the city turn green.
no, yeah, but he hinted at that
Oh, the pale horse.
the pale horse was green. I don't know if I follow that. I
Oh, yeah,
don't,
because one of them was already white. See, right here. Here's the white one.
yeah, but
The arrow.
pale could mean a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, the white one is Centaurus. The red one is that the.
Well, a lot of people interpret the white one as being Jesus riding the white one. Um,
Well, I mean, he's got the arch. He's got the bow though. The sword is the black horse,
and
which
what's
would
wrong?
be the
He had
unicorn.
the sword out of his mouth. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah, this one's saying take peace from the earth. I think this is the red one. This is Pegasus, which I don't remember the ruling sign, the ruling planet of Pegasus. That's
And that's where the legend of King George and came from, and Saint Michael. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of cool pictures in this.
What are you showing? Which book is this?
This is that Seer of Patmos book.
Okay, who wrote it?
Um, I missed that part. What is this about? Fig trees? Huh. That's weird. It looks like a meteor shower or something.
Yeah, Laetries.
It's talking about fig trees, I think. Let me zoom that
Okay,
in. The fig tree casteth her untimely figs. And it's got meteors or shooting stars or something. Yeah, it's got a bunch of falling stars. That's interesting.
yeah, The only way to understand Revelation is if you go back to the Old Testament prophets and see what their symbology represented, and then you can transfer it because it was written to Israeli people that understood the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So,
What if they were
so,
warning of meteor showers?
so they were using the same symbology. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's interesting. Oops, zoom out one more. I think. Yeah, the what is this? Great
And
day of its
and
wrath.
And as a condescension to my Eastern Orthodox brothers, who I love, um, though I disagree with on a lot of issues, I mean, you got to read the intertestamental books like the Book of Maccabees, the Book of
Yeah.
Judith, all those other books, because they supply a certain amount of
Hmm.
information. Yeah,
This one's got meteor showers too. I mean, you know the story of that Sodom and Gomorrah or
yeah, yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Yeah.
They found big chunks of sulfur, and I'm pretty
Wow,
sure meteors have sulfur in them.
wow.
You see that? Look that
What do
up.
you think of Lot's wife turning into a pillar of salt? Do you think that's
There was
sim-
some kind of symbolism behind that. I don't remember how
sim-
it went.
yeah?
Uh,
And what do you think of Lot getting drunk and his daughters creating seed from him? Like, what do you think of
I
that?
think it's a lot of the Old Testament is symbolism.
I don't know. I don't think it's symbolism. I think that's an actual story, and that's how certain races were created.
Well, I mean, that's what they. There's a lot of theories. I mean, yeah, my mouth is dry as fuck.
Have a glass of water
Water. uh,
and a spoon of honey. Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah. The right there. Oh, then they got the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, the Lot story echoes Noah's to a certain degree, Pedro. Yeah.
Oops. Wait, why isn't this zooming in or zooming out? There it goes. What is that? Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in old books.
I talk,
Effigies,
I
constant.
talk in, Pedro, I talk in the chat, but I'm blocked for some reason. Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, there's not a lot going on here. Yeah, damn it, I forgot. This book's going all over. It's got Attila.
Yeah,
uh,
that's quite the book. I should maybe get a copy of it.
Beginning of Woes. It's got another meteor. Whoa, that's scary. I don't know where anyone would hide for a meteor.
I'm shocked that there's so many meteors in that. Wow.
Yeah. Looks like I better invest in
But
a
I mean,
meteor shelter.
maybe those meteors are depicting God, God's wrath against Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, I mean, what if?
Could be.
Well, I mean, if we were to take it literally, what if there was literally meteors and that some kind of psychic vision told them to get the fuck out, and that they're like, and then they leave the city, and then the city gets hit with meteors, and then they're like, holy shit. Like,
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Totally. Yeah.
because I mean, if you're to take it, because I mean that's where it gets interesting. Yeah, the what's his name? He ate
And what
the
was the sin of
those
the
things.
Sodomites and
Wait,
Gomorrites? What was their sin that
uh,
that called down this wrath?
well, they were worshiping the goddess Astarte.
But
Uh,
no, they weren't. They were queers. They were fucking faggots.
well, you can't say that word on YouTube. That's well,
Yes, we
that's what.
can.
Well, that's what the goddess Astarte of Babylon was. That's how that the goddess's priests would it's
Totally, Bob. He treated his daughters shitty. Like he offered them up as sacrifices. Like Lot wasn't the greatest guy. I mean,
well, I think it's
think
symbolism.
think
Yeah.
about how if you were in that situation, like you'd be conflicted in so many different degrees. Like, not that I'm defending Lot. I don't defend him. I mean, yeah. Sorry.
Well, I mean, like this. Well, I mean, if you're to the what was I gonna say? Something about the meteors. This book has a lot of. This must have been an expensive book back then.
Yeah.
Anything with that many pictures would be pretty pricey. So they'd have to engrave all those plates or whatever to print them. Let's see. The little book open.
Yeah,
Let's
isn't that
see.
shitty, Pedro? Like that they refused his daughters and demanded young boys. Like
Well, in the
how
Greeks,
fucked
it,
how fucked up were these people?
well, I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with that story, but this, uh, in the Revelations, instead of it says little book in the caption, but it says in Greek, small round thing, as in some and that like John Allegro stuff is like he thought it was a mushroom, and that
Yeah,
the
John Allegro is a total idiot.
well,
Like,
that's he.
yeah,
Well, I mean, if
yeah.
you think about it, though, what if John of Revelations was on the island of Patmos and he was ingesting some kind of strain of mushroom, and that he was seeing these visions?
Yeah, you're projecting onto the past. And he was a he was a disciple of Jesus. He wouldn't do shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Essenes and other groups where there's well, take the story of I brought this up before. The story of the Exodus. They symbolically leave Egypt by finding the manna. The manna is a synonymous word with the scroll. Uh,
And what does the God reveal to us in the,
well,
I
you're
don't know if it was
well.
in
Think about it though. Where did they find the manna?
Isaiah.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Where
but
did where
what
did they
does he
find the manna in the desert? Uh,
yeah, but what does he say in Isaiah that
in the morning dew of the sand.
yeah.
So that's where mushrooms should grow in the morning dew. Uh,
No, come on.
no,
That's
if you look at it
projecting.
logically.
That's projecting totally.
Well,
Yeah.
there's ancient cultures that
What about the
hit
quail? What about the quail that
quail.
fell? Yeah.
That could have been some kind of sign. perhaps literal or astronomy. Uh, I
I mean,
mean,
quail are actual birds that they fell.
yeah.
Come on, come on.
Well, I mean, like, but that's the thing, though. It's like there's a mixing of stuff in the whole book where it's like you don't know if they're talking metaphors or if they're talking reality, and that that's where because it's that that I
Yeah,
brought up.
and who's to choose? Are you to choose,
Yeah,
or
but well, hold on though. That
yeah,
there's a literal demonstration of Jesus saying, those who something about removing their hands and removing their eyes, and that none of the priesthoods were doing that because they knew that he was talking in metaphors. Uh, and so understanding the ancient metaphors is key to unlocking the symbols of the book. Uh,
I still think you're projecting certain issues onto the past that actually didn't happen. I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
you see the point, though. I mean,
I
that,
see your point totally. Totally, I agree. Yeah.
yeah. So that's where, because it's like none of the religions are emphasizing the 3 days in the belt in the heart of the earth thing, and that all the religions aren't talking about that. And it's like, why don't they discuss that? Like, what is I think that they fail to have the true doctrine. That's why they can't discuss it because they've been given the Romanized version, which doesn't understand the Kabbalism and the the ancient tongue. Like the way it was spoken. Uh,
So you're being a hyper advocate for Eastern Orthodoxy right here.
yeah,
Totally.
but they're not. They don't have the sign of Jonah. So according to the
Why
book,
don't they have the sign of Jonah? 3 days. You
because they
mystify that. You
no, because they
fall.
yeah, but the Hebrews are very specific about how many hours were in a day, and that they were. I've given countless examples before where it's like they knew what 3 days and 3 nights were, which was 72 hours, and so Friday to Sunday is not 72 hours. Uh,
And why couldn't it have happened on Thursday? Like, come on.
well, according to the book, it happened on Wednesday to Friday.
You
And
think so? Go back in the calendar.
Wednesday, well, excuse me, Wednesday to Friday night our time, which would be Saturday in Hebrew time.
Yeah, go back into their calendars and stuff.
Well, that's
You'll
where I had to
find
do
that
that
it's wrong.
Nissan
It's
15
wrong.
day. Well, that diagram that what's his name shows the what is that, the freaking Bullinger, he shows a diagram in the Bullinger's Bible which shows the accurate time. Uh,
Yeah, but Bullinger, E.W. Bullinger was an idiot. You
yeah,
have to
but
go to the other Bullinger. He was
well, you don't
masterful.
understand though that it's like the when the Babylonian Empire fell, went to Rome. When the Roman Empire fell, it turned to the Vatican, and the continued worship of the goddess prevailed through, uh, and that they adopted the Christian story and perverted it, and then created as many subdivisions as they could, and they went to tireless lengths to destroy anybody that spoke against their doctrine. And so that's why they destroyed the Templars partially, because
Did you think that happened overnight?
well, that's the thing where it's like the Templars had found something in Israel in the Crusades. They brought it back. They hid it because they had to, and that they put
I
it in.
agree the Templars were co-conspirators with the old man on the mountain. Blah blah
Well,
blah.
it's like
I agree with that.
part of, well,
But
the whole old Masonry is Templarism, and that it's
uh, if you agree with masonry's pedigree that they espouse. But I
Well,
don't think it's that cut and dried. I don't
that's
think,
what it has to do with the Persians and the old Aramaics, which had the legend of the legend of the widow's son. Uh, the
oh,
widow was Jesus,
okay.
or Mary was the widow.
Have you read Robert Anton Wilson's historical Illuminati
Well, I haven't read it,
chronicle?
but I know that he's an
Yeah,
initiate, so he's probably
and he's
speaking.
an initiate, so you'd think
Yeah, but
he'd.
he's not gonna tell the truth, just like the Da Vinci Code guy. He's not telling the truth.
Yeah, okay, okay,
Yeah, they're
okay.
not to be trusted. I mean, you can trust that they believe in certain things when they're vaguely hinting at it, but when they're saying certain stuff open, it's definitely surrealism. Like how Paracelsus, it's like the Illuminists hide their
Nice, nice.
story. It's all concealed within their doctrines. There's two doctrines. They
Yeah,
say that right in the Albert Mackey Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. The one
yeah,
doctrine
yeah.
is for the profane, the other is for the initiates. And then even then they're misled to believe that they have the true doctrine, and they go on the search for the doctrine through the degrees, only to find out that uh,
They're fucked up. Yeah, yeah.
well, in modern times, only to find out that the devil is God, according
Well,
to according to
Albert
Alvin Boyd
Pike,
Kuhn.
Albert Pike too. Yeah, Albert Pike lists it totally in his morals and dogma. He says Lucifer is God. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean he's talking about the intellect, the
yeah.
and then the lower God was the desire, and then that's why they were that's why they say Pike was participating in orgies, and that's why Cagliostro participated in orgies. And
I haven't read that accusation, but I don't
oh
I
yeah,
don't I don't disagree with it.
well, I found a book where it was like talking about Cagliostro covered in gold dust or something, and he was had all these women disrobing. Uh,
Hey, what does that remind you of? The gold dust that flowed onto Pentecostals in the 80s or 90s. Yeah.
hmm,
Similar gold dust. Yeah.
oh
Totally. Totally. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. Well, so
Yeah. You have to read about it. I mean, the Pentecostal movement in North America, like, is totally
they're part of the
abnormal.
Christian
Yeah.
Science type movement and stuff.
Well, Christian Zionist. Yeah.
No, Christian Science.
No, Christian Zionist. Yeah.
Oh, so for England,
No, for Israel.
well, that's the England's controlling Israel.
Yeah, according to uh, Mr. Poe, you've read Mr. Poe's book. What is this book called? Uh,
Well, I haven't.
well, Wall Street and the Russian Revolution.
Oh, well, no. Well, I know there's another book by a different writer that's similar to that,
Yeah,
but
but
I haven't read the one you're talking about though.
there's other guys that have written on it. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. There's an interesting picture.
You got a
Uh,
lot of shit in the chat right now. What is this Diddy Pink Dust Nano Gold? February
uh
1st is in bulk.
well, they're talking about
And
Cagliostro.
Anunnaki Sky Shield. Hey, have you ever written or have you ever read that idiot uh, fake well no atheistic Hebrew named Zachariah Sitchin? Have you ever read his shit?
Well, he's got quite quite the thing that he draws up in his books.
Yeah, like the 12th, what is it?
I mean, it's that whole thing about the difference. Okay, so it's like he claims that there was some sort of aliens that landed in Israel or some shit, and that they or Babylon, and that they that the different villages around the center point of
Yeah,
where they
and they
left were
genetically engineered the races into slave
that
races. Yeah,
the villages around the ground zero of the supposed alien crash was they were all exactly the same different they were exactly the same distance from the center point exactly and that even the next ones were, and so they think he thought that those were patrol areas or something where they were expanding their reach uh, over civilization.
yeah. It basically, he was riffing on Eric von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods, Gold of the Gods, and
Yeah.
all the
Well, I
rest
mean,
of his shit. Yeah,
Cooper says that the secular humanism was practiced by the old kings of Babylon, and the man is God thing, that they were the Anunnaki, but it wasn't that they were physically born from some kind of angel birth or some shit, but that they were channeling the spirit of
yeah,
this
and they were
entity.
actual men. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, not necessarily what like some it's a weird subject. It's like that they were that
Have
this whole consciousness cult seemed to have began with Nimrod symbolically. Nimrod and
Yeah,
uh,
totally. Nimrod is a key figure. Yeah.
yeah. Well, then
Have
in the biblical
you
tongue,
ever
well, I mean, in the
cared
biblical
about?
tongue, Nimrod was also Marad, which was
He was also Marduk. Yeah,
like
yeah,
he that rebelled, uh,
yeah.
the devil.
Have you
Marduk
ever
the
heard
dragon.
of the term euhemerism?
Euphemism?
No, euhemerism.
I don't think so.
It,
Maybe.
it's the idea that actually all the alleged gods or demigods or whatever you want to call them were actually human beings, and they mythologized them into godhood.
Hmm. It's interesting. I mean,
I first read about this in John Pilkey's book, Origin of the Nations, where he described all these eightfold Sumerian, Babylonian, Greek, Roman hierarchies of gods that all had eight figures in them. And he said they were all
oh yeah,
basically based on human,
the
actual
Ennead.
humans. Yeah, the Ennead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
that's what I
that's
think. There could have been an Ennead in the New Testament if it was kept in the original form. I mean, I'm not sure if there was or not. But
original form. What? What?
yeah, because if they added Paul and if they added other people, there would have been
Paul
less
is the
books.
New Testament. Paul's
Well,
New Testament.
that thing about the zodiac stuff, it's like they claim that the apostles were zodiac symbols, but it's like if when Paul was they only added Paul to make it the same number as the zodiac symbol, the 12.
You think so? You think so?
Yeah,
Uh,
there's a motive. They had motive to do so because uh, they had to they had to change the religion because the people were a threat. You know, they were like you know, I mean, like it was a religion that started from like a concept similar to the natives, a brave or a messiah or a leader. And that even the rumor of a leader was dangerous to Rome. and the it's like the ghost dance movement of the natives, where the rumor of the natives having the ghost dance movement was was so that
Hey,
America was so scared of it that they killed the natives who were in the ghost
have
dance
you
movement.
read have you
Uh,
read Cynthia Chung's book on the ghost dance?
I've just read about it, and
Well, she's the wife of Matthew Arrett, and she's written a few books. And her recent book, I forget what it's called. It was on the ghost dance religion. Yeah,
oh yeah.
she totally destroys it. Yeah,
Well, they believe that their ancestors were helping them. They thought that I mean, that's a similar premise to old school masonry, and it's like the belief that your ancestors were backing you. I mean, even the Rosicrucian guy talks about it with the Max Heindel. He thought that
yeah, I got Max Heindel's book. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he thought that the pure quote unquote race had more spirit or something backing them, but then it's like the Jesus
But
story was
isn't that shades of
opposite.
Madame Blavatsky? Like it's totally shades of Madame Blavatsky. Yeah.
Well, in the Jesus story, Jesus is talking about uh, leaving leaving your tribe, quote unquote. Uh, or how does he say it? But he's talking about leaving, mixing cultures. I mean, it's a weird thing. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it's miscegenation,
Well, I
ultimately.
mean, it's like
Yeah.
he's if Jesus was real, he's seen that the people were because they were all uniform in their different tribes, that they could never be peace, and so
Totally. And what does the book of Revelation, the ultimate eschaton, say? That before Jesus, before the throne, were tribes and nations? Like, we're going to continue to be tribes and nations until the end. Totally.
well, I mean, in the end, it just says it restarts to a new world or whatever.
Yeah, but we're going to continually be differentiated as different tribes, different nations, different languages, different,
Well, I mean, I think that it.
cultures.
Well, I can't remember the exact quotes on it, but it was Cooper does a whole episode about it. It was very interesting. Well, so I mean, this could have had to have been if uh if John's book was actually about the fall of Nero, and the new world would have been the fall of Rome, uh, in the
You,
literal
you
sense.
know, for years, for a decade at least, my avatar on Facebook was the Tower of Babel by Peter Bruegel, because I believed that everybody was working towards building the new Tower of Babel, where everybody was integrated and believed the same thing and spoke the same language, blah blah blah. And
Hmm.
I still believe that today, that that's the goal, the ultimate goal. Yeah.
Well, that's well, I consider it more symbolic. The uh, the understanding of all the mysteries of the ancient religions. They were trying to build a tower to God, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, think about what they
Well,
did at the Tower of Babel. Yeah.
it's like they were trying to unify the religions, just like they did with in Rome with Christianity, where they're like, we're gonna put all these gods on the table, and you have to put your God on the table too. And they said no, and that's where it was like, because they didn't want to be universalized. The
Yeah, and what did God come down in his might and power and authority? He said, "Screw you guys. I'm going to disperse you all across the world.
Well, I mean, I was talking about the New Testament, not the Old Testament, but
No,
that last part.
yeah, I'm still hung up on the Tower of Babel. Sorry.
Well, I mean, in the Kabbalism, Babel in Hebrew, Babel just means to confound, and so that's where the word was lost. That's where well, I mean, Cooper says that it was all a symbol of losing the ability to read symbolism.
No, I disagree totally. I mean,
Well,
they continue to understand symbolism. That's why they built the ziggurats and all across the world, and they built megaliths and stuff like that
well, I
because
mean,
they
wasn't
were
it?
still.
Yeah, but wasn't Nimrod after the Tower of Babel?
No, he was before it. Yeah,
Before it.
yeah.
Well, I think it could have been a symbolism of the mystery schools and them building a great teaching or something, and that it all just falls down because it wasn't the real thing. Uh, that it was all insanity basically. Uh,
It was insanity. But I mean, yeah, okay.
yeah. I'm gonna put this video back
I,
in for a second just to grab a snack. I got the munchies like
I've
crazy.
gotta go take a pee pee.
All right, well here I'll be right back.
He
Okay.
was also identified, Yahweh was also identified with the local moon god Sin, after whom the mountain was named. The appearance of Yahweh as a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night certainly suggests a volcano spirit. The Bible says in Exodus that Yahweh appeared as a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. That's true. There's the holy mountain with the pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. Here we have Israel at Sinai dedicated itself to Yahweh. And what do you see? Does that look like a volcano to you? Here's another one. Jehovah led the sons of Israel to a mountain named Sinai in the desert. He gave them his law. Does that look like a volcano to you? The magnificence of Yahweh. These are just some scriptures talking about the volcano God. I'm going to go past these quotes. These are all quoting from the Bible how Jehovah was the fire. Oh, here it is again. Now this is in the Bible. Thunder is called in Hebrew kolath, voices, for it is considered the voice of God. Thunder is called voices, for it is considered the voice of God. So when you hear that Moses went up into the mountain and heard the voice of God, I can imagine. And he came down with his face glowing. I would respectfully suggest that the whole mountain is glowing. I could see why your face would be glowing if you were going up on the side of a volcano. Lightning can be symbolized by an arrow, obviously. Here in the Bible, in Job 37, under Job 38, but this is actually footnotes for Job 37, it says, the storm, the clouds are God's tent, gathered as the thunder or the voice of Yahweh roars. They descend and God shoots the arrows of his lightning. Later, and it's called the mist. In the Hebrew Targums, is literally the mist is his smoke, his thunderbolts. The linear correct translation in Hebrew is God thunders wonderfully with his voice. So we're talking about lightning and thunder. Here it is again, Mount Sinai. Look like a volcano to you? Here's the children of Israel running away. Incidentally, why do we call them, why do we say that, the children of Israel? Why do we say that, children of Israel, when our children are called kids? Kids are baby goats. You have kids. They're called the children of Israel. We have kids. Mount Sinai, does that look like a volcano to you? Here is Moses. Incidentally, Moses takes the law and he throws it down and breaks it. He was the first lawbreaker. So you don't want to be breaking the law. Does that look like a volcano to you? There's one Hebrew telling another one, that's a volcano, airhead. See it? There's Moses up in the volcano. Here is from the Encyclopedia Judica, one page gives the symbols for each one of the holidays, like Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Hanukkah, Feast of Purim, the Passover, and the Feast of the Giving of the Law is in the lower right. The Feast of the Giving of the Law. There it is. The Feast of the Giving of the Law. Does that look like a volcano to you? Huh? Now, here's part two, and if you know where I'm going with this, don't comment. Let me go there, because a lot of you will jump ahead and know where I'm going with this. The word volcano comes from the Latin volcano god Vulcan, or Vulcanus, derived from the old Cretan deity Vulcanus. Very important. The word volcano comes from the Latin volcano god Vulcan. Here is Vulcan, the volcano god, with his lightning bolts. Now, part two. In the Hebrew tradition, you have something called the benediction. Now, the Pope, when he blesses,
well, I mean, it's a long story. I mean,
in the Hebrew,
this has to do with that division of the religions,
the congregation, which
the
is
two
called
pillars,
the benediction symbol. And so the benediction has been used, the benediction or the blessing. Here, the Pentateuch scroll crown with the hands raised in a priestly blessing. Here in downtown Los Angeles, you will see the
that's the Vulcan signature.
the Hebrew priest giving the priest a blessing. This is called.
It's also one of the
here,
Masonic handshakes.
The Lord is high, and yet He looks upon the lowly, and you will see the priestly blessing. Again, the black robe for the planet Saturn and Yahweh connected to the volcano god Vulcan. And this is why Mr. Spock is a Vulcan. The rabbi and Mr. Spock. It's all Jewish religion, Hollywood, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And the Gentiles just love it. Can't get enough of Hollywood.
Oh.
Agreed, Pedro. Cooper interviewed Jordan Maxwell a couple times, but he disavowed him after he started denigrating Christianity and found out he was a Mason. Wow, that's a revelation.
Well,
yeah.
That doesn't mean that Jordan's on the dark side or anything. That just, I mean, technically Jordan was Hebrew.
I'm sus about Jordan. I don't know. I appreciate what he's done, blah blah blah, but come on, we gotta delve deep into these people. Yeah.
Yeah. This is interesting.
Yes, of course. Where did Leonard Nimoy get it from? Yeah, Leonard Nimoy did a Hobbit show. He did all kinds of shit.
But
yeah.
Well, the handshake is also the same. The grip on the wrist, the grip with the fingers like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, that's in the Mason books, and it's you can go Mason and grip their hand like that, and they'll return the sign of their degree.
I understand. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, like the well, some of the old handshakes, one of them, they would like make their hands. I forget how it goes, but it made a cube when they did it. The other damn it, those fucking blueberry waffles were way too sugary.
Totally Bobo Patch. Yeah, Gene Roddenberry was totally into it. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Roddenberry. Well, I mean, Cooper says that they were teaching the New Age religion through Star Trek. Everybody was a communist. They all wore the same clothes. they were the future, or what do they call that? The Galactic Federation. They
Yeah,
were
the Galactic Federation. Yeah.
the people didn't own any property. They just lived in a room in the spaceship, and that they were going about saving mankind, quote unquote. And that
Yeah.
they
What a
can find
part.
the symbol if the symbol reversed. Their
Which is
death
weird
symbol.
because I liked the original, the 60s Star Trek version. I really liked it.
I mean, it was
And
all
I,
surrealism. That
yeah.
Captain Kirk was emotion or desire, the lower natures, the one god, and then Spock was the upper natures, and that's why he did the sign of the Aries, because the head of
Yeah.
God was the ram, uh,
Wow.
in the constellations. Uh,
But I fell for it. I fell for it and I loved it at the time. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, Cooper emphasizes the movies. I think he says the third movie.
Yeah,
What's
when
to
you
say about
watch the
that?
movies, like, hello, you get a waking up call. Yeah, totally.
When they were
Even in
preaching the New
first,
Age.
even in the first movie with V'ger, like,
Well, that's
hello, what the fuck's going on here?
Well, he
Yeah.
says that the in the TV show that they were cycling out the Klingons, and that the Klingons are all the people that practice the old religions because the new age was coming and the new religion of Aquarius and all this stuff was, it's the new Atlantis, this whole new it was predictive programming. It was, you know,
Yeah, totally, totally. I mean, I hate to say predictive programming because it sounds so trite nowadays, but I mean, there was so much going on back then that,
yeah.
uh, like, come on, people, wake up,
Well, I mean,
wake
it
up.
shows with the Borg. The Borg is Nirvana or whatever. The
Yeah,
oneness,
totally.
and that they're
Well,
fighting
The
Nirvana.
Borg, the Borg is the noosphere of de Chardin.
Well, I
Like,
mean, if
come
you were
on.
to compare it to the Wizard of Oz's theosophy, the Borg is Nirvana, and that the people are Samsara or whatever, and trying to reach the consciousness or some shit. The
Uh, Pedro, yeah, I saw Silent Running back in the day in 70, but I totally forget the movie. Can't remember it.
oh yeah,
I know it was a serious uh, explanation of what was going on, but I totally forget the movie. I'll have to rewatch it. Yeah.
oh yeah. Hmm.
I like interacting with your chat because your chat
That's cool.
has some good points once once in a while. Well, no, for the most part, they're pretty good chatters. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and it pisses me off that I'm banned from your chat.
Well, I don't
Like,
remember who did it. If it was Damon or Ellie or me, I don't remember which.
well,
I
Damon,
kept.
Elian, or Sabrina, because I don't get any of their chats. If they show up on the chat, I don't see their messages at all. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, the what were we getting at? What's this? The supposed altar of ancient Babylon. Huh. Yeah. So think of like the pillars. That's the perversion of the mystery schools. The pillar was originally used for measuring the sun and stuff, and that the profane got a hold of it and thought it was a giant phallus, and that they worshipped it in the profane sense. The
Yeah.
like you've seen that
And
one.
so why do they have twin pillars, Jacob and Boaz?
I mean,
Like,
that has to do with the symbols in ancient Egypt of the two gods, quote unquote. I mean, I could bring up a depiction of it, but I'm not. I mean,
no,
it was all misunderstood symbolism. It's like, so
yeah,
if
but I'm
you,
thinking twin pillars,
well,
twin phallic symbols. Like,
The
What the
original
fuck
part of it
going
was
on?
not about that. It was about
Of
that.
course,
Well,
of course.
take the one pillar being the symbol of Polaris. It was about that you could stand on Earth and you could measure with Polaris, and you could triangulate in the sky with Polaris because it didn't move, and so you could triangulate and figure out the geometry to map out the sky from the monolith in Polaris, and the I mean that's how they mapped it all out. That's how I know the Earth is round and that it's spinning around the sun because of the math that's connected to the the measurement of the shadows of the sun.
And on that note, do you believe that there was an actual moon landing?
I mean, if they went to space, I think that they went way farther than the moon.
Bullshit. I don't believe in the moon landing. I think it's all fake.
Well, I mean, I probably would too if I didn't see the UFOs. Uh,
Yeah, UFOs.
well,
Fuck.
they were real. I mean,
No, they're not real.
they were definitely real. They were scary as fuck. Um,
You know what the definition of UFOs is? A, they're spiritual phenomena, demons. B, they're advanced technological aircraft. And C, they're gaslight bullshit
well, what
stories.
I'd seen, it was an orange orb. The other one was a red orb that was uh, more curved or something, more vesica shaped, but not like a saucer. Then the third one was the giant metal cylinder thing that was super scary.
No, they're interdimensional beings, like they're demons. It's all a bunch of horseshit.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, whatever it is, it's something spooky.
Well, yeah, spooky. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the oh, wow, that's got a lot of questions.
I mean,
Yes,
most of your chat agrees that they're demons. Yeah. Okay. End of story.
well, I mean, that's the thing. If they're demons and if they're interacting with the physical world, then that's very strange. I mean,
Well, look at this is what I did. I did a deep dive on what were the messages that these supposed aliens were presenting to humans. Compare their messages to the revelations of Mary and Joseph and all these sub-Catholic shit. Um, it's all bullshit. Their revelations, and I forget what the second thing is. Uh, actually, I mean, if you watch X Files, they're actually technologically advanced spacecraft that are abducting people and experimenting on them. Like, I mean, come on, let's face the music, boys. Yeah.
I mean, if it's real, that's where it's scary. I mean, the Cooper saying about some rumor of a spacecraft with a bunch
Yeah,
of
I mean,
human body
Cooper.
parts in it.
Yeah, Cooper backtracked on all that shit eventually. Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. So I'm not sure if you on Facebook, but you see all sorts of missing people all the time. It's like, what the fuck is going on? How is there so many missing people? Like,
Yeah. Hello, sex cults, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
well, I mean, it's very bizarre because the occults start claiming they're in contact with some sort of entities or something. I mean, it could all just be superstition and just to keep us from fully understanding the occult. and that it could be some kind of, or they could just straight up be. Well, I mean, the whole alien thing is just a weird subject.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I mean, they come out with the
Have you ever watched what is it called? Magic Man? No. Starts with an M. Something
hmm.
Man. Uh, it's a documentary that shows that it's all bullshit. Everything is bullshit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, those pilots reporting the Foo Fighters.
Yeah, Foo Fighters. Ah,
Well, you seen the
come
pictures though.
on. Come on.
Yeah,
You know
but I
what
mean,
the German
it's a real phenomenon.
technology, you know what the German technology was at the time? They could have put up Foo Fighters. Yeah,
Well,
totally.
I mean, it seemed like they were unmanned crafts, the Foo Fighters.
They could have been unmanned. Yeah.
They were so small. I mean,
Yeah.
well, then it brings it into a weird thing with the Nazis and the occult.
Yeah, and look at drone aircraft nowadays. Like,
Well, I mean,
come on.
what if the orb was some kind of weird ghost shit or something that they summoned up or something?
Okay, that's another possibility. Yeah.
Like, what if they weren't? What if the Holocaust wasn't about experiments, but was about human sacrifice to their pagan gods, uh, and that they were
Uh,
performing some
I
sort of
disagree.
ritual?
No, I disagree. The
Well, yeah, but
Holocaust is a myth.
well, don't
Total
you
myth.
know? Well, no, it's not a myth. But don't you know what
Yes,
the word
it is a
Holocaust
myth.
means?
It's a
Hold on,
myth.
hold on. Don't you know what the
Myth.
word Holocaust means?
Yeah, the burning up of
The burnt
whatever.
offering, a burnt
Yeah.
offering. And so, well, it's important because they use the same word for Japan when they nuked Japan, a burnt offering, a Holocaust. Uh,
Yeah. Hello? And was that
well, that
good? Was that good?
well, who were they offering up?
Christians. Roman
Believers of
Catholic.
God,
Roman
believers of
Catholic
God.
Christians. Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, the Nazis were also killing believers of God. The
I
old,
I agree. Dachau. I went to Dachau back in 2007, and you know who the prime victims of Dachau were? Roman Catholic priests. Like, hello, wow.
hmm,
It's been proven totally. It's been proven totally that they were Roman Catholic priests. And I don't support Roman Catholicism. I hate Roman Catholicism. But hello, what the fuck was going on there? Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I forgot about this book. This book's really good. Where's the title at? The Printers of Basil. Oh, by Hecathorn. It's a really good book.
Hecathorn, I've got Hecathorn's book. Yeah, I do. I have his book. Yeah.
Yeah, this Printers of Basil book is really interesting because it goes over a bunch of I don't even know how to describe it. There was one of the chapters. Well, I guess I got everything.
Do I have to dig the book up? Like, fuck. I don't know where it is.
Where is that?
It's somewhere in my
Oops, wrong
staff.
button.
Yeah.
Oops, I can't remember which chapter it was, but it was going over old documents. The let's see, which one was it? Oh fuck! I really need to write this shit down when I save the books and stuff.
Hey, Pedro. Love you. Appreciate your contributions. Take care, bro.
Oh yeah, what is he passing out?
No, he's just saying that
Oh,
I'm not putting the chat down here, Pedro. I'm not putting them down.
Well, this is interesting.
I'm just trying to interact properly with them. If I
Look,
fuck up, let me know if I fuck up.
oh, you're
Because,
fine.
yeah.
Well, this is interesting. It's talking about the Bible. It's saying the second part containing the remaining books of the Old Testament and the whole of the New consists of 216 leaves. That's relevant to the Shem Hamphoresh. 72 times 3. Every page is divided into two columns of 48 lines each. You take the old tarot, the deck of cards, take out the jokers or whatever. Wait, no, that's 52. Damn, I forget how that went. There's something to do with that old Kabbalism with that.
Yeah, it sounds like
This wasn't the part
projection.
I was looking for.
It sounds like projection. Yeah.
Well, you'd have to understand Kabbalism to.
Yeah, I don't understand Kabbalism at all. No.
Well, I mean, the modern books don't give it. The Masons go back
I
farther
mean,
than.
I mean, I've read Isaac Luria, Gershom Scholem. I've read about the Frankists. I've read about Sabbatai Ziva. Like,
Yeah, but the
I
Masonic
don't,
stuff goes much
I don't
farther than anything.
understand anything about it. Yeah, I'm a useless piece of shit. So don't talk to me about it. Yeah, I'll
I don't
totally fuck
remember
up.
what. There was a depiction in here that was relevant. I don't remember which one it was. This is what is that? Rachel. It says no, Rachel. What is that? The kiss of Judas, or what is that?
Ruchel. It's
The
Ruchel's
Apostle
book.
Paul.
You
Wait,
haven't read Ruchel's book?
wait. This is weird. It's saying the Apostle Paul was Peter. Ptor stands for predicator. That's weird. Translator took for praetor. Well, that's weird. Raptu sublimis, the signal robber, so that Paul is said to have been
Well,
the man
read
of the law, signal
Ruchel's book.
robber.
Ruchel's book.
Well, that's weird. How's it going? Let's see. That's not the picture I was looking for.
I mean, fuck. I'm. I, I, I was born on a. I forget what day, but I wasn't born yesterday.
You ever seen this symbol right here?
Yeah, yeah, that looks familiar. Wow.
Yeah, well, then on that shield, there's a symbol that it's like a sprig or something of I don't know what that's supposed to be. That it's like a cornucopia or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as a cornucopia, but it's a weird symbol. Yeah.
A flower or
Totally.
something.
Yeah.
The device of John Amerbach. I'm not sure who that is.
Have you ever read or looked at Michael Myers? Michael Myers, he did a lot of symbology, and he had a lot of pictographs and pictures and stuff like that about this. Yeah.
Hmm.
Michael Myers, Meijers.
Yeah,
I think
Halloween. No.
I think that's how he spelled his name. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Just looking. I can't remember what I was looking for in here. I know it's in one of the pictures. Oops. Because Hecathorn, there's that symbol again. See it on the left?
I don't know what's going so fast.
But you should be able to see it now.
Okay. Okay. At the XX and the P,
Jupiter
like
type symbol.
what is that all about? Yeah, weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean,
It's really weird because Hecathorn's writing about it. Here, I'm gonna put this back on for a second. I can grab my food.
Has withheld his protection from our nation. This is why our country is now in the darkest period as has ever been, because we have given ourselves over to ignorance, stupidity, ill-informed religious philosophies, and have not come before God with a trite heart and wanting to know the full truth. Here we're told about the manna from heaven. I don't know if you've ever remember Moses was leading the children of Israel to pick manna from heaven. They would find manna from heaven on the ground each morning, the scripture says. Here they are picking up the manna from heaven on the ground each morning. Here in Exodus 16:14, it says, "And when the dew that lay on the ground was gone up, behold, the face of the wilderness, there lay a small round thing, as small as hoarfrost on the ground." So now we know, and the next one in 15 says, "And when the children of Israel saw it, they said to each other, to one another, it is manna, for they did not know what it was." In Hebrew, manna simply means, what is it? I mean, they tried this stuff and said, God, what
Thank
is
you,
this?
Pedro.
You know? So what is it? They don't know. Well, what is it in Hebrew is
I
manna.
have read
So they call
most
it
of those
manna. Well, what
books.
is manna? The manna from heaven was a small round
I
thing.
would say
And it says when the dew
90% of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that was on the ground, of course, when the sun comes up, it evaporates, and behold, upon the
I
face of the
mean,
wilderness there lay
why
a
would I
small
fuck
round
with
thing.
you guys otherwise? Like,
Manna,
come on.
in Hebrew,
Come
what is
on,
it? It's
people.
7 characteristics from the old ancient world. Small, round, wafer-like, sweet, could be hard, can be melted,
I
and it was
mean,
obviously from heaven. Because when you ate the
even
manna, you could talk to God. Well, now
even
we found
Clint
out
acknowledges that he's read some of these books and stuff like that. Like, I mean, we find a certain degree of common ground um, on various topics, but we fight on other things, and I mean that's the nature of the business. That's how things work.
Well, debates are good for. Well, not really debates, but there's. Oh, I'm just gonna
manna
play this
was
for
a
a second. 'Cause
small
I'm trying to
round
eat real
thing,
quick.
mushrooms. And
I'll
here are
fast forward a bit here.
Hitler.
So no, you don't like the
Most of
mushroom subject.
The universal belief that the sun door of immortality represented the monolithic gateway of the sun. There's the heaven's door, the heaven's gate, the sun door. Consequently, the whole concept of the sun door was to go through the door into the world of the dead, into the occult world beyond. Here's the winged sun door in the Hindu. The sun doors. This goes all the way back to the Akkadian, Babylonian, Sumerian belief that the gods will lead you through heaven's gate or the sun door.
Yeah, I like
There
how
is the
I
old
like how he
Phoenician Canaanite god going
connects
through the
all
sun
these
door.
ancient cultures
Here in the
together.
Vatican, you will
Yeah.
see a colorful ceremony at the beginning of the Holy Year where the seal is broken on the holy door.
I know this is significant. Nobody ever talks about it.
With
Nobody ever
only
talks about this
fewer
shit.
than 880 days left before Pope John Paul opens the holy door for the Jubilee year
Yes,
2000.
yes. Why doesn't
One of the
anybody
most
talk
solemn
about this?
events in the church's calendar is the opening of the holy door. Here is the Pope going through the sun gate, the holy door. The Pope immediately after entering the basilica through the holy door, the sun gate, the old Phoenician, Canaanite, Assyrian sun door. This stuff is as ancient and as pagan as it has ever been. And most people see this and have
Totally.
no idea. They think it's
And that's what
supposedly, they think
Alexander
it's,
Hislop talks about.
people
Totally.
see something like this on
Yeah.
television. Oh, it's very holy. The only thing holy in Rome is the stories. They're full of holes. The concept is the whole thing is nothing but a story. And it has been misrepresented. And again, let me say, I am totally convinced that the New Testament as a profoundly important story, but it has been misrepresented by the people who are far smarter than we are. They have put all of this stuff together, and they figured we'd never find out.
They
Well, I
aren't
took
smarter
42
than we
years of
are.
my
They're
life
just fuck
to go through
faces.
this material, and I
Total
haven't
fuck
even scraped the
faces.
surface. I could go
Yeah.
on for weeks talking about this kind of thing. The point I'm making here is that we need to wake up and find out what these symbols mean.
Totally.
I think this is getting where, yeah, here it is, Rome. Rome in the 1st century. I don't know if you know this, but in the 1st century Rome's seat of power, where Caesar ruled from, was called Capitoline Hill. Capitoline Hill.
Yeah, that was an
And the
inherited
temple of Juno
thing.
Moneta was a part of Capitoline Hill. Juno Moneta, which is where we get Juneau, Alaska. Juno Moneta is where we get the word moneta, is where we get the word money. It's because this is where Caesar coined his money, in the temple of Juno Moneta, on money. So of course, Caesar, before he went in before the, quote, Senate, end quote, he had to go to the bankers, had to go to the temple to see what the bankers
He had to
want
go
before
to
he
the
goes into
fucking
the
Jews.
Senate. There is
That's not
Capitoline Hill. It's up
Oh,
on the
you
hill.
said I could say,
We
okay,
still say that
Hebrews.
today. The
You had to
president's
go
up
to
on
the
the hill.
Hebrews.
Not realizing
Well, I
when
mean,
you
just
see
because
the
people
president
had
of the
money
United
didn't
States
mean
up
they were
on the hill, this is all Rome.
the sole part of the conspiracy.
Okay. One last one.
Damn it, that food burnt my mouth.
But that's what he's talking about, totally. Yeah.
Well,
They went to the, they went to the
domes.
money lenders, we'll say.
Domes are very important.
Yeah.
The word dome comes from a Latin word domus. Domus gives us domesticated,
There's too much sugar in those waffles
Dominican
and the fucking
Republic,
corn dogs.
domineering, domus. Domus meaning the presence of the divine. Domus. The presence of God, the presence of divine. Domus.
Okay. Okay, here he's
And you'll find
extrapolating
domes everywhere.
too
Churches
weird.
have domes.
This is in the books. I mean, this
Religious
has to do
buildings
with
incorporate a
the
dome.
goddess worship.
I
The
understand, but
Vatican,
he's
dome.
extrapolating
St.
weird.
Peter's,
Yeah.
Domus. Here we have from a publication showing Jesus giving the keys to Peter. The keys
No,
of
he
heaven.
never gave the keys to Peter. That's bullshit.
And you will see in the back the Vatican.
Total bullshit.
Well, I mean, there's a picture of it.
So Jesus is giving the
What's
keys
that?
to Peter for him to
He
rule
gave
through
it
the
to
domus.
the
Now, why
apostles.
is this important?
Read the
It's
rest of the
because, in point
scriptures.
of fact,
Well, I
the
mean, I
United
bring up
States
the quote, but
government has the same
a cigarette.
identical dome as the one in Vatican. Identical.
Last cigarette.
It's because this government is dominated by international maritime admiralty law, the law of international banks. International maritime admiralty law is based on
I agree.
Vatican
I
canon
agree.
law.
I agree.
Vatican canon law is the law of banks and money.
I agree.
Consequently, that's why the
Totally.
Pope has a Swiss guard. Switzerland is the bankers of the world.
Totally.
Consequently, you need to understand
Swiss
what
was
these symbols mean.
one of the huge
Let's see if there's
backers of
something
the
else on
Nazis
here.
was Switzerland.
No.
Well, hold
Now
on.
there it is, a mortarboard derived from a cap worn by Roman Catholic clergy. A mortarboard is now a symbol. The red square, yeah, these are squares. Here's the Pope bowing before a mafia. Yeah, you got to ask yourself, how come the Pope has to bow to get the square on his head? You better check this out and figure out, why does the Pope have to bow to politicians? The square, the red square. Isn't that what where Russia was?
The red square.
The Moscow was ruled from the red square. The red square. You find that in the Vatican, the red square. The Nazis used the red square.
Red square.
I mean, even Union Bank uses the red square. And incidentally, the Union Bank goes back to Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler founded a bank with the gold he got from Jews. He founded a bank called the Reichsstadt All-German Union Bank. The Reichsstadt All-German Union Bank. Today, the Reichsstadt All-German Union Bank is known in our country as Union Bank. Union Bank was founded by Adolf Hitler. But
Yeah,
don't take the
you'll
first
have to go
person.
back to Anthony Sutton and other researchers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, here is a red shield.
Red shield.
Red shield.
Wow, the
Rothschild. What do you
Rothschilds.
see as a symbol
Hello.
of fascism?
Fucking,
Fascism was
the
an authoritarian
Well,
political
it's
movement.
not about
Hebrews.
their
The last
race.
sentence it says
It's
its
about
The
that.
name was
fucking
derived
Hebrews.
from a
Well, you got to
fascist
understand,
Roman
they're
symbol for
Masons.
authority
They're
consisting of a
part of
bundle
the
of rods
Scottish Rite.
and an
They're part
I,
of
axe.
I
the
agree.
Illuminati.
Political
Yeah,
life. In
yeah,
most
yeah.
cases,
So it's not a race
fascists have
thing; it's an
come to
Illuminati
power
thing.
after a nation has
Uh,
suffered an
But it
economic
has
collapse, a
become a
military
race
defeat,
thing.
or some other
Well, that's
disaster.
the whole British
The
Israelist
Fascist Party
crap.
wins mass support by
Yeah.
promising to revive the economy and restore national pride. Say it again? When? Okay.
When? When? When?
Political life under fascism. In most cases, fascists have come to power after a nation has suffered an economic collapse, a military defeat, or some other disaster. The Fascist Party wins mass support by promising to revive the economy and restore national pride. Where have we heard this crap before?
It's not crap. It's not
The
crap.
people running
It's
this
true.
country are
He's
nothing
talking about the
but
Nazis.
patsies for
They're all
international fascist Nazism.
And you
They're
disagree with that?
fascist murderers all.
No, I'm not
One
disagreeing.
day, there's going to come a time
Well,
when the
are you
divine
talking about what
justice
Jordan
is
said or what
going
you
to
said?
be having its way on this earth.
Jordan.
And people like George Bush and all of the other fascist, Nazi, underworld, mafiosi murderers are going to bite the dust. You can bet on it. God has watched the coming and going of Hitler's for thousands of years, and it hasn't impressed him a bit. And the people that are running this government today, they're on their way out too, very soon.
And they're clapping it.
Well, I don't think Jordan understood that the New World Order is.
Severely
Yeah.
under a
He
fascist
didn't
government.
have a
Here's
clue
fascist.
about the New World Order. Like,
You'll
Well, I
see
mean, he
it
does.
underneath.
Well, he shows it in the
It's
Dawn of a
everywhere
New Day
throughout
video.
the world, especially in South America, Italy, France, Italy again. Benito Mussolini. You'll see the fasci. Fascism and of Italian domination. Here's Kurt Waldheim, fascist Nazi.
Yeah, he was
ended
at
up being the head of the
United Nations.
I don't know what that tells you about the UN. And here's the Pope with his fascist
that was
Nazi
the only
friend.
time the
Both of them are
United
grinning because they
Nations
both know
were
what they're
actually
doing, and they know
good.
you don't know what they're doing.
Was under Kurt Waldheim.
And that's why
Otherwise,
they're both
they've been
smiling.
Yeah, but
fucked.
he
I
was
put the
into the
Pope in
alien
same
shit.
place
He
with
sent
Adolf
that
Hitler and the other
golden
fascist
disc of the
Nazis.
Viking orbiter
I
out to
know.
the
I did
aliens.
not.
I've done
I did
42
not know
years of
that.
research
Wow.
on
Yeah,
the
with
Roman system
Carl
of
Sagan.
fascism, Nazism, and
Well,
I can tell you
and Carl
the
Sagan
papacy
is
the
a
bottom line
total
if you want to
fake news.
talk about fascism.
Yeah.
New World Order.
Why does the Pope wear a Jewish yarmulke? You ever thought
Yeah.
about
Why
that?
is the
Where's the
Why is
Jewish
the
yarmulke?
Pope
Why?
wearing his yarmulke? Yeah. Hello.
Here at the
Hello.
Vatican,
Well, it has to
Cardinal
do
Pacelli,
that
who later
Jordan
became Pope
Maxwell
Pius
elaborates and
XII,
says that the
he
yarmulke
signed
was
the
not originally
concordance.
Jewish.
Eugenio Pacelli, now Vatican
That it was about
Secretary of
Rome,
State, presides over the
the
signing
Roman
of a
secret
concordance
society.
between
Yeah.
Germany and the
Yeah.
Vatican in
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying what
1933.
Jordan says.
Yeah.
The Vatican signed contracts with the
Equivocation.
Nazis.
I think.
There were two of them. They were called
Well, he brings it to the
concordance.
books. I don't remember which lecture it is. but it
Now,
was
how many
like
people know
3
that?
hours long or something.
The Pope signs contracts with Adolf Hitler. Here's Benito Mussolini in the Vatican signing
He doesn't talk
contracts with the
about the
Vatican.
Havara agreement. Like, why does he miss that totally?
Yeah, but
Like,
there was an
Again,
agreement between
here's another
Truman where
cardinal
Truman,
meeting with all of the
I think it was
fascists on the
Truman, that
left.
he told the Saudi prince that he wouldn't intervene with
Here are the
the
priests hailing
if the
Hitler.
Islams attacked Israel.
Here's
So
Bocelli,
you can
there
tell
was
that.
Cardinal
there was
Nunzio,
no fucking
and
Israel
Nunzio
at
in
the time.
Germany talking to Adolf Hitler.
I'm talking about after World War II. There
Okay,
was an
Again,
agreement
the fascists.
by one of our leaders. I don't remember which one.
Here it is on
I
American
think it
I
was
coins.
say fuck
Truman or
Israel. I say
Here it is in
Israel was
Rome.
a
Take
fake
a good look at
state
the fasci
from
on
Yeah,
the
the
but
helmet.
get-go.
they were trying
Totally.
to
Symbol. Here
save
it is in
people
America.
from being
Here it is
persecuted.
on the American
That's
dime.
why
Yeah,
they.
that's bullshit.
Well,
Total
it's true
bullshit.
though
Traditional symbol.
that
No,
Republicanism.
people were so
fasci,
brainwashed
as
by the
it's-
Roman
they
Empire.
should have
Any
went to
religion,
Yeah,
they
Republicans
should have went
always use the
they should have
fasci
went to Mauritania or somewhere else.
because they crawl on
you know,
their knees
any
before the
religion
Pope
that was
and the
against
mafia.
Rome, they had to get rid
You
of
see
it.
on both sides of the podium, fascis.
Any
That's a
religions that were
fasci.
against Rome and the
You'll
Roman
see it
religions.
with the president
Uh,
and on both sides of the podium.
it's also the symbol of France, the fasci, with the
We can have the lights now.
red shield behind it. Or was it red? I think it was red.
Yeah, and where did the red shield come from?
So in conclusion,
The
Right,
let me
old
say that
symbol
what
of
I'm trying to
Mars.
do
Oh,
is alert you
Well,
and make
I
you
went over
aware of
this
the
earlier about
fact
the
that the
Mars and
entire
the Order of the
world
Dragon.
operates on symbols, words, terms, emblems, national coats of arms, halotry, flags. And for many years, I have been fascinated with how much Americans don't know about symbols. They look at them every day and haven't got the faintest idea what these things mean. The religious institutions that govern the
so
Western
are you
world are
saying
as
this guy
corrupt
was
as any
pro-Israel?
institution that's ever come out of the Western world.
He's just talking about the
But
New
I
World
believe that
Order.
there is a very powerful
The
story
demonization of Israel is
encoded
because
symbolically
the
in
the Islam's
Old
backed by
and New
Nazis,
Testament,
and that
but it has been misrepresented.
they seem
And
to be the
unless and
only
until
people
we
fighting
are
against
ready
the
to accept
Islams
that fact,
and the
that
secret
there's
Nazis.
something in the New Testament that you
Yeah,
don't
and I'm
know.
totally
There's a symbolism there that's telling you
anti-Israel.
something.
So fuck
And
Israel.
I am
Yeah, but it's
fascinated
part
with
of
how much
America. I mean,
we read things and
No,
don't
it
know
isn't.
what we're reading. Let me give you
Now
one
it is.
last example
Now it is, obviously,
that
due
I
to
mean,
think is
AIPAC
important
and
and will make a point.
Hollywood. Yeah,
well, they were
totally.
trying to
On the first
protect
day
people from
of summer,
extinction.
the
The
sun is as high in the northern sky as
Ah,
it's
fuck
going to
it.
get.
Fuck
It's not
them.
going any
Like
further
they're
north
fucking,
than the first
they're
day of
a
summer.
plague on
It is
humanity.
directly
that's not
overhead,
true.
as high in
That's
the northern
such
hemisphere as
a
it's going to
vague.
get. Each
You can't
day,
just say that an
from the first
entire
day of summer,
people
each
is some
day
kind of
it
bad thing.
moves imperceptibly.
You know,
It
even though I
moves
talk bad about
1
Islam, I'm not saying
degree
they're all bad,
southward
but
each
the
day,
movement
going
itself
southward.
is not
When it hits
understood
the
by the
halfway point,
lower
it is
people
now
in the
crossing
religions.
over the equator
Same with the
at the
Yeah,
Catholics.
halfway point,
I hate
and
Islam
now it
too,
is going to
but
fall,
I
Well,
and that's
also
why we
hate
call it
Israel.
fall
I
or
think they're
autumn.
full of shit.
Fall because the sun is
yeah,
now
but you don't
falling.
understand
It's going.
that you believe in a
And
religion that's
consequently, it keeps
based on
moving
ancient
until it
Hebrew,
hits the halfway
and
point,
that it's very
which it
hypocritical.
Bullshit.
crosses over the
No
equator.
bullshit.
Now
Well,
It's
it's
it is
based
true. I
on
mean,
spring in the
Christianity.
southern
well, I mean,
equator,
that Christianity
and
seemed
in
to
the
lie
northern
dormant in the
hemisphere,
ancient
it
Hebrew.
is now fall
It's all
in the
rooted in
No,
ancient Hebrew. I
But
mean,
as I
no,
said,
it
in
their
isn't.
God.
Rio and in Brazil,
Yeah,
it is
it
No,
now
definitely
spring
is.
because it's going to go 3 more months until it hits the
it,
first day of
it
winter. And the
okay.
first day of winter,
In
the
the
sun is as
actual
low
historical
in the southern
period,
sky as
maybe,
it's going to get, and
but
that's the
not
first day
in
of summer
modern
in
context.
Rio. That's
Modern
why the
context,
birds
The
and
story,
monkeys
though,
it
is
does.
and honey
interlinked with the Old
fly
Testament.
south. Well,
It's
No,
if
clearly
you got money,
part
yeah,
of it.
modern,
follow the sun.
but modern
So
context,
consequently,
the
the sun,
Talmud, the Kabbalah,
which
all
was
that shit,
doing
that's
just fine. It
totally
was really hot
satanic.
and doing great.
That's not
Satanic shit.
When it
satanic.
reached the
Satanic is.
Yes,
halfway
it is.
point,
Well,
It's
I've
the
total
I've
satanic
constellation
studied the
shit.
Kabbalah and stuff. It's
that
not.
it hits
It's
every
there's a lot
fall
of people
is
that
the
don't read books.
constellation of
You know.
Scorpio.
I've read
Scorpio is
books.
the constellation that
You
begins
know,
autumn,
I've got
and
8.
therefore it's the kiss of death
Yeah, but what does
Scorpion
Jesus say
has kissed
about
God's
your
son,
neighbors and
and now
stuff?
he's going to be led to his
You
death
got to be
in
nice to him
Capricorn.
and shit.
He's going to die. He is fallen.
Yeah,
The great Son of God is
we've been
fallen.
nice to
And he's
them
going to
to our
fall all the way
detriment.
down to the southern hemisphere until
Well, I
it
mean, there's
hits
an
the
ancient
first
religious
day
war
of
going
winter,
on with
which is
these different
December
religions. It's
22nd.
and the
Yes. On December
it's
22nd,
like
the sun
America
rises
was
on the lowest latitude, on the lowest point
like
of the
America was
southern
created
sky.
to have
Now
freedom of
follow what I'm
religion.
saying. The
And
sun
the
rises on the
Well,
lowest
well,
degree
okay.
on the
Have you read
22nd.
Brian
On the
Ogren's book
23rd,
on
the sun rises
the
on the
Kabbalah
same
and the
identical
origin of the
degree. It's so
American
perceptive
yeah,
that
but
the
nation?
most of
U.S.
the time
Navy
you gotta
has the
understand
instruments to
Satanism
tell
is
you it did not move 1 degree
it,
south. It
yeah,
did
we
not
went
move
over this
1 degree
before
north.
where
It's
if
on the same identical
say a
degree.
Satanist worships Satan from your Bible, does that mean that your Bible is bad?
How do you mean? If a Satanist worships Satan from my Bible, that makes my Bible bad? I
Well, I'm
don't know.
asking you, does that make your Bible bad?
No, it doesn't make my Bible
Well,
bad.
so if Satanists were worshiping the Satan from the Talmud, that also doesn't make the Talmud bad.
Yes, it does. Totally.
No, because they're you don't understand. It's not they weren't worshiping the devil or something. Just
You
like
know,
you aren't
you
worshiping. Well,
understand.
hold on. If you're saying that, you don't understand. It's like, if Satanists are worshiping the Satan of your book, you can't condemn your own book, and that they have the same
Do you
book.
understand
Well,
where the
hold on.
Talmud?
You're not understanding
The
that.
Talmud is not the Bible. The Talmud was created in Babylon, and it
Yeah,
has
but
nothing to do with the
well,
Bible.
Danny already explained this, where it's like it had to
Yeah,
do with
Danny's
decision
full of
making.
shit.
No,
Danny's
no, no.
full of
He's very well
shit.
read on.
No,
I,
he's full of shit.
no,
I'll
no, no.
debate him
But you won't
any
even let
day.
me finish the
I'll
sentence.
debate him any day because
The
he's
Talmud.
totally
No,
full of
people
shit.
misunderstanding it. Where it was about like it was very similar to like Supreme Court cases or something, where there was some kind of
Yeah,
incident that was happening,
I'll
and they
totally
were
debate him any day.
well
Totally.
the what
But
you
he won't
still
face
what you're
me.
hold on, you're
He
still not
won't face
understanding my
me.
point though.
He won't
If
face me.
hold on, if there was any religious book, and that if some Satanists, quote unquote, were worshiping the devil from that book, that doesn't mean the book itself is bad. It means that people are worshiping the devil from it. They could take any holy book and worship the devil from
Well,
any holy
doesn't that
book.
imply that the book is bad if they're worshiping the devil from it? Like,
Well, that
come
would
on.
make the Bible bad under that logic,
Why? Why? Why?
because that's the logic you're saying.
No, the
This is
Bible
your logic.
totally
Well,
supports
I'm just giving. Well, no,
Christianity.
I'm giving you an example of your logic.
No, you're not.
Yes, because under your logic, the Bible would be bad if Satanists worship Satan from your Bible. Uh,
Why would anybody can construct a worship of Satan based on the Bible? That
well,
can't happen.
well, you haven't
They
read.
can't,
No. You haven't read page 333 of Alvin Boyd Kuhn's book, Lost
yeah, but
Light. He says flat out that.
Alvin Boyd Kuntz was a total
So
Satanist. And
they're
yeah,
talking about Jesus and God being Satan.
yeah, he twisted everything.
Well, you don't
Totally
understand though.
twisted it.
Does that make the Bible bad if he's
No, it
worshiping
doesn't.
Satan? Well, so
No,
then
it
if
doesn't
somebody
make the
else,
Bible bad.
well, so that under that logic, if there was somebody worshiping Satan from the Hebrew Bible, that wouldn't make the Hebrew Bible bad because they're worshiping a different God than what is intended. Uh,
I'm
do you
not
see the
talking about
logic?
the Hebrew Bible,
Well,
the Bible, Hebrew
yeah, but you see the
uh,
logic though. You see the
Tanakh.
logic.
I'm talking about the Tanakh. I'm talking about the Talmud. The Talmud totally defenestrates any Christian possibilities.
Well, that's the thing where the religion that was the old religion, and the new religion was the revival of the
No,
male god.
it wasn't new because
Well, I'm talking about
Jesus.
Christianity.
No, because Jesus showed up in the Old Testament in Epiphanies as the Son of God. He showed up in the Old Testament, and the
Well,
Jews
can you
never
remember the
recognized
exact?
that.
Yeah, but well, technically Danny debunked that thing. But so
No,
that's
he didn't. He didn't debunk it. He's full of shit because he never debunked it.
well,
No,
if Christianity is in the Old Testament anywhere, it's with Jonah. Uh,
just Jonah. No, there's numerous texts.
well, I mean Jonah
Numerous
though.
texts.
Yeah, but that one text was about when he debunked it. He went very far in depth about that verse you're talking about. It's a misunderstanding by the Christians of what the Hebrew is.
You think it's a misunderstanding? Have you studied hermeneutics? Like, come on,
Yeah, but
research it. Do some, do
it's
some deep dives.
well, if Jesus is connected anywhere, it's with Tetragrammaton. The
Oh, come on, come
well,
on.
the name itself, Tetragrammaton plus sin in the center is
Oh, come on, come on.
Jesus in
That's
Greek.
bullshit.
No,
That's bullshit.
that's literal
That's
translation. You can
total
look it up.
bullshit.
No.
Total
This is
bullshit.
not bullshit. It's in the books. It's. I mean,
Come on,
it all makes much
come
clearer
on.
sense.
Even the chat agrees with me. Like,
Well, that's
come
because
on.
they haven't done their homework.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've done their homework.
No, because you're misunderstanding
No, I'm not a misunderstanding.
mystery of the chief cornerstone.
What do you think the chief cornerstone is? Jesus Christ.
Well, no, it's a symbol of the Tetragrammaton.
No, it's Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, but
He's the, he's
that's where
the
you don't
chief
understand the
cornerstone.
Kabbalism. The Kabbalism,
Yeah,
it's a
of
interlocking story.
course, you're going into Kabbalism, which never arrived until the
That's what you
12th
say, but
century.
in
It's bullshit.
Freemasonry, no, Freemasonry it was
Kabbalah
before it
Kabbalah
was
is
older.
12th century. It's Isaac Luria and all his
No, I'm
other
talking about the
acolytes.
Kabbalism of the Templars. That theirs was different. Isaac Luria was
Oh, seriously? You want to go into the Templars? That's a totally segmented dysphoria. I'm, I mean,
well,
that's got nothing to do with the Bible.
well, the Kabbalism though in reality has to do with alchemy, the symbols of the
Yeah, Kabbalism does have to do with alchemy, but Kabbalism never arrived until the 12th century.
well, that's because you don't see the symbols. The it
Are
existed
you
prior to
serious?
that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, all the Masons write about it. They write
Yeah,
about it in the Arcane of
and
Freemasonry.
The Masons weren't constructed until 1710 or 1711.
Yeah, but that's where you misunderstand. The Masons were the Templars. The Templars had to hide. They hid their secrets to the Masons. The
Yeah,
Templars
and
were
the Templars, who did they associate with the old man on the mountain? Blah blah blah.
yeah, but
Like, come on,
that's just
come
when they
on,
merged the order with
yeah,
the
come on.
Hashim. Yeah, but the
Let's
original
let's
religion of
be
the
his
Persians was the widow's
let's
son.
be historically consistent, uh, chronologically. You're fucking up totally on the
Yeah, but
chronology.
well, I
Totally.
mean yeah. This
Come
is that whole
on.
thing about this is what I was
Let's
saying
let's
earlier though. Hold on. The old battle of the god in the male form versus the god in the female form. The
what's that got to do with anything? Like, come on.
well, that has to do with everything. I mean, that's what do you think the Scarlet Whore of Babylon is? You're talking about the revival of the
No,
goddess,
come on.
the dragons, the
It
cup.
has nothing to do with that. You gotta do a bit more research. Come on. Come on.
Well, no,
I
it's
know you
you don't
I know
understand
you
though.
better you have access to
What
books.
color? What
You
color did ISIS wear?
you can do the research.
Hold
Come
on
on.
though. What color did ISIS wear? She wore red or scarlet.
I don't give a shit what kind
What?
ISIS
It
wore.
has to do with the modern times. The goddess cults are all worshippers of matter. They don't believe in spirit. They're all that this is what it's all about. Faith versus works. That the priesthood of the goddess believes
You're
in
talking
works.
about faith versus works, but you don't understand it. Like
Yeah, but hold on though. Yeah, but
you're
hold on though. You're going off the faith, quote unquote, by not understanding the Jonah part. It's like
oh
if the
come
book
on,
was written
come
by the
on.
people who and it was the word of God, they're not going to mess it up. And so then when they make a warning about a false god that doesn't have the sign of Jonah 3 days and 3 nights, they're literally warning about a false god that doesn't have the sign of Jonah not being their god. And so
You're projecting too much. Like
no, this is
I don't understand where you're coming from even.
it's right in
Like
the book. I mean, they mention false prophets many times. Uh, who do you think these false prophets are? Even the elect will be deceived. We're talking about the high priesthoods will be deceived, that they'll preach the Babylonian religion of the goddess.
hello, and who are these assholes?
Rome.
The Pharisees. No, the Pharisees and the ultimate Talmudists.
No,
Like,
they don't
come
worship
on.
a goddess.
Yes, come on.
Which goddess are you thinking of? Well, I'm going to need some specific names here.
I mean, look at Pedro. Pedro's saying he
Hold on
totally
though. I'm asking you though, which goddess are you saying they worship in the Talmud?
who worshipped.
Well, you just claimed that you thought they worshiped a goddess in the Talmud. Which goddess do they worship?
Well, they worshipped the Talmud, which was
Well, hold on
based.
though. We're talking about the goddess worship though.
No, I'm not
Specifically.
talking about
No,
goddess worship.
I was talking about. This is what I'm.
Yeah, you may be talking about it,
This is what
but
you're
I
not
mean,
understanding though. The Illuminati is the revived cult of ISIS. It is the revived
you're
worship of the goddess.
projecting again. You're
No. This is
projecting
what they
onto the
write.
past
This is
something
what they
that
write.
never actually happened.
Well, it doesn't matter if it happened or not because they believe in it and that
Yes,
they have power.
yes,
Because
yes,
there's an
it does
overwhelming
matter
of
if it actually happened
well, it
because
doesn't. No.
we're talking about the truth of history,
Well,
and
that's the thing though. It's like in modern times, it doesn't matter if the Bible is real or not. What matters is that a majority of the people of Earth are worshiping the New Age religion, and that all the old age religions are going to be drowned out, no matter which religion it is. That's what's happening.
I
So,
mean, that's despite the fact that what we were talking about was something totally different. Yeah.
well, this has to do with the revival of the old religion through Paul, and why the occultists preach Paul, why Rome preaches Paul.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off because
Perverted doctrine.
Jonathan Hiller said, "I'm glad that Harry apologized about Paul. I never apologized about Paul. I refuse to apologize for Paul. Um,
Yeah.
uh, you know, I think Paul was totally accurate. Totally.
Well, I think Paul's the betrayer. Betrayer Paul. Danny was supposed to come on, but I think he probably passed out because he woke up at like 4 in the morning.
Well, Danny's a fucking idiot.
Well, that's very rude. I'm sure he would
No,
never
I'm
say anything
serious.
like,
I'm
"Well,
serious.
you claim you're a Christian, but you're judging
Why
people."
can't I call out people?
Well,
Is that
that's yeah,
illegal?
but
Is
well, hold
that
on though.
illegal?
What does Jesus say? Judge not, lest ye be judged.
Oh, I can judge people that are fucking
Well,
uh
yeah, but
Talmudic
hold on though. If you
fucking
say you're a Christian and then you
anti-Christians.
hold on
I
though,
can judge
hold on, whoa,
people
whoa,
that
whoa, whoa,
are
whoa, whoa.
anti-Christ.
If you say that you're a Christian and you follow the philosophy of
Bullshit.
Jesus, hold on,
Bullshit.
no. If you say you're a Christian, then
Bullshit.
how come you're? If I was to know you by your fruits, and you don't, and you don't follow the philosophy of, judge not lest ye be judged,
Okay, come on.
then obviously you aren't a Christian. I mean that's
Oh, judge me all you want.
well no,
Judge
I'm just
me.
laying it out
And
for you.
I'm willing to accept
No.
God's judgment, but I say that Danny is a fucking piece of shit.
But
Totally.
well, that's I don't think he would ever say anything negative about you. So it's very
He would.
well, you
You
don't
know,
understand what I'm saying
notice,
though. Hold on, you're dancing around my subject here. You say you're a Christian, but your fruits show otherwise. You're judging
really?
when you
Really?
haven't been judged. Yes, can you recall a moment when Danny has judged you?
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Totally.
when? When? Quote him, because I don't
Totally by
recall it.
his totally by his promotion of Judaism.
That's not
The Judy
that
he's
isn't
a
no. When did he
Judaizer.
specifically judge you?
Yes, he's a Judaizer. Come on,
No. I'm
face it.
asking you a
Face
specific
it.
question.
Face it.
No,
He's
no,
a
no, no.
fucking
No,
Judaizer.
you're dancing around the question.
No, I'm not.
When did he specifically judge you?
Well, he obviously accused me of not being a Judaizer, and I
What?
said, "Fuck you, fuck you. You're a
I don't recall
Judaizer."
that. Well, when was that?
Well, we can deal with that. Bring him on. Bring him on.
Well, you don't understand my point. My point is, judge not
I
lest ye
can
be
I
judged.
can refute him left, right,
Well,
and
I don't
center
recall him saying
because he's
anything
a
which would.
fucking Judaizer.
No, I don't
He's an
recall him.
asshole. He's
You're
a total asshole.
you can't judge somebody based on their religion. That's not
Why
the
can't we?
philosophy. That's not the
Why can't
philosophy of
we?
Jesus.
Why can't we judge
No,
someone based
no.
on their religion?
Well,
If
you don't
we're
understand. You
Christians,
claim. Hold on, hold
we
on.
we can say
Whoa.
that they're fucking
No.
heretics,
You
they're
claim.
assholes, blah
Hold
blah
on.
blah.
You don't understand. You claim that you're a Christian, but yet you judge people when they haven't judged you. Uh, that's what's happening here.
Yes, he has judged me. He
Well,
totally has
definitely
judged
don't
me.
recall it. Does anybody in the audience recall Danny dissing Harry here? Because I definitely don't recall
Hey, let's go back further. And has anybody recall Clint dissing me?
it. Well, you've dissed me.
No, I haven't dissed you, but you dissed me in front of Donut tonight. You totally
No.
dissed me.
How did I?
Yeah, you did.
How did I diss you? I don't recall dissing you. When did
Yeah,
I diss?
you may not recall it, but it's a fact.
Well, no, I think I was bringing up one of our debates or something. I wasn't dissing you. I was just saying that you were misinformed. Uh,
Misinformed.
well, that's not me saying like, "Oh, your appearance is blah blah blah." uh,
Clint, we need to get into this deeper, very much deeper, on a supra succinct level and deal with this issue totally. Yeah.
well, I mean, I'm not sure if I can smoke that many cigarettes.
Yeah, you can. You can.
But
I mean, Clint, I hate to say it. Maybe I won't say it.
but
Uh, I won't say it. But you depend on me showing up on your channel to fuck up everybody.
no,
And
that's
yes,
not what
you do.
I'm. I never
Yes,
even the thought never
yes,
crossed
you
my
do. You depend on me to do
That's
that.
definitely not true.
And
the well,
And
I just know that you like to hang out. That's why I invite you on here.
the worst thing is that it's not a worst thing, but the best thing is that I love you, bro. I love you from the ground up, and I only wish the best for you, and I only wish that you would convert to Christianity. That's all.
Well, I
That's
wish you
all I
would
care
convert to
about.
Christianity.
You understand that? You understand that? I think.
Well, that's the thing, though. You're not understanding the 3 days, 3 night thing.
No, fuck.
Well,
You go back
that's
to that
relevant.
bullshit. That's a bullshit story. Like
No,
fuck.
no, no. That's part of the
Can't
Bible.
you get you're going on
Well, I
some
mean, I can bring up the verse. I mean,
I hate the idea of semantics, but you're going on some technicality that just just you think it blows me out of the water, but it doesn't. It
well, it blows
doesn't.
everybody out of the water. It's
No, it doesn't.
yeah, because
No, it
they're
doesn't.
worshiping the
It
wrong God.
doesn't blow. No, it doesn't blow anybody out of the water. You're totally twisting everything.
No, no, no. I'll bring up the verse here in a second. It's just this book has some interesting pictures I forgot about. Yeah, you're missing a big thing here with the 3 days, 3 nights thing. I mean, that's what links it to Jonah. I mean, the story. They're saying basically that there was some old tradition that went from Babylon through Jonah and returned with Jesus, basically.
Story chat if I'm not responding, you know, properly. Um,
So like pomegranates on that right field.
Chat, do you understand where I'm coming from? I just have a hard time dealing with people that are totally negative. I don't know. It's it's hard to deal with, and give me tips on how to deal with it better. Um, Thank you, chat, for your contributions. Um, I love you, Pedro, and everybody else on chat. Uh, Thank you for your
Oh, yeah.
help.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're all just trying to hang out and be cool and stuff. That's why I didn't want you to think bad about Danny. I mean, uh, I'm sure he considers himself
Well,
your
I
friend.
think bad about Danny. I can't help it. Sorry.
Well,
He,
I'm sure he considers himself your
he,
friend. So,
he's, he's a fucking Jew, so yeah.
that's well, that's you shouldn't judge people based on their religion. I mean,
Yes, I should.
well, I'm
Yes, I
pretty
should.
sure that Dono was raised Jewish. You don't hate him. I mean, you can't just it's the religion is
Why can't you judge a person based on their fucking religious affiliation? Like, we
well.
should be able to judge them. Yeah.
I mean, that's complicated. The because the Hebrew religion is not trying to destroy Christianity. The
Yes, it
Islam
is.
is.
Yes, it is. The Hebrew religion is diametrically opposed to Christianity, and
Yeah, but the two. That's because both.
that's
Well,
their
hold on.
raison d'etre. They want to destroy Christianity.
That's
Totally.
yeah, but that's you don't understand. It's like both religions, Christianity and Hebrew, they both they're both trying to keep their doctrines separate when the doctrines are connected. Uh, that one can't exist without the other. Uh,
What? What?
yeah, well, I mean,
I
their whole
disagree.
well,
You're
they're
a
similar.
You're a Judeo-Christian, and
Well,
that's
I'm
a
not.
fucking
Well, I never claimed any
that's a
religion.
total fuck up. Total fuck up.
well, I never claimed any religion. I'm just trying to look at the books and analyze the stuff. Uh, this is an interesting symbol. It's got the rose with the vesica in the center, a cross, and then he's riding a lion, and it's got a sprig of wheat for spica.
Sorry, Pedro, if I'm fucking up royally. I'm trying to do my best, bro.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's a lot of weird pictures in this book. Well, that's interesting.
Can you do better, Pedro? Like, come on, Pedro. Chime in if you can, and like, come on, bro. I need your help. I admit that I'm an uh, asshole piece of shit or
Well,
whatever.
you don't have to
Like,
call your names. I mean, that's not necessary. Uh, well, like, oh, god damn it, fucked up. The whole.
well, look at it. Look at it in the
Oh, I
grand
remember
picture.
what I was going to bring up.
Look at the grand picture of things, Clint. I mean, look at the grand picture, and what do you observe in the real world? Like, I mean, come on.
What do you mean?
Let's get back down to basics. And what do you observe in the real world when you look at the big picture?
Well, control.
Yeah, control
Control
is
the
the key.
masses.
Yeah, totally, totally.
Yeah, they're definitely controlling masses through ideologies. Uh, the same symbol keeps coming up. I can't remember what. I'm gonna have to reread this whole book because I didn't absorb any of it.
Which book? Which book is this?
It's the what the fuck's it called? It's that Hutchinson book or Hecathorn.
Oh yeah, Hackathon. That's a
Printers
good
of
book.
Basil.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, it's a
You got
good
the
book.
Printers of Basil.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these leaf cuttings or whatever, or some of this old artwork is just totally gone. Uh, these concepts. Oh yeah, I
Uh,
remember what to do.
I don't know if I've got it right here.
Bring up that.
Yeah, Charles William Hackathorn, The Secret Societies of All
Oh yeah,
Ages.
that's a different book.
Oh,
That one's
you're
good
talking
too.
about.
Well, that's weird. It says Aryan on it. Yeah, this one is called the Printers of Basel. Basle. It's interesting. Yeah, this book is. It's got a lot of pictures. They're really, really cool art.
I
Yeah,
know I'm getting criticism from Pedro saying that I shouldn't be drinking, blah, blah, blah. Um,
well,
I don't know. I don't know, Pedro, if you've faced as much shit as I have. Um, and I have a hard time dealing with it. Maybe totally I agree, Pedro, that maybe I'm dealing with it wrong by drinking, blah, blah, blah. Um, I understand your point of view, but does that negate what I've said? That's what I'm concerned about
well,
ultimately. Yeah.
uh, well. I mean, if you quit, you can't quit all at once. You gotta quit slow. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, I'm no, yeah, yeah, understand. But I was trying to respond to Pedro where he was saying that my drinking interfered with my apologetic. And
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying, really? Just because I'm drunk, does that mean
Well,
that
I'm not.
what
Well, I
d-
wouldn't
uh,
worry too
does
much about the
does
comments.
that mean what I said is bullshit? Or you know,
Well,
uh,
you might not have not said what you said and the way you said it if you weren't drunk.
yeah, I understand that totally. I understand that. Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah. I might have rephrased it in a better, acceptable terminology. Blah blah
I remember
blah.
what I was gonna bring up. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The what was it? The oh damn, it's not in that folder. Uh,
So you got fucking 50 viewers tonight? Like, what the
I
fuck's
don't know.
going on? Like,
Oh yeah.
that's
The algorithm. I'm not sure.
that's impossible. That's impossible. Oh,
Yeah, somehow YouTube. Well,
congrats. Congratulations
what
and,
was I looking at? Well,
and salutations and all that bullshit.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, oh damn it, where is it? Books. Okay, I got two books folders. Well, I'm looking for the
Yeah,
book.
people read books. Fucking come on. Check out the
Okay,
sources. You know why my library's so big? Because I checked out the sources and I researched everything, you know, and
yeah,
so I ended up with multiple books. I mean, I I hate saying it, but I've got like 10,000 books, like easily
oh
10,000
yeah.
books. I
Damn it,
mean,
it's not picking up the. Hold on, here. Let me look it up real quick.
every book that you mention, I've got the book and I've read the book and yeah.
Yeah, flight to
And
Tarshish.
people don't understand that. They think I'm spouting off in, bullshit. No, I've got the actual book and I've read the resources, the references and shit like that. Like, come on, I'm not spouting off. I'm actually reporting on what's been discovered, whatever, to a certain
Yeah.
extent. Yeah.
Wait, how do I?
And that pisses me off because people think, you know, people think you're just spouting off in the ether, you know, but no, I've checked the sources, I've done my research, blah blah blah. So so
Oh yeah,
if you want to fight against me, like, come on, I've done my work. Yeah.
oh yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for the book. Let's see. Okay. Um. Oh. Okay. Here it is. Wait. Two more. Oh,
Okay, Pedro, come on.
oh, one more.
Do you want
Okay.
to talk to me, Pedro? Pedro, send me your
All right. Here it
number
is.
on uh, um what is
Twitter.
it? Pedro, send me your number somehow on
Okay.
on what is
So
what is
here's the
the
verse. Matthew 12:40. For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights
Oh,
in
okay, we're going back
whale's
to
belly,
bullshit.
so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Okay, so the Son of Man is obviously Jesus. Well, most likely, and then 3 days, 3 nights. Then it goes to the right side. Number 39.
What is the alternative media called? Um,
Here it is. 3 nights, 12. Okay. And then the commentary, just as the Lord was dead, therefore Jonah must have been. Nothing is said about being preserved alive. That sign would have had no relation to what is here signified. Well, that's okay. So next part. 3 nights apart from these words, 3 days might mean a portion of the. Well, that you said Bullinger's full of shit, so I guess I agree with you on this part.
well, E.W. Bullinger, not the other Bullinger, which
Well,
I
this is
like.
yeah. So the heart of the earth. Well, so the 3 days, 3 nights. So that it comes up in the Old Testament. Hold on. Uh,
Shit.
3 days, 3 nights. Old Testament. Because
Okay, Pedro, check me out on Telegram or otherwise on Facebook Messenger, and I'll talk to you about this subject tonight if you want to talk about it seriously. Yeah.
well, what subject are you talking about? The
Well, he's accusing me of the fact that you read so much makes you bigoted outlook on Jews worse. Like, what is he talking about? I don't know.
there's a lot of
Um,
hate going on. I mean,
no, there's no hate involved at all.
well, the writers, there's a racist
No.
religion. Uh,
Have you read Taxi Mars' book? Like, I mean,
well,
he totally loves the Jews and he wants to save them.
well,
And
Tex Meyers is half in La La Land. I mean, I do enjoy his writings, but
yeah, and what does he talk about in his prefaces to his books?
well,
He want he wants to
he's half full of
incorporate the
shit. I think.
Jews, and he loves the Jews, and he wants to save them from their delusion. Like, what? I mean, how else? I mean, how? That's a total noble
Okay.
perspective.
Well, so
Yeah,
okay, so back to this. Okay, then it says Matthew 12:41, the men
and
of nine. Hold
even what's his
on.
name? Uh, that wrote the book on the Jews. Um, he wrote a 1,300-page book, and he dissected the Talmud totally.
You guys
Um,
can argue about that later. Okay, so
Hoffman, Hoffman,
so right here
and
it says the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with their generation shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas, and behold, a greater than Jonas is here. They're talking about Jesus. 42, the queen of the
mm,
south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, talking about and shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And so
yeah,
it's talking
Queen of
well,
Sheba, Queen of Sheba, yeah,
the in the mystery schools that was oh god damn it, where's that 12?
yeah. But don't default to the mystery schools.
Yeah,
Like
but
that.
their religion
that
is the same, and they're talking about the queen, the whore of Babylon.
yeah, that's bullshit. She was the Queen of
Who do you
Sheba.
think?
Like
Yeah, but
like look where Sheba was in the Old Testament. That was in Ammon, or what is it called nowadays? I forget what it's called nowadays. But I mean,
so
she
what's
was
talking
there.
about though? The profane, when the unclean spirit is gone out of man, he walketh through dry places seeking rest and findeth none, because he can't understand the mystery. Uh, turn to my
The
notes for
mystery.
name.
And you're alleging that's the mystery schools. but that isn't
No.
true.
Well, the mystery schools predate. Mystery schools go back to the Bible. The mystery schools of Babylon were the Cain religion, and that the mystery schools of Jesus were the tribes of Seth. You know, that's how it goes. I mean,
I disagree, but
well, that's what
whatever.
they write about. I mean, that's in their own
Yeah.
tongues, in their own words. Well, so I mean, there's more to this though. That besides just 3 days, 3 nights, there's the part about the. I mean, it says it in 1238 too, but
Okay.
1238.
Okay.
Answered, Master, we see the sign from thee, the sign of Jonah.
Pedro, I know I understand nuance and blah 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 and diplomacy and being civil and trying not to make enemies. Who am I making enemies of per se? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Luke
Sorry,
11:29.
sorry. I'm responding to your chat because
Oh, Luke
because
was after
I
Matthew, isn't
love
it?
I love Pedro. I love him. I think he's a good guy. You know, everything. Yeah.
All right. Luke was
So I want
after.
to connect with Pedro. I don't know how to connect with him properly.
Well, you're on Twitter, so you can just message you on Twitter. Which one was that? Luke 11:29. Here we go.
You'll have to put a link there, I guess. I don't know.
Well, let's see.
Okay.
We can put it there.
I really want to talk to Pedro face to face or voice to voice, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's this one right here. 11:29 through 32. Oops. Oh, damn it. 29 through 32.
Because I've always
Okay, here
respected
it is.
Pedro. I
Uh,
really his
Here it is.
takes.
And when the hold on. Okay, so it says this is Luke 29 through 32. And when the people were gathered thick together, he began to say, "This is an evil generation. They seek the sign." Talking about the sign of Jonah. And there shall no sign be given to it. Talking about that generation, but the sign of Jonas as the prophet. So that's the only sign that they're talking about. And then it says, "For as Jonas was the sign unto the Ninevites, so shall also the Son of Man be to this generation." Uh,
Yeah,
it
and
says,
I
"Queen of
don't
the
have a
South."
problem with
Well,
that at
and then it
all.
goes on though. The Queen of the South shall rise up in judgment with the men of this generation and condemn them, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. Just like it was saying in Matthew, and it says, "Behold, a greater than Solomon is here," talking about Jesus, and that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
men of Nineveh shall rise up, and the judgment with the generation shall condemn it.
Yeah, and the Queen of Sheba went to Solomon
And
to
they repented. Well,
consult.
you got to remember, Solomon's a god, not a person. Uh, Repented at
Yeah,
the preaching of
no,
Jonas.
he's not a god. Fuck. Where do
Well, then
you
he
get
says, well,
that?
hold on. And then he says, "Behold, a greater Jonas." Well, why else would it be saying, "And behold, a greater than Solomon is here"? A new
Yeah,
God, Jesus.
of course, Jesus is greater than Solomon. He's
Well, it's like,
God in
yeah,
the
but
flesh.
you gotta understand that the Old Testament, the Hebrews, they misunderstand that Solomon was a god, Sheba was a goddess,
No, Solomon wasn't.
Abiff was a god. That they're
Fuck. How do you? How do you? How do you
well, that's you.
accelerate that? That is not in the text at all.
Well, you gotta understand. It's like the it's talking about these different religions. Because remember what the religion of Solomon was, the worship of Astarte.
No,
And
you're full of shit.
no,
You're
that's in the
totally
book.
full of shit.
Solomon, I can bring that up in the book here. Uh, the let me see if I can. I can't remember which verses it is.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, those are totally different
Well, it does
things.
matter though, because they're saying that the one people that were worshiping the goddess don't have the sign. Here's Kings 11:5. He followed Ashtaroth, the goddess of Sidonians, and Moloch, the detestable god of the Ammonites. And then Kings 11:33, because he has forsaken me and has worshipped Ashtaroth, the goddess of Zidonians, Shemesh, the god of the Moab, and Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon. And then Kings 11:4-6, he evil of he did evil in the Lord's sight, failing to follow completely of his father David. Or what? Does it have a full 11:4-6?
And,
Okay, here it is.
and
Here it is. 11:5, Kings, book 1. But Solomon worshipped Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Shemesh, the god of the Moabites, Moloch, the idol of the Ammonites. For Solomon worshipped Ashtaroth, the god of. And Solomon did that and pleased
why?
not. Hold on, that pleased not before the Lord, and he fulfilled not that he followed the Lord as David his father, and Solomon did what did not please the Lord. So it's talking about this
Yeah.
goddess worship.
And so why do you think his empire fell? Because he
Well,
fucked up.
yeah,
Totally.
but
He totally fucked up.
there's no physical evidence of the Temple of Solomon. That it was a
What?
Hebrew. It was a
What?
Hebrew
You
metaphor.
serious? Come
Yeah.
on.
No, seriously, it's a metaphor. Solomon wasn't
No,
real.
it's bullshit. He
Well,
built the temple.
that's
He
what they say,
totally
but
built the temple.
there's no physical evidence of it. That temple they say is the Roman temple that was the
No,
Wailing
fuck.
Wall.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Come on.
well, that's what Jordan Maxwell goes into, and that it's
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell's full of shit.
yeah, but the it's the allegory of it's like the Hebrews are not just as bad as the Christians when they don't accept the fact that their book is far more advanced than what they think it is, and that the book they want to think everything's real, as in people, but they overlook the fact that it doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's an ancient story warning of an ancient religion that is uh, coming to sweep the world, the goddess worship, and that
Are you serious?
well
Goddess worship? Fucking
that's
goddess worship? Are you
what
serious?
I'm saying that
Fuck.
that's what we're seeing with this whole New Age religion, and with Rome and its religion, universalisms, the worship of the Mother Mary,
Oh,
the
fuck me.
well, you've
Fuck
read
me.
the two Babylons. Who do you think Mary is in Rome? It's
Yeah, but that's
Astarte.
a totally different story. Totally
No, this
different
is
story.
yeah, but this is the Bible is warning against those religions.
Yeah, it is totally warning against everything. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Well, so the
But I disagree that Solomon instituted that. Yeah. Well, he
well,
fucked up
I
totally.
just read the
He
verses.
totally fucked up. He
Solomon was
totally fucked
worshiping
up.
Ashtaroth, Astarte, Isis, matter. He was worshiping the lower natures. Uh, the
Yeah, I agree with Solomon fucked up totally. Yeah,
yeah.
but how we can't extrapolate everything everything based on that.
Yeah, but that's why the sign of Jonah is so important. Because it was literally saying earlier that they will seek a sign, but they will have no sign. The only sign will be that of Jonah. Uh,
And
they will
that's
seek
your
a
be
sign.
all. That's your be all
Well,
and end.
there's more. There's multiple
I
verses
mean,
pertaining to it.
come on. You must realize that your be all and end all can't be everything.
Well, I'm just following what the book says. It- I mean, if you were to follow the book,
That pisses me off because
yeah, but you're saying that you don't believe in the book if you don't understand what I'm saying.
well, yeah, why don't I believe in the book? Like
Because you're saying that
that's
the
a
goddess
false
worship is relevant. That
that's a false dichotomy.
yeah, but
Like,
well, let me rephrase that. You're saying that you don't think the sign of Jonah is relevant.
yes, I do. I totally agree with that. Yeah, totally.
Okay, okay. Well, so
But your interpretation of it, I think, is totally bullshit.
yeah, but the two Babylons. You've read it. They converted the religion into the pagan worship of Babylon,
Yeah,
and
I understand that totally. Yeah,
so it's like, and they're all out to change the
but
religion.
I
Well, we
mean,
got to read the book with a fine
you're
tooth comb.
you're
Uh,
you know, not everything is recorded properly. Blah blah blah. I mean, you've got to be discerning to a certain degree. I
well, I
mean,
mean, if
come
you'd
on.
seen my arguments with the church people, you would have, I brought so many quotes to the table. They were just ignoring everything. Uh, the because at one point I had a huge collection of verses in my phone, and then I didn't put them on my computer, and I mean I could still dig it all back up, but
Yeah,
it's
I wish I could talk to Pedro for
I
instance
mean,
because
what do you think
he's
Easter
different.
is? Easter is the concealed worship of Astarte. It is. It lacks the sign of
Yeah,
Jonas.
well, but it
But
happened to coincide with certain facts in the Bible. So how do you reconcile that? Like, I
well,
mean,
the day being a few days sooner, a day sooner. It's like they changed it from Saturday to Sunday, and that it had to do with this goddess worship in the sun, and
yeah,
and that
I don't have a problem with that. I've never had a problem with that.
because the Bible's
You know,
against sun worship. Uh, where does it say that?
yeah, and we don't worship the sun on Sunday. Like, look at
Yeah, but
average
it also
look at average Christians. Do they worship the sun? No, I don't
that's the
think
thing
so.
though, that the Sabbath was Saturday, and that there's a
Yeah,
verse.
that's a fucking Jewish
No,
piece of
no,
shit.
no, 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 no. The
Piece of
verse.
shit.
Let me find this verse. Uh, damn it, where is it at? There's
You
a
know what
verse
the
where he
you know what
specifically says
the
the day of Jesus is
culmination
Saturday.
of Sunday is? It's the fucking eighth day of creation, and it's the fulfillment of everything. So that's why we worship on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
It's it's the fulfillment of every creational aspect.
Yeah. Well, so where is that?
I don't have a problem. I don't have a
There's a
problem
specific
with
verse though that
uh,
backs.
people that worship on Saturday. Let them go. I
Well,
don't
no,
care. I don't.
Saturday is the real day of Jesus, according to the book.
Yeah, I don't give a shit if they
Well,
worship on Saturday. That's okay with them. You know what the New Testament exclaims is, that the days of the holy days and all that bullshit doesn't matter. So if you worship on Saturday, if you worship on Sunday, who cares? As
well, it's
long as
relevant
you
though. The book's
as
saying.
long as you acknowledge
Hold on.
Jesus.
Here is Ezekiel 8:16. He then brought me into the inner court of the house of the Lord, and there at the entrance to the temple, between the portico and the altar, there are about 25 men, and their backs toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east. They were bowing down to the sun in the east.
Yeah. Do you think actually modern day Christians bow down to the sun? Do you
Well, that's
think
what they're
that
doing
happens?
with the Sunday
No,
worship.
they don't. They don't bow down to the sun. That's
Well, when they're
bullshit.
no, when
That's
they go,
total bullshit.
When the Catholics go on Sunday, they bow down and they take the Eucharist.
Okay, maybe the Catholics do, but the average Protestant doesn't give a shit about the sun. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. There's other verses relative to the. I just can't remember which how it was worded. It basically said that flat out the day of Jesus was Saturday. Mia
Yeah. And
Sabaton.
yeah. And if you go back to Eastern Orthodoxy, they're really rigid on this issue. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because everybody's in denial that their religion is not accurate to the book.
Yeah, totally.
Because like
You
the
know, this has been a great interview. I really wanted to talk to Pedro and Jonathan because Jonathan said earlier in the podcast, he said, I'm glad that Harry apologized about Paul. And I said, what the fuck?
Paul,
What is he
Paul the
talking about?
heretic. Paul the
What is
heretic.
he? I don't think he's a heretic.
Oh yeah, he's
But
preaching
anyways,
for the New Age reaches for the Christ consciousness religion.
yeah, and I wanted to talk to Pedro because he said you must learn some nuance, some diplomacy, be civil. Why make enemies? Like, come on. We have to stand up for the truth or fail. Like, come on, bro.
Hmm.
Anyways,
Oh, this is interesting. Consider the lilies, how they grow.
yeah,
Can
totally. Like, is that revelatory or what?
what reminds me of the fleur de
Consider.
lis.
No. No, I don't think they were
Well, the fleur
talking
de
about
lis
that.
goes back to ancient times. The
Yeah,
lilies.
but I don't know. I think that's a very stretchy argument. I don't. I
I mean, I can
don't
see a
agree.
depiction of Hermes and Hercules receiving the lilies from their widowed mother. Uh, what is this?
Seriously, you're stretching it that far back? Like, I don't know. That's
Oh yeah.
that's 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 stupendous. Anyways, I
Hmm.
may have to peace out here.
Oh yeah, yeah. My back's hurting here too. Uh, yeah, I've
Um,
sitting here way too long.
yeah, you've been on for 6 hours. Holy shit. Like, we gotta go, bro.
Well, this is
Yeah.
an interesting verse. 14:5. And he answered them, saying, which of you shall have an ass or an ox fallen into the pit, and will not straightway pull him out on the Sabbath day?
Yeah, yeah, totally. I mean,
Remember that
what is
Jesus
the
story?
Sabbath?
He's on the
What
ass.
is the, no, he's talking about the Sabbath law and saying, you
No,
can't
no.
do anything. Well, hello, you gotta help this, this
Well, he was
poor
talking about the pit though.
animal.
Who's supposed
Yeah,
to do it?
yeah,
Oh, damn it! Oh, here it is.
yeah. So
Where'd it
I,
go?
I think I'm passing out royally.
Well,
I
take it
don't know.
easy.
Yeah, take care. Take care, bro. I wish you would have let me on sooner so I could talk to Donut. I'm a friend of Donut. I'm
Where did that
subscribed
go?
to his channel and all that bullshit. Um, yeah, take care. I'm
Yeah.
gonna I'm gonna pass out, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Take it easy.
Uh,
Oh, it's fun hanging out.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, take
Take
it
care.
easy. Peace.
Yeah. You too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna read this a little bit more here. Where was that ox thing? I swear to. What the fuck book am I at? Luke? Okay, I'm scrolling down here. Blah blah. And he's teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath. Blah blah. Where's it at? He healed on the Sabbath day. There are 6 days which men ought to work. Okay, here it is. Thou hypocrite, doth not one of you on the Sabbath loose an ox and his ass from the stall and lead him away from watering? That's not the verse I was looking for. Loose bound on the, what is it? Whom Satan hath bound, lo, these 18 years be loosed from the bond of on the Sabbath day. That's weird. Where the hell is that? Bull ass thing. Ass bull. Oh, is it right here somewhere? I like clicked the button and it changed pages. Let's see. I think here's the next page. Sabbath day. Here it is. Okay. Wait, no, that's not the one. Which of you shall have an ass or ox fallen into a pit? And yeah, this is the one. And will not straightway pull him out on the Sabbath day. So the ass in the story, Jesus rides the ass or whatever, the donkey. Answer him against the things put forth. He put forth a parable in which were bidden when he marked how they chose out of the chief rooms, saying unto them, when thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit. No, that's where's that other verse? To baby, but thou then when art bidden go and sit down in the lowest room, blah blah. Worship in the present, for whoever exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. That's the part. Blah blah. Call not friends, nor brethren, nor kinsmen, nor thy rich neighbors, lest they also bid thee again, and recompense be made thee. This shall be blah blah. Who the fuck's it at? He that said unto him, a certain man made a great supper. Damn it. I brought 5 yoke. Okay, I can't think of which verse it was. It was like right after this one. That one with the ox and the ass. Let's see. Go out on the highways. Those hit, which were hidden, shall taste of the supper. So this is interesting. Part number 27. Oh, they don't have a 26. Oh, here it is. Well, so in Greek, the word cross is storos. No, Harry passed out. He was tired. Storos. So whoever doth not bear his storos and come after me. I'm not sure what the cause it would mean stick in Greek. Perhaps like a walking stick. I mean, the modern people think it's the crucifixion stick, but the word in Greek doesn't mean cross, it means stick or storos. Uh, which I'm surprised he didn't say that in that part of the book. But so, because he says it later in the book, not being able to build and not being able to finish. Fitly nor blah blah. Reverencing the manners. Okay, so I'm thinking I just can't remember which fucking verse it was, but it had to do with what I was talking about. I smoke way too many cigarettes. Fucking let's see. The whole 3 days, 3 nights thing is definitely relevant. Here's a good verse. Not been faithful in your unrighteous mammon. Talking about money, greed. Let's see. You cannot serve God and mammon. Greed. Who covetous. He's talking about like religions hoarding wealth. You're named Lazarus. Oh, here we go. Which was laid on his gate full of sores, desiring to be fed with the crumbs of which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked the sores. Where's the Greek for dogs? Let's read the things. Okay, so it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels to Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. So Abraham in hell. That's a mistranslation. That's hell, Greek, Hades, the grave. It's the appendix 131. Lift up, having lifted up. Well, so that's the second part. Lift in the grave. He lifted his eyes, being the torments. The torments is also where's that torments? Mistranslation. Greek Basanos, only here, being in is only here, far off, afar. Okay, so and they said, well, you remember that thou in the lifetime receivest thy good things, and likewise rather Lazarus evil things. But now he is comforted, thou art tormented. Beside all this, between us and you, there is, what does it say in 25 here? Tormented. It doesn't say it again. So tormented was 23. Being tormented. Basanos, only here. Basanos, Greek. Well, let me look that up real quick. Basanos. I think it means something to do with Basanos, not necessarily tormented, but suffering from wounds. Oh, here it is. Basanos. Greek term meaning touchstone. Used to test purities of metals. That's weird. Basanos. Purity stone. The stone of the philosophers. Yeah, so Basanos mentioned touchstone of purity metals. Okay, so where was I at? Evil things. Blah blah, great fix, blah blah, blah, blah. Therefore, 5 brethren who testify, blah blah. He hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. 31, the lesson of the parable from the final words. The judge was designed intention of the parable. Lord's words proved to be true, blah blah. Result of the resurrection of Lazarus, John 12. Blah blah. Blah blah. To him will come offenses. So here it's better for him that the millstone were hanged around his neck and he were cast in the sea. That's a metaphor. Take heed, blah blah. Here we go. Plucked up the root. So likewise, okay. I think I need to just go to sleep. There were 9. Where's that part about Lazarus? Anyway, switch books here. Let's see. Spake, nevertheless. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely burning up. Maybe I should just go to sleep. Well, I'll let the movie play first.
On the 24th,
Okay.
it rises, and it's still on the same identical degree. Therefore, the ancient Egyptians knew that, and they said God's son was dead for 3 days. But on the 4th day, which is December 25th, United States Navy devices will tell you that the sun moved 1 degree northward, 1 small degree northward. It's just enough because the ancient people said anything that was dead for 3 days and has just moved 1 degree northward is born again. It's come back to life. Now it is on its way back to the northern hemisphere.
No, I think
And
what he's saying has to do with
when
Rome.
it gets to the next quarter point, which is spring, and at spring it crosses back over the equator, on its way back to coming back to full grown and full into the northern hemisphere. Consequently, when you die today, we say the same thing the ancient Egyptians said. When someone dies, we say, grandmother passed last night, grandfather passed away, or uncle passed on. Always the word associated with death in the ancient world was passed. You passed last night. Grandmother passed on. But in the Egyptian, they said that when you died, you left from one world and went into another world. So you passed over into a next world. So when you died, they said, grandfather passed over last night. And I've even heard that term, grandmother passed over last night. Why? Because the sun, which was brilliant in the summer, it hit at halfway point, it crossed over the equator, so it passed over the equator going to the full summer in the southern hemisphere. In the spring, it's coming back and it passes over the equator again, coming back. And in the ancient world, there was a celebration in the northern hemisphere because the sun, which was dead in winter, has been reborn on December 25th and has now come back to life. And they called it the Passover. It's the coming of the sun. Apostles. What are you talking about? 12,
Okay, so
12.
okay, so yeah, right here, stone the builders rejected. The same has become the head of the corner. So the chief cornerstone, capstone. You know, any of the Bible dictionaries, it says chief cornerstone or capstone or Stone the builders refuse. Yeah, I still didn't find that one part. Let's see here. I mean, technically, there's a poor widow casting to their 2 miles, 2 mites. Is that mite? 1, 2. Poor widow. Mites. Pinakros, one who works for daily bread. Greek pinakros. Poor widow, the bread. Lepta. See, Appendix 51. What is lepta in Greek? Lepta. Let's see. Currency in the Greek speaking world meaning small or thin. So a lepta. What was that at? Thin piece of bread. That has to do with the star spica and the symbols. Let's see. So, famines, nations, blah blah. No, I guess I'll put the video back down until I find the other verse here.
It's the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 hours of day, the 12 hours of night. God's Son, that's why 13 is an unlucky number. God's Son, with his chosen 12, is a divine, legitimate, is being led by the Lord. Temples built with these stones. And I'm saying somebody better start looking at this. I'll tell you what I think really happened. I think that we are a creation of someone else.
Here it is.
I think that's what happened. I think somebody came.
Right here. This is the same as the verse in Revelations. Blah blah. There shall be signs in the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations. Perplexity. Well, no, that's not the right verse. I thought it was saying. So the well, I think I'm just gonna pass out here. I've been on here way too long. All right. Good night. Peace out. Like the video. Subscribe. Listen to Wayne Cooper. Read books. Oh yeah, the rooster crow. Thou shalt deny me thrice. I'm not gonna give that. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to rewind it. There's a lot going on in this episode of the YouTube. Yeah, I have to bust out a bunch of fucking verses just to prove Harry wrong. Where is that? Barabbas. That's not it. Where I can't think of which verse it is. Yeah, I'll have to dig it all up. My mouth's super dry. I gotta go brush my teeth. Fucking the whole 3 days, 3 nights thing is relevant. Definitely relevant. There's the book of John. I'm just gonna go to the end here. Okay, damn it, it's still not far enough. How many fucking pages are in this book? Jude. Oh, here it is. Revelation. Okay. Let's see. Blah, blah. 7 spirits. Blah, blah. Kindreds of the earth shall wail. The Alpha and the Omega. Blah, blah. Patmos. Blah, testimony of Jesus. First and the last. Blah, blah. Where's that? Philadelphia. So 7 candlesticks. Talking about the symbolic menorah. Son of Man. One like the Son of Man clothed with the garment down to the foot. Blah blah. Blah blah. Fine brass. I can't remember what that meant. Here. So it's only used there in the Greek. Right hand, 7 stars. And out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword. His countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. The sword. Okay, so right here. He that liveth and was dead, behold, I am alive forever. Blah, blah, blah. And I have the keys of hell and death. Number 18. Liveth one, blah, blah. I am alive, liveth, blah, blah. Forevermore. Amen was omitted. Hell, death. Text reads death. Hell is grave. Translated from the Greek word Hades, which you go back to the other book where Jesus has the keys to Hades in the story. 3 days in the heart of the sun. What was that? Heart of the earth, I mean. Heart of the earth. 3 days. Bible verse. Yeah. Matthew 12:40. The heart of the belly. First verse referring to the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. The symbol. Okay, so yeah, that's what's relevant with Hades. Because no, damn, that's not the verse I was thinking of actually. Bible verse. Keys to Hades. Here it is. Damn it, there's one more. There's another one besides Revelation 1:18. Damn it, there was another. I can't remember which. It didn't say keys though. It said something else. Okay, so. Blah blah. 7 stars. Blah blah. Hold this up. 7 stars in his right hand. Where's it at? Okay, here's. You eat the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise, quote unquote. So number 7. Formally, you have to go to the appendix. Appendix 142. The appendixes are really interesting in this. Let's see. So number 9. People try to mistranslate that. So that word in Greek, Revelations, is not what it says because it's only there. Let's see. What the fuck was that at? Here's 2:9. Let me go to the Greek real quick. Okay. The rich. Yeah, so it doesn't say the word. It doesn't say what the King James says. See, tribulation, affliction, the rich, slander, blasphemy. Synagogues just an old word for temple. Here. So what's this? No, I think I like the Bible Hub one more. Yeah, this one. You are the slander of those claiming. So what is this word in Greek? Judeans. Talking about people that lived in Judea, not necessarily a group of people, but so they claim they are that are not. And there's synagogue, and then synagogue is doesn't it just means temple? Doesn't mean let's see here. Yeah, so to gather together. So it's not talking about a specific religious temple. Let's see here. The adversary or the accuser. Well, so anyways, there's another verse. Church on Pergamos, sharp sword with 2 edges, blah blah. It's an Antipas. There's that. The hidden manna, white stone, the stone, a new name that no man knoweth, saying that he receiveth it. It's talking about the lost word. Church angel, the angel of Thyatira. He hath eyes like unto the flame of fire, feet like fine brass. But it didn't say that in the earlier verse. It said that was only used once. Prepared for treading down the judgment. So it says, it's talking about Jezebel, the scarlet whore of Babylon, the patroness of Baal worship. Will have her sinister anti-type in the future. Prophetess, only here in Luke 9 or Luke 2. The text read, and she teacheth and seduceth. So here, this is interesting. 21. Well, so yeah, she her servants commit fornication, eat things sacrificed to idols, and that gave her space to repent before the king. So time or chronos, he gave her chronos to repent. Behold, blah blah. Yeah, so this is what's interesting right here. I say to you, and then to the rest in Thyatira, I was looking up the churches there. Put upon you none other burden. Let's see right here. I lay not. Yeah, he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and the vessels of a potter shall be broken to shivers. And I will give him the morning star. 28, fulfilled. So that was actually a mistranslation. Morning star. I didn't keep that one tab open. 7 stars, blah blah. Pleiades, watchful, strengthful, blah blah. Yeah, so it's talking about he that hath the 7 spirits of God and 7 stars. 7. Where's that? 3, 1. That's temple. Wait. Church of the Sardes, ancient capital of Lydia. Blah blah. The remains of the vast temple of Sybil. 7C section 120. Ah, 7 stars. No, at the bottom over here. No. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Where's that? Here. So it's going over these Philadelphia, blah blah. Worship the feet. Where's that? New Jerusalem, quote unquote, number 12. Temple, New Jerusalem, C section 21. I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, I'll have to go over this later because it's complex. Yeah, going on. Write upon him my new name. That's what it says. So it's talking about the new word of God, the symbol, symbolism. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bunch of chapters. Okay, yeah, I'm going to sleep. I've been on here too long. All right, peace out. Shout out to Doenut for coming on. It's fun to hang out. Oh, this is interesting. There was a sea of glass like unto crystal in the midst of the throne. Round about the throne were 4 beasts. The sea of glass is the universe, the 4 beasts, the 4 signs which don't move, the 4 elements. 4th beast is like a flying eagle, blah blah, 6 wings, blah blah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be here all night blabbing about this. Alright, peace out. Share the video, like it, blah blah. Good night.